Hunter x Hunter, I became Killua brother. Chapter 121. After hearing Jin's explanation, Yuni finally understood something. No wonder the extremely poor Guganyu kingdom could become a V5 level country. Once the representatives of other countries disagree, the king of Guganyu kingdom might go all out and directly use the crown to judge the representatives. You know, anyone who can reach this position has blood on his hands. If the trial is really carried out, the punishment will be extremely horrible. It may be the same as Nanaga's punishment, directly compressed into a thin rope. It can be said that the entire Guganyu kingdom is driven by the king alone. One person ascends to immortality, and the chickens and dogs are also immortal. The crown has been in use for 300 years, and the accumulated pain until today is absolutely terrifying. Yunya instantly understood why the king was so worried just now. He had endured the pain before, so he naturally understood how difficult it was to get through it. Moreover, after 60 years of changes, the accumulated pain of the crown itself has become even more severe. It is hard to imagine whether the next prince can successfully inherit it. Time is running out, let's get started now. Looking at the dark night, Jin immediately decided to start researching. Why, do you want to wear it? Yunya asked curiously. He really wanted to see how terrible the pain would be if he put it on, and whether it would kill him in an instant. Of course not. Jin smiled mysteriously and took out a card from his pocket. It was the Greed Island card. D Scapegoat. Able to summon an ordinary human to resist damage, perform experiments, etc. As expected. Yuni had expected this. As the creator, Jin would definitely prepare some special cards for him, waiting for them to come into play at the critical moment. Want one? I can give you one. Jin smiled and shook the card in his hand. But Yuni shook his head. If he wanted it, he could just go to Greed Island and use the administrator's authority to make it. After all, what's yours is mine. If you can make it, then the cloned Jin can also make it. Okay. Jin didn't care and used the card directly. The next moment, an ordinary person appeared in front of the two of them. He was very ordinary from head to toe, and was a level that would not be noticed in the crowd. I'm going to start. Jin slowly put the crown on his head. Then, he slowly said. Temporary coronation. Instantly, the crown burst into a dazzling black light, filled with desire, violence, pain, greed, and many other factors. Waves of malice emanated, making people feel palpitations. The coronation ceremony officially began. Ah! Suddenly, the scapegoat covered his head with a distorted and ferocious expression, and pounded his head on the ground frantically. His facial features began to spurt blood frantically, as if it was free. Bang! 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 The continuous hammering sound soon made a small crater in the ground. This was just the beginning of the coronation ceremony. It's really scary. Looking at the scapegoat hammering his head on the ground, Jin couldn't help but mutter to himself. Time passed, and after half an hour, the coronation ceremony was still not over. At this time, the scapegoat's eyes were dull and his face was covered with blood stains. The scapegoat is dead. As soon as the words fell, the scapegoat suddenly turned into a ball of air and dissipated in the air. Bang! As the scapegoat disappeared, the crown symbolizing pain also fell to the ground. He has already died. Something has restricted his death, making the scapegoat suffer all the time. Yunya clearly sensed that the scapegoat had died a few minutes ago. But there was still a force holding back his life and even his soul, causing the scapegoat to continue suffering. Only after the coronation ceremony was completely over did the scapegoat let go and let him die freely. He couldn't live, and couldn't die. This kind of insane trait is worthy of being a product of the Dark Continent. It seems that we should not use these things excessively after we obtain them. Jin came to a conclusion immediately. It can be used, but not excessively. After all, the crown has become so terrifying after 300 years of changes. Side effects? Yunya muttered in a low voice. The hunter world emphasizes equal exchange. No matter what you want to get, you must pay a certain price. This is the fairest rule. Continue to the next experiment. Jin continued to take out a card from his pocket. He was indeed moved by the scene just now. But the road to success must be paved with countless dead bones. This is an inevitable result. Yes. Yuni did not obstruct. In the remaining time, the two continued to experiment with the crown. Finally, at dawn, they finally came up with several rules. 1. Even if someone has taken the pain instead, the pain of the next heir will not be reduced. 2. The crown cannot be destroyed in any form. 3. Even if there is no bloodline restriction, the crown can still be inherited, and the restrictions are not yet known. 4. The energy consumed by using the crown is most likely the essence of life, which is why the throne must be inherited at the age of 60. There is still no manpower. Jin shook his head. Because the scapegoat could not bear the pain, the experimental results that could be obtained were very rare. To truly understand its characteristics, the user's cooperation is required. For example, the king who can use the crown or the next heir. Let's stop here today. We'll have a chance to study it later. The sun was already breaking and the king was about to wake up. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Jin handed the crown to Yuni. The next moment, Yuni disappeared into the shadows and went straight to the king's room. You go out first. In the room, the king had already woken up and told Zinza to go out first. The importance of the crown forced him to be so cautious that he could not even trust the person he loved the most. He slowly came to the mezzanine where the crown was stored. Break. Yuni put the crown in and broke the seal. At that moment, the king opened the interlayer and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the crown was still inside. We will meet again if we are lucky. Yuni glanced at the king and quickly left the palace to meet Jin. Shall we go there now? Jin looked at Yuni and asked. The place they were going to was naturally the Greed Island where the stone tablet was hidden. Yuni thought about it and smiled. Have you ever experienced the feeling of surprise? Chapter 122. Don't go there for now. Continue exploring the underground ruins to see if there are any new discoveries. We'll go there in a few months. Hearing this, Jin didn't care. For him, although the matter of the stone tablet was important, exploring the ruins was also important. Since Yunya had said so, he was willing to continue waiting. Hee. Yuni smiled slightly. The purpose of his delay was to wait for Zaja to enter Greed Island in a few months. When they saw this father they had never met by chance, how would they feel? It was really exciting. Then I will leave first, and contact me when you have made up your mind. Jin didn't know what Yuni was thinking at this time, so he said goodbye and left. His companions are still waiting for him in the hotel. We should leave too. Looking at the magnificent palace behind him, Yunya turned and left. When there is a chance, he must kidnap the king and study him carefully. Boss, I'm so hungry. Gra patted his flat stomach and said. A night of waiting only made him feel hungry. Okay, I'll wait for you to go back. The voices of several people gradually faded away and disappeared on this land. Hey, it's almost done. Yuni slowly opened his eyes and exhaled. After 6 months of waiting, the agreed time finally arrived. The shadows behind him moved frantically, and soon, hundreds of shadows filled the entire room. Find him. The familiar words fell, and the shadow disappeared instantly. This search was obviously much faster than the last time, and it took only an hour to contact Jin. At this moment, he was still in the underground ruins and did not leave. During this period, he explored many ruins one after another, but did not gain much. The only gain might be some precious burial objects and broken information. We are about to set off. Looking at the two people behind him, Yuni said slowly. Okay. Lake put away the whetstone, stood up and waited. Immediately. Gra suddenly stuffed the piece of meat in his hand into his mouth. Knock, knock, knock. After waiting for a while, there was a knock on the door. When he opened the door, Jin Feng, who was exhausted, came into view. The dark underground ruins made him look even more haggard. Shall we set off now? Jin came in and asked directly. Well, do you have a game console? Yuni looked at Jin and asked. The game console he brought with him to Greedy Island was still in the room of the Union School. Considering that the school was still in Greedy Island, he had not taken it with him. I don't have one. Jin said with a little embarrassment. Although he was one of the producers, he didn't even have a game console. But we can enter directly without the game console. Jin took out 4 red cards from his pocket. Administrator card, enter. You can enter Greed Island without a medium. Although there is no game console, there is something more advanced than a game console. Very good, let's go now. Yunya calculated the time, took the card and chose to use it directly. The next second, the red light covered his body, and with a bang, he was taken out of the room and flew towards Greed Island. The remaining few people did not hesitate and chose to use it directly. If someone looked up at this time, they would find that the red meteor was passing quickly in the sky. Greed Island, Xiaofu Rabbi. Bang! Dust flew, Yuni successfully appeared in the range of Greed Island. Is this the place? Yuni looked around and instantly realized that he was in Xiaofu Rabbi. It was known as a commercial city with a beautiful coastline, but it was secretly ruled by a powerful pirate group. Bang! 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 There were 3 loud noises, and the figures of Jin, Lei Ke, and Gra appeared closely behind. This is Greed Island. Jin began to introduce the rules of the game. No need, we can play. Yuni interrupted Jin's introduction. Then he read out the book and opened the card collection book. Have you played it before? Jin was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yuni to know so much about Greed Island. Looking closely at Yuni's collection of cards, Jin's eyes widened instantly. You actually have so many cards. In the card collection, a wide variety of cards are neatly inlaid. Even the extremely rare designated cards have a lot of. It's just a small scene, don't be so surprised. Yuni waved his hand to tell him not to worry. If Jin saw that he could still use the administrator privileges, he would explode on the spot. Let's go find the stone tablet first. Yuni urged without further ado. Hearing this, Jin stopped asking questions and walked towards the ocean below. When he reached the coast, Jin took out a card from the card collection. Administrator card, unlock. The next moment, the card turned into starlight and flew into the center of the sea. Buzz! There was a vibration, and huge waves gradually rose from the sea surface, and a large safe appeared. Jin used the card again to pave a path and walk straight over. Click! When the safe was opened, a dark purple stone tablet was quietly standing inside. It was exactly the same as the stone tablet that Yuni had shown at the beginning. That's right, this is it. Yuni took out the stone tablet with a little excitement. Are you ready? Turning around, Yuni asked seriously. Only after Jin nodded did he slowly close the 2 stone tablets. In an instant, a dark purple light flashed by. Looking again, the 2 stone tablets were miraculously combined together, without a single gap. It seemed that it should be like this. Looking at the contents inside again, it looked like a complete map. Success! Jin looked at the stone tablet with excitement. He was looking forward to where the map on the stone tablet would lead to. What secrets were waiting for them to uncover at the end? Okay, it's just a map, don't get so excited. Yuni used shadows to swallow the stone tablet and calm Jin's excitement. There will be more exciting things later. Well, now that the mission is completed, I should leave. Jin took out the card and wanted to leave. But a hand suddenly snatched the card away. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. This is the game you developed yourself. How can you not play it? These words surprised Jin. To be honest, he had never played Greed Island. His impression of it was still when it was successfully developed. Thinking of this, Jin suddenly had the urge to play it. Then I'll play with you for a while. Seeing Jin agreed, Yuni's mouth curled up a smile. His mind began to search for Zaja's current location. Then let's go to the Bounty City, Andakaba. Chapter 123. Hey, Killua, which bounties should we accept? Gon looked at the wall of bounty notices in front of him in a daze. Of course, we should choose the one with the highest bounty, so that we can solve the problem of not having money to buy cards at once. Killua looked at the bounties in front of him with shining eyes. He hoped to find a bounty that was both simple and profitable. As soon as the 2 entered Greed Island, they were mocked for being poor because they did not have cards. In order to avenge their previous shame, they came to the Bounty City, hoping to complete the bounty and get the bounty to buy cards. But this is Brother Yuni. Suddenly, Zaja saw the bounty at the top of the bounty list. Yuni's head portrait appeared on it. The amount of the bounty reached 10 million J. It was the largest bounty so far. How come my brother is here? Could it be that he has been here before? Looking at the bounty above, Killua's eyes were also full of shock. He really didn't expect that Yuni had actually been here before, and he didn't know what he had done, but someone offered a bounty of 10 million yuan. Otherwise, we can just capture my brother. With his strength, he will be able to escape easily. But he is not in the game now. Kia's idea is worthy of it. He immediately thought of taking Yuni away to collect the reward. He did not care about the brotherhood between the 2 sides. This reward, this one. Suddenly, Zaja glanced and saw a familiar figure. He compared it with the reward at the top again, and his mouth opened slightly. Killua on the side thought something had happened, and looked over. "Brother! Speak of the devil and he will appear." In front, Yuni walked towards them with a smile on his face, followed by a bored uncle. After a few months, the two never thought that they would meet Yuni here. "Brother Yuni!" Zaja excitedly stepped forward to greet him. "Brother Yuni, I saw your name on the bounty list. There are so many zeros." Xiaoji opened his hands and gestured exaggeratedly. "I'm being rewarded." Yuni looked carefully. There was indeed a section for him at the top of the bounty list. And the bounty was not low. The cards used to buy were enough for a player to squander. After a little thought, Yuni knew why he was being rewarded. Not surprisingly, it should be because he robbed the director of hundreds of boat tickets when he left Greed Island. He was unwilling to give up, so he directly used his power and financial resources to offer a bounty. "It seems that I have to go shopping when I have time." Yuni made a decision in his mind. This kid. Behind him, Jin stared at Zaja with eyes wide open in disbelief. As if he had confirmed something, he quickly turned his head away, hoping to reduce his presence. Who is this person? It seemed that there was some kind of attraction, which made Xiaoji look at Jin who was hiding behind him. He felt an unprecedented sense of affinity. Unconsciously, Xiaoji's eyes couldn't help but shed tears. "What's wrong, Jin, are you shy? Your son is crying, why don't you comfort him quickly?" Yunye smiled and said teasingly. Hearing the familiar name, Xiaoji was more certain of his inner thoughts, and his golden eyes stared at Jin. "Oh, I didn't expect to meet you here." Jin's face was stiff, and he poked his head out embarrassedly. "Wow, they really look alike." Killua couldn't help but exclaim. Even though his face was already old, he could still see that his features were exactly the same as Gon's. Especially those golden eyes that were so iconic. "Jin!" Xiaoji rushed over excitedly. Seeing this scene, Yuni reacted quickly and made way. "Woo!" Zaja hugged Jin tightly. He had traveled all the way just for this moment. The longing that had been pent up for 12 years burst out completely at this moment, turning into endless tears to tell the past. "Zaja, long time no see." Jin smiled stiffly. He couldn't help but pat Zaja's trembling back. Looking at this scene of loving father and filial son, Yuni nodded with satisfaction. "Is this Jin?" Killua looked at Jin curiously. Along the way, what Zaja talked about the most was his irresponsible father. Every time he heard it, Killua gritted his teeth and swore that he would punch him when he saw him. But the current situation obviously did not allow him to do so. "Killua, are you out of money? Come here to see the reward." Yuni asked in confusion. Hearing this, Killua told him everything that happened when he first came in. "As my Odoudou, how can I be a poor man?" Yuni waved his hand, and the balance of 10 million was directly deposited into Killua's account. It was worth the amount of Yuni's bounty. Seeing the balance on the card collection book, Killua's heart beat wildly, and his eyes were full of admiration for Yuni. With this money, after buying the cards, when he meets those people again, he must beat them to a pulp. "You shouldn't be coming here alone," Yuni said casually. "Well, we were commissioned by a wealthy man to find a breathing card called Archangel. Once you get it and give it to him, you can get 50 billion rings." Kia's eyes were immediately filled with money. How many chocolate balls can you buy with so much money? However, the purpose of the two was not just for the bounty, the most important thing was the treasure box that Jin left for Zaja. This was the reason that prompted the two to come here. On the other side, Jin and Zaja had finished reminiscing about the past. Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, Jin's face was still a little embarrassed. "Since we are here, we should take a look around," Yunye said with a smile. Then, a dice with exquisite shapes appeared in his hand. It was a B-level card, the risk dice. Seeing this dice, Lai Ke narrowed his eyes slightly. He was very impressed by this dice. "Let's go." Yunye took a step forward and threw the risk dice in his hand. "Good luck! Good luck! Good luck!" He threw 3 times in a row, all of which were good. Yunye was no longer surprised by this. Behind him, Lai Ke felt a little itchy in his heart as he watched the dice being thrown continuously. "Let me give it a try." After Yunye threw the dice about 10 times, Lai Ke finally couldn't hold back. He took a deep breath and started throwing the dice under the curious eyes of everyone. Buzz. It continued to rotate when it reached the palm of my hand, until it finally slowly stopped. Finally, it froze in one position. Very bad. Pang. Chapter 124. With a loud bang, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. The huge force smashed the thick earth, raising countless gravel and dust. At this time, several people had walked out of the Bounty City and stood in the wilderness outside. Looking at the scene in front of him, Like was frantically warned. I didn't expect to throw a big bad one for the first time, and it was condensed after gathering 10 big good ones. This behavior truly explains what it means to be both a novice and a playful person. Brother, we meet again. When the smoke cleared, Alan's figure appeared. His red hair was draped over his shoulders, and his body was wrapped in bandages. His cold eyes stared at the lake in the crowd. You guys leave first, I'll take care of it. Lake persuaded everyone to leave and slowly drew out the long knife from his waist. With a bang, the surging energy rushed out of his body. Compared with the first time he fought with Alan, this time it was obviously a qualitative change. Who will win or lose is still uncertain. Let's go first. Yuni did not choose to obstruct. Some things must be faced by oneself. But he obviously did not expect that he would meet Alan even in Greed Island. Although Gra was a little worried, he still respected Lake's choice. Who is this person? Jin looked at Yuni with a puzzled look on his face. He could clearly feel the unusual aura on Alan. This was not the essence of life. Instead, it was more like. That's right, he's a dead man. Yuni saw what Jin was thinking and said bluntly. Hearing this, Jin frowned, a little bit unbelievable. He had heard that someone could be resurrected by obsession even if he died, but he didn't expect that it would really appear in front of him today. What happened on this day was more shocking than the past few months. This made Jin look at Yuni unconsciously. A mysterious smoke enveloped Yuni, making it difficult to see clearly. On the other side, Lek and Alan were still looking at each other, waiting for each other's move. Brother, why did your rebelliousness disappear? This is not the you of the past. Alan said in a cold tone. The thick dark aura emanating from his body made Zaja feel a little uncomfortable. Everything has changed. As soon as the voice fell, Lecter disappeared instantly. The next second, he appeared in front of Alan and slashed with a knife. A white light flashed, and a strand of red hair fell to the ground. You have grown up. Looking at his broken red hair, Alan's expression was still grim. A black aura burst out, and a black long sword appeared in his left hand. The two swords were in full swing, punishing all directions. Alan's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Wall of wind. Suddenly, a wall made of wind blocked the way of Like. Bang! The two blades slashed fiercely at the wind wall, creating countless cracks. It seemed that the wind wall would break apart in the next second. Hey! Just as Alan was about to continue his attack, a breeze blew by. The broken wind wall was instantly repaired to its original state. I am no longer the person I once was. Lake's eyes were sharp, and he sheathed the blade with a breeze. Everything will end. Lec said slowly. Then he drew out his long knife at incredible speed. Buzz! An unstoppable wind blade energy instantly rushed towards Alan. Demon breaking and god sealing slash. As the thought was activated, a red demon god shadow appeared behind Alan. Then the demon god rushed into his double swords frantically, adding a blood-red buff to them. Looking at the unstoppable sword energy in front of him, Alan tensed his muscles and slashed out a fatal blow. Bang! Two powerful sword energies collided, and a mushroom cloud rose from the originally calm plain. The raging wind swept across the entire plain, and some skinny monsters were blown away and disappeared. Looking at the original place, a deep hole appeared on the originally flat ground. Alan's body was covered with black blood, and he looked ahead quietly. Compared to the messy Alan, Lecter seemed more relaxed. Except for some torn clothes, there were no major scars on the rest. Let's go. Lecter sheathed the blade and did not continue to attack. This time, he won. Hehe, your knife is really cool. Gara praised Lake with a smile on his face. Little Alan, you can contact him if you have anything. Yunya quickly stuffed Jin's business card into Alan's bandage. He certainly couldn't accept it, but Jin might not. After all, Alan was a rare talent and experimental subject. You guy. Jin was a little helpless, but he didn't object. Several people didn't care whether Alan was alive or dead, including Yuni. He still remembered the last time Alan ran away with his broken body, and he estimated that this minor injury should not be able to do anything to him. Where are you going next? While walking on the road, Yuni asked curiously. We are going to Dolia's, the gambling city. Killua was the first to speak. As he spoke, his eyes were still fixed on the risk dice in Yuni's hand. His thoughts were exposed. Sure, I can go and see how it has developed. Yuni nodded. I wonder how the gambling king who was defeated by him is doing now. Without the help of authority, can he still be competent for the position of gambling king? Wow, there are so many people here. Xiaoji looked at the people coming and going in Dolia's in surprise. Compared with the Bounty City, gambling is obviously more popular among people. After all, the feeling of getting rich overnight is really addictive. Walking on the street, you can see gambling machines everywhere. Oh, there is a gambling king competition there. Suddenly, Killua pointed to the big casino in front of him. The sign outside clearly stated that the gambling king competition had begun. The two of them walked in impatiently. Yuni and Jin looked at each other and followed in helplessly. As soon as they entered, they saw the gambling king competition surrounded by a crowd. You are too young. You can't even beat me, how can you beat the god of gamblers? The familiar voice made Yuni raise his eyebrows. Looking closely, the god of gamblers was the original wife who was defeated before. Even without the authority, he still became the god of gamblers. It seems that he listened to what Yuni said at the beginning. Mr. Gambler, does the god of gamblers you mentioned really exist? We have been here for several years and have never seen one. Some people have questioned the god of gamblers. In the past few years, the gambling king has always mentioned the god of gamblers, but no one present has ever seen one. Humph, you guys can't possibly see the god of gamblers. Although he said this, the king of gamblers still looked a little lonely. He hadn't seen him for a long time, and he hadn't seen him since he was defeated last time. He looked at the crowd with a disappointed look, and a familiar figure came into view. Gamble, god of gamblers. Chapter 125. With a cry of surprise, everyone looked at Yuni who had been standing behind them with surprised eyes. After so many years, I finally see you. The gambling king stepped forward with tears in his eyes and held Yuni's hand. It was as if he was meeting an old friend who had not seen each other for many years. It made people feel relieved. Yes, it seems that what I said at the beginning worked for you. Now he can rely on himself to become the gambling king, not bad, not bad. Yuni nodded in appreciation. He always had the greatest respect for those who rose through their own efforts. He thought that he would be devastated after the gambling king's authority was eliminated, but he didn't expect that he would work hard and become the gambling king by relying on his own strength. I still rely on your guidance. The gambling king scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. Is this the god of gamblers? He is so young. This is a player, how did he become the god of gambling? It seems that Greed Island has a new strong opponent this time. Many people were whispering around, including many players. Since the tycoon started to recruit players, the number of people on Greed Island has increased dramatically, resulting in players being seen everywhere. Of course, the competition has naturally become more intense. For example, the bomb demon that has been terrified recently. As the boss for Zaja to train, its strength is enough to control all the players. It can be said to be so terrifying. Brother, you are actually the god of gamblers. Hearing this title and the look of worship of the gambling king, Killua's face was instantly covered with shock. It's okay to put a bounty on the number one player, but now there's a god of gamblers. How many other identities do you have that we don't know about? They just said that. I didn't say I was the god of gamblers. Yuni was helpless about this. He just won once against the king of gamblers. How could he become the god of gamblers? Just like the bounty list, he had no idea. Brother Yuni is really amazing. Zaja looked at Yuni with shining eyes. This made Jin, who was standing beside him, feel a little uncomfortable for some reason. How could his own son start worshipping others when he didn't worship his father anymore? Okay, Killua, you're here to play, aren't you? Yuni changed the subject and looked at Killua. Hearing this, Killua immediately got excited and pulled Zaja to run towards the slot machines inside. Meow. Just as Yuni was about to do something, an excited cat's cry attracted his attention. Turning his head, he saw a fat cat standing and looking at him with tears in his eyes. Ah, ding dang! Yuni shouted in surprise. He almost forgot that he had left Ding Dang here to collect treasures. This collection took 4 years, which really caught the cat off guard. Meow! Hearing her name, Ding Dang rushed forward into Yuni's arms. The meows continued to ring, telling of the hardships of these years. In this situation, Yuni could only stroke the cat's head to comfort it. Is this the A-level card Ding Dang? Jin saw Ding Dang's appearance and instantly knew its origin. It was one of the cards of Greed Island. Come, Ding Dang, let me see what you have collected over the years. Yuni put Ding Dang on the ground and began to take out its dimensional treasure bag. When he stirred it with his hands, he felt that it was blocked by countless things. It can be seen how many things Ding Dang has collected over the years, and the dimensional treasure bag that is said to have infinite space is full. With a casual pull, a designated card was taken out. A-level card, Palm Tyrannosaurus. A very rare card. Even this can be collected, doesn't it mean? Yuni looked at the treasure bag and fell into deep thought. Since even the A-level designated cards can be collected, it means that Ding Dang's collection limit does not exist. Even if it is only an A-level card, it can still collect things of the same level or even higher. In order to verify the conjecture, Yuni continued to reach into the treasure bag. Soon, countless treasures and cards were taken out, with DB-level cards occupying the majority and A-level occupying a small part. The most precious of them is S-level card Substitute Armor. S-level card Shield of Faith. 2 S-level rare cards were actually collected by Ding Dang with an A-level card. This once again shows the diversity of cards, and different ways of playing can create different results. Have you even discovered this mechanism? Jin looked at Yuni with some surprise. The number of people who knew about this mechanism was definitely small. Because most players tend to collect Ding Dang as a designated card and will not easily choose to use it. After all, once used, it will not be able to change back to a designated card. Thank you for your hard work over the years. Yuni said to Ding Dang gently. Although these things are very precious, they were collected bit by Ding Dang in the past 4 years. Only the cat knows the hardship. Meow. Ding Dang nodded hard, determined to collect more treasures and give them to Yuni. From then on, the idea of collecting treasures in his heart became more profound. Do you have anything else to say to Zaja? If I don't tell you now, I may not have the chance later. Yuni turned and looked at Jin and said. After all, no one knows what will happen next. Wait a minute before leaving. I want to teach Zaja how to use Nen. Jin finally remembered his father's responsibility and decided to leave Zaja with his own memories. Okay. Yuni agreed immediately, as he also had something to deal with. The two of them parted ways and walked in different directions. Let me see where you are. Yuni began to locate the direction in his mind. He soon determined the location. Looking behind him, Lei Ke and Gra were still competing with each other. He ignored them and directly merged into the inner world and jumped towards the southeast. It took only half an hour to reach the journey of thousands of miles. Looking forward, a familiar figure was killing all around. Countless monsters surrounded him. He looked around calmly, and suddenly a terrifying aura burst out of his body, sweeping across the entire wilderness. In an instant, time seemed to stop, and all the monsters fell to the ground with a bang, turning into cards. After he used his aura to gather all the cards, he walked towards Mashadora. As expected of the sect master. Seeing this scene, Yuni couldn't help but sigh. The one who killed thousands instantly was the sect master of Union School, Lu Yin. This was the first time Yuni saw Lu Yin really take action, and his strength was as strong as he thought. Master, long time no see. Yuni appeared in front of Liu Yin with a smile on his face. You. Seeing Yuni, Liu Yin was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. You haven't been back to Union for a long time. How are you doing recently? Union's voice was still serious, but the concern in it was still inadvertently radiated. I've been going through a lot recently. I came to you this time because I have something to tell you. Chapter 126. Yuni spoke slowly. Hearing that something was wrong, Liu Yin nodded and listened quietly. You should have heard of the Dark Continent. Yuni asked. You mean that place? I do know it. Some of the secret techniques of our Kumagakure school were learned from the creatures there. Ryuan told the information. It turned out that most of the mysterious secret techniques of the Kumigakure school were all products of the Dark Continent. Rather than products, it is better to say that they are skills that the founders have researched based on the abilities of the creatures of the Dark Continent. It was an era when gods fought. The founder of the Zaldik family, the founder of the Kumigakure school, the founder of the Foolish family, and the king of the ancient Ganyo kingdom. Each of them is a first-class existence when they are singled out, occupying half of the hunter world. I would like to invite the sect master to explore the Dark Continent with me. Yuni stated his purpose and invited. But Lu Yin was a little hesitant. He still needed to manage the entire Union school and couldn't get away. More importantly, he knew the Dark Continent, and the degree of danger was well known. You can rest assured, Master. We are currently. Yuni slowly told Liu Yin about our situation. Whether it was President Netero's personal participation or the strongest person from the Zaldik family going out, he told Liu Yin everything. As the leader of the sect, he naturally understood the value of these people. He said this just to give him some sense of security. In that case, allow me to make the arrangements. After hearing this, Lu Yin finally agreed. Everyone has a natural curiosity about the unknown, even Lu Yin is no exception. No problem. Yunya agreed with a smile. Now they are in the stage of gathering people. They need to consider everything carefully before they can set off. If you are careless, you may lose your life. After all, you don't want to lose your life as soon as you go. Then I will solve it now. Lu Yin has a strong execution ability and decided to go back immediately. By then, Union School will usher in a new wave of major changes. The next sect leader is very likely to be the current senior brother. Listen to Yin. This side has been resolved, I wonder what the situation is like over there. Yuni looked into the distance and muttered to himself. I wonder what kind of people Netero will gather to go with him. The figure merged into the shadows again and disappeared into the vast wilderness. Boy, this is not how you use Nian. Zaja, keep it up. Arriving at the outskirts of the gambling city, Jin was training Killua and Zaja strictly. Tiny air attached to their skin, foreshadowing their new life. Compared with ordinary masters, Jin's understanding of mind is obviously much better than theirs. This time, what kind of evolution will Zaja and Killua get? Have you solved your problem? Jin suddenly said, standing still. Well, it's almost done, the next step is to wait. Yunya slowly appeared from behind. Looking at the two people working hard below, a trace of relief appeared on the corner of his mouth. What are your plans next? Yuni asked, throwing the risk dice in his hand. After I train them, I will prepare for the trip to the Dark Continent. Jin had already made plans for the future. He always liked to be well prepared before setting off. This sudden invitation was obviously an accident. I should also prepare myself. As he spoke, Yuni's figure slowly disappeared. He left Greed Island at a very fast speed and headed towards the NGL Republic. In just a few hours, he appeared in the palace. Unexpectedly, Zayi was not here to handle affairs this time. After a little perception, he found that he was in the laboratory, and he didn't know what he was doing. He changed his figure again and appeared in the laboratory. It was still the same as before, with various sophisticated instruments running quickly, and every researcher was anxiously waiting for the results. In the distance, Zayi was looking at a report in front of a test bench. What are you looking at? The familiar voice made Zayi put down the report in his hand immediately. Lord, I'm looking at research information about chimera ants. The number of chimera ants has increased dramatically recently. According to our investigation, a queen ant appeared at the southern end of the Balasa Islands on the European continent. It can reproduce rapidly by devouring energy, and has now bred chimera ants of different shapes and types. This is also the reason why chimera ants appear. We are now discussing how to capture these chimera ants for further research. Zaluo told all the information. They are planning to implement a capture plan to bring some different chimera ants to the laboratory for research. Has it appeared yet? Yuni was not surprised by the appearance of the queen ant. According to the timeline, now is indeed the time for the queen ant to appear. And according to the report, different chimera ants have appeared, which means that the queen ant has begun the development stage. Should we solve it? Zayu asked carefully. No, the fittest survive. Yunya did not stop the queen ant from growing. When the ant king is born, Netero will be able to witness a wonderful battle. Then he can do a favor and capture the ant king for research. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Don't worry about it, just continue the capture plan. Yuni immediately gave the order. In response, Zaja immediately nodded and gave the capture order to the scientific researchers beside him. Then, Yuni set his sights on the two iron eggs neatly placed in front of him. They were the destructive weapons Nirvana. Two were produced in a few months, which was a breakthrough compared to the 3 produced in the previous 4 years. It can be seen that scientific research is growing at an incredible speed. I will take these 2 Nirvana first. You continue to make them, and wait for my order later. Yuni put away the 2 iron eggs. His idea was very pure, to go to various countries of V5 to borrow scientific research information, so as to obtain more weapon blueprints. Just 1 Nirvana is not enough, and it cannot have a strong deterrent effect on other countries. After all, when he is not there, who knows if V5 will suddenly attack. All the hard work accumulated for a long time will go to waste. I will obey the Lord's command. Zaja retreated with a respectful expression. Let's go now without further delay. After leaving the laboratory and looking at the sky which was gradually getting darker, Yuni decided immediately. Go to V5 to borrow weapon information. The first stop is the Okima Federation. Chapter 127. After confirming the target, Yuni directly integrated into the inner world and ran quickly. Although it was thousands of miles away from here to the Okima Federation, it only took a few hours for Yuni's speed. Is this the Okima Federation? Looking at the tall buildings in front of us and the luxury cars and beauties everywhere, it really forms a sharp contrast with the poverty of the ancient Ganyu kingdom. No one can imagine that the two are actually on the same level. Dong, dong, dong. The Big Ben in the center of the city pointed to 12 o'clock and began to ring. The bells echoed in every corner of the city, but people seemed to be used to it. Walking on the street, a strong British flavor surged. Many street performances attracted people to stop and watch. For a moment, Yuni thought he had traveled back to Earth again. The atmosphere is pretty good. Yuni praised. Then, a detailed map appeared in his mind. According to the information on the map, Yuni began to walk aimlessly on the street. No one knows what an ordinary child will do next. It's hidden quite secretly. Looking at the military base in front of him, Yuni's mouth curled up a smile. If it weren't for the map prepared by Zaja in advance, it might take some time to find this place. If nothing unexpected happens, the periphery of the military base is covered with a dragnet, and there are countless heavy soldiers and high-tech guards. It's very difficult to get in. But for Yuni, it is extremely simple. After blending into the inner world, entering the military base is as easy as entering a deserted place. Looking at the vigilant eyes of the soldiers above, they didn't know that Yuni had come to him. Without paying attention to these, Yuni continued to walk deep into the military base. The experiments are much more advanced indeed. Coming to the depths, a laboratory caught Yuni's attention. Inside were placed all kinds of the most advanced weapons. Some could fire lasers, some could spray fire dragons, and even large-scale lethal tracking missiles. These could ensure that the Okima Federation occupied the highest position in the war. After marking the location, Yuni continued to walk inside. Soon, one petri dish after another appeared in front of him. Various creatures were quietly suspended in the nutrient solution, waiting for the research of scientific researchers. Yuni knew most of these creatures. But there were still a very small number of creatures in a state of ignorance. For example, the huge petri dish placed at the deepest part. Inside was a creature covered with thick black hair, with a burly body, and emitting low roars from time to time. Yuni's intuition told him that once this creature broke out, no one in the entire military base would survive. I really don't know how the Okima Federation officials accommodated such a creature. Could it be that Chang took it away by surprise? It seems that the human race has a deeper foundation than I thought. Yuni muttered to himself. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. The things contained in the V5 countries are really surprising. It's just the Okima Federation, so what secrets are hidden in other countries? This is it. Continuing walking, Yuni suddenly saw a room wrapped in a lot of codes. In response, Yuni walked in directly. It's a prophet. In the room, there are countless safes, each containing research data on various creatures. Just based on these, Yuni is sure that the trip is worthwhile. But these cannot be eaten for the time being. He dares to guarantee that there must be alarm devices on them. Once one is taken away, it will definitely cause a sensation in the entire military base. At that time, all the things will definitely be moved to another more secret location. It will be difficult to find them again. Since they are to be taken, they must be all confirmed in their locations and taken away at once. Next one. After setting the mark, Yuni walked inside again. This time, he finally arrived at the weapon blueprint library. Looking at the door in front of him that was more than 10 meters thick, Yuni chose to walk over directly. The scene inside made him raise his eyebrows. 2 giant precision robots were patrolling everywhere, looking for all invaders who intended to plunder. A mechanical ball was hanging in front. According to the information provided by Zaja, it contains the most confidential information of the Okima Federation. It needs to go through countless verifications before it can be opened. These include but are not limited to advanced password methods such as pupil scanning, fingerprint verification, and face recognition. If there is any mistake, the mechanical ball will directly activate the final alarm and start the self-destruct mode, directly destroying the confidential information inside. And the most perverted thing is that the mechanical ball can only be in a special position. As long as it moves, it will also enter the state. These troublesome settings are indeed enough to deter thieves. But for Yuni, all of this is trivial. Wandering in the inner world, Yuni slowly came to the bottom of the mechanical ball. Sealing technique. In an instant, a talisman crossed the space and was imprinted on the mechanical ball. It directly deprived it of all its functions and turned it into a useless iron ball. Beep. Beep. Just a moment of movement, and the 2 robots' eyes glowed red, and they immediately entered combat mode. Suddenly, 2 black shadows emerged from their shadows. Immobilization technique. Once the robot was activated, even though it had already entered combat mode, it was still forcibly imprisoned in place. Yuni slowly emerged and looked at the robot. This is also a good experimental material. Yuni condensed another talisman in his hand and engraved it directly on the 2 robots. Buzz. Buzz. Under the power of the seal, the robot's various functions fell into silence. The originally red eyes became dim. At the same time, the entire military base issued an extremely deafening alarm. Woo woo woo. Yuni was not surprised at all. Because there were nano-level cameras installed in various places in the room. Swallow. In an instant, the room that was originally marked was enveloped by darkness. Everything of value was swallowed up into the other world. Oh my god, high alert! How could there be invaders coming in? What are you doing here? Hurry up! Everyone, cheer up! If something goes wrong, you will all die. In the military base, countless soldiers entered at the fastest speed. Each of them held the most advanced weapons in their hands, wanting to catch Yuni and kill him directly. But at this moment, Yuni had already appeared on the street at the beginning, walking aimlessly, passing by countless people. No one could imagine that such an ordinary person caused a shock to the entire Okima Federation. Next stop, the United States of Sahilita. Chapter 128. Yuni rushed to the next location without stopping. Zaja had not studied this place in depth, and naturally did not know where some confidential information was placed. This required Yuni to use his own method to solve it. Every country has its own characteristics. Coming to the United States of Sahilita, compared to other countries, this place has a different style. The houses everywhere are all with national characteristics, which is pleasing to the eye. Everyone is wearing special clothes, walking on the street to handle their own affairs. After observing for a while, Yuni came to a hidden location. Out. In an instant, countless black shadows gathered from the shadows and stood in front of Yuni in an orderly manner, waiting for orders. Find the target. The next moment, all the shadows disappeared in an instant and rushed in all directions. The people above had no idea of the undercurrents in the shadow world. While waiting, Yuni strolled on the streets to appreciate the customs and practices of other countries. After a while, the shadows sent useful information. The secret location of the Sahilita United States is in an underground ruin. If it weren't for the shadow's ability to penetrate space, this place might not have been discovered. Compared to the previous military base, the underground ruins of the Sahilita United States are obviously much safer. When they arrived at the destination after integrating into the inner world, a huge palace came into view. This is the product of the Sahilita United States modified according to the original ruins outline, adding a lot of things. There is no one here. Looking closely, there is no one guarding the huge underground palace. After sensing, there is not even a basic camera. It is hard to imagine that this is a place where secrets are stored. Maybe the United States of Sahilita thinks that no one can find this place. After all, the secrecy can be guaranteed. Looking around, there are rocks everywhere. If you want to get in, you have to penetrate the rocks. But how did the people of the United States of Sahilita get in? Tell me a riddle. Yuni had no time to care about these. After integrating into the inner world again, he walked towards the palace. As expected, there was no soldier guarding inside. This was like leaving the door here, and you can come in by yourself. But whether you dare or not depends on yourself. For Yuni, that was too daring. Let me see where the secret room is. Yuni closed his eyes, and his huge mental power instantly covered the entire palace. Suddenly, Yuni felt that there was an extremely powerful energy lurking under the palace. As expected, this was the protective measure of the Sahilita United States. No wonder there were no soldiers. Once this power erupted, no one present would survive. Without alerting the enemy, Yuni continued to sense the environment inside the palace and quickly located 4 locations. Among them were the armory, laboratory, confidential room, and experimental space. After determining the location, Yuni came to the laboratory first. Like the Okima Federation, countless culture dishes were placed on both sides, waiting for research. However, the Sahilita United States is a little different. There are no strange creatures here. Like the Okima Federation, it should be a special case. No, there are differences. Yuni immediately denied his previous thought. In the corner of the laboratory, a dark egg was suspended in a small petri dish. It exuded a strong breath of darkness and life. It seemed to sense Yuni's arrival and jumped twice. Interesting, I'll take you away later. Yuni immediately became interested. He wanted to see what this egg could hatch. He continued to observe for a while, and when he saw nothing, he left here and went to the secret room. There was still a suspended mechanical ball quietly placed in the room. It can be seen that the technology trees of the major countries are actually similar, at least in one aspect. It also shows from the side that as long as NGL masters these technologies, it can be on par with V5 to some extent. Mark the location and go to the last location. Experimental space. Follow the coordinates to the experimental space, and everything inside is clear at a glance. There is no black in the pure white space. Countless robots stand in place as if they have lost energy. In addition, there is the ground stained with blood and broken limbs everywhere. These do not belong to humans, but to some kind of creatures. It can be seen that a horrific killing experiment has taken place here, which is probably to confirm the various indicators and strengths of the robots. These things are good, take them all away. Yuni immediately decided to be a good person and help the Sahilita United States clean up the garbage. Coming to the secret room again, Yuni took down the mechanical ball in the same way. And swallowed all the useful things according to the coordinates. Bang! Just after all this was done, there was a sudden explosion-like sound from directly below the palace. The mechanical sound echoed throughout the empty underground ruins. The next second, a huge robot broke through the cage of the earth and came to the ground. The blood-red mechanical eyeballs kept scanning the underground ruins to find the figure of the intruder. But no matter how it scanned, it did not find any living creatures. Thanks to the strong support of the United States of Sahilita, I will leave first. Yuni ran away. He soon disappeared into the underground ruins and returned to the surface. At this time, the value of the inner world has risen sharply, containing top-secret information and high-tech products of the 2 major countries. Even if this information is given to a small country, it can soar to the sky in an instant. There are 2 more countries, let's make a quick decision. Yuni decided to speed up. After all, the continuous borrowing of 2 countries will definitely make the other countries alert, so as to move the secrets to a more secret place. Without hesitation, Yuni headed to the next country. Hey, it's almost done. Yuni was satisfied looking at the 4 mechanical balls in the other world. In addition, there are countless weapons and robots. What the Burgros United Nations and the Mingbo Republic have are similar, and there are not too many surprises. As for the ancient Ganyu Kingdom, there is no need to explore it. After all, everyone knows the reason for their development. It may also be because deeper things have not been discovered. But what we have now is almost the same, and the next step is the most important step. Research and upgrade. It's time to do some research and see how far NGL can grow. Chapter 129. He was already looking forward to the future development of NGL. Once they succeeded in researching these data, it would be of great help to their exploration of the Dark Continent. After taking a last look at the turbulent country, Yuni slowly merged into the inner world. Everything around him seemed to have nothing to do with him. After traveling thousands of miles to the laboratory again, Zaja was still looking at the report in his hand. Come with me. Yuni took him to the king's palace and took out 4 mechanical balls. This is it. Zaja's eyes widened instantly when he saw these mechanical balls. He had a deep understanding of V5 and naturally knew that they used a top-secret sphere to store secrets. He had thought that sooner or later he would make a mechanical ball belonging to his own country, but he didn't expect that it would appear before his eyes now. I have found the things for you, you need to seize the opportunity yourself. Yuni threw the mechanical ball into Zaja's hands casually. The mechanical ball contains countless codes, and it is simply a fantasy to unlock them. If Zaja can really study the mechanical ball thoroughly and unlock it, it means that he has seized the opportunity and successfully brought NGL to a higher level. Okay, Master. Zaja looked at the mechanical ball in his hand excitedly. The production is not good yet, but it is only a matter of time for him to crack the code. After all, the hundreds of scientific researchers in the laboratory are not eating for free. Study it carefully, and I hope I can see the brand new NGL next time I come. Yuni nodded, and then disappeared on the spot. I will succeed. Zaja was full of confidence, and hurried to the laboratory with the mechanical ball. You're back. Jin lazily leaned against the rock and said. Below, Gon and Killua had made great progress in their control of mind after training. Compared to before, it can be said that they were in a world of difference. I found something. I don't know if you have seen it. The shadow behind Yuni moved quickly. The next second, a pitch-black egg emerged, still trembling slightly. What is this? Jin narrowed his eyes. He obviously also felt the thick dark aura above. No need to think too much, it is another product of the Dark Continent. I got this from the laboratory in the United States of Saherda. Yuni calmly told the story. Oh, that's how it is. What? You actually went to V5's laboratory and took things out? Jin looked at Yuni in shock. He never thought that Yuni was so powerful that he went directly to V5 to borrow things. Even when he was dealing with high-ranking officials of V5, he had to be polite. Although telekinesis can resist nuclear bombs, very few people can reach this level. Don't be impatient, it's just borrowing something. Yuni waved his hand to signal not to get excited. If Jin knew that he had borrowed from all the countries in V5, he would explode on the spot. How could I not be excited? I don't know what this thing is, but you can hatch it and see. Newly born creatures won't be too powerful. Jinping calmed down and made a suggestion. Hatch. Okay. Yuni agreed immediately. He also wanted to see what kind of creature was inside that could be contained in the laboratory by the United States of Sahelta. Bang! The sound of rocks breaking was heard. Looking closely, Gon was using his famous skill, rock paper scissors, to hit the rocks. Killua, who was standing by, took fewer detours after being taught by Jin and successfully found his own path. Control electricity. But unfortunately, Killua needed to charge before he could use his telekinesis, so he could only watch Gon showing off his power. Really, why do I need to charge it? Killua scratched his hair in annoyance. Who needs to charge before using Nen? Do you really think he is a power bank? Want electricity? I'll help you. As soon as the words fell, the originally clear sky suddenly became dark. Countless lightning was brewing in it, bursting with a crackling sound. What's going on? Turning his head, Yuni had transformed into the god of thunder, with divine thunder wrapped around his body, releasing a dazzling white light. Killua, get it! Before Killua could react, countless lightning bolts struck Killua from the sky. Ah! Killua endured the pain, his body unconsciously absorbing the lightning. In just 1 second, Killua felt his body filled with the power of lightning. This was the purest thunder. Collect! Yuni controlled the speed and dispersed the lightning. Soon, the sun shone on the earth again, and the blue sky was still bright. At this time, Killua only felt that he was full of power and had nowhere to release it. After releasing his mind ability, lightning instantly wrapped around his body, and he looked very manic. Thunder palm. The next moment, Killua's palm was covered with lightning and hit the rock hard. Bang! The violent force immediately shattered the huge rock and flew everywhere. This scene made Zaja's eyes light up. So handsome, Killua. It's just okay. Killua proudly puffed out his chest and pretended to be normal. Your strength has become stronger again. Seeing the scene just now, Jin couldn't help but be surprised. The surging lightning was enough to turn a person into ashes in an instant. If Yuni hadn't controlled the strength, even if Killua was a power bank, he would have exploded directly. It's okay. Yunya didn't care. There are more powerful moves that have not been shown. If the purple gold dragon is released again, I wonder how its power will change compared to 4 years ago. Can it severely injure the terrifying creature in the deep sea? This is almost over, what are your plans next? Looking at the two hard-working kids, Jin asked Yuni seriously. Prepare for the next step. It would be better if I had your help. Yunya said slowly. If you need any help from me, just let me know. Jin patted his chest and said confidently. I want you to be the knowledge consultant of the NGL Republic. Yuni said it directly without hiding anything. Jin's knowledge is extremely terrifying. It can be said that he knows everything from astronomy to geography. It is undoubtedly the best choice to make him a knowledge consultant. Moreover, as a 2-star hunter, he has the support of the Hunter Association, which is also a considerable background. What's more, he comes from the mysterious Fulishi family, so it is natural to improve the relationship. NGL? Are you talking about the country that has been rising to great power recently? Chapter 130. Jin thought of the country he had been hearing about before. NGL had been widely known among the upper class, and no one could ignore NGL, which had risen to the status of a great power in just 4 years. You know, every great power has been passed down for countless years to reach its current status. NGL was like a rising star, making everyone present feel amazed and even afraid. Yes, you can think about it. But it has to be done as soon as possible, after all, it may not be needed in the future. Yunyi's words were very confident. This was his affirmation of NGL's potential. Jin also heard the meaning of his words, and couldn't help but be a little whimsical about Yunyi's idea. V5 has always been at the top of the world rankings, and what it contains is something that a country cannot catch up with in 1,000 years. How can an NGL that has just developed for 4 years catch up with others' thousands of years of inheritance? I'll join. Jin smiled and agreed. He trusted Yunyi instead of NGL. Yunyi had created more miracles than him, which made him subconsciously think that he could succeed this time. With this idea in mind, Jin chose to go crazy once. Once he chose NGL, it meant that he had chosen a team. In the future, V5 would no longer extend an olive branch to him, but would ignore his existence and even count him as an enemy. Facing all this, Jin accepted it calmly. You won't regret it. Yunya has 100% confidence in his plan. After getting those mechanical balls, this confidence has increased countless times. In the future, Jin will be glad for his choice. I will report to NGL when I have time. Jin picked up the letter of appointment given to him by Yunyi and stood up. He took a last look at the two little ones below, and his figure gradually disappeared from his sight. For Jin, leaving without saying goodbye is the best farewell. Zaja didn't know that Jin had started a new journey. It was not until the evening that the two of them finished their training. Dad, what are we training next? Xiaoji shouted excitedly, but saw only Yunya standing there. He was smart and obviously understood that Jin had quietly left. These days of getting along made him truly experience the father's love, although the time was short. But Xiaoji believed that they would meet again in the end. This irresponsible guy. Killua said helplessly. Which father would abandon his family and children for adventure? Is the charm of this really that great? You two, we should go now. At this time, Yunyi was already on his way to the hotel, calling on the two to hurry up. Lake and Gra appeared beside them without knowing when, holding a large piece of meat that they had not finished eating. Got it. Killua pulled Zaja and hurriedly followed. Greed Island was still very dangerous late at night. When they arrived at the hotel, Yunyi spent a lot of money to choose the best room to live in. Looking out the window at the dark night, his body quickly circulated the Taisha cultivation technique. You two should help each other and work hard together. We have something else to do, so we'll leave first. Yunya told the two of them and then turned and left. After crossing mountains and turbulent rivers, they finally arrived at the port over thousands of kilometers. They walked to the director's castle and knocked on the door. Who is it? You knock on the door so early in the morning. You really don't know what's good for you. A thin man opened the door with a complaining look on his face. You guys. The thin man pointed at the two people with disbelief on his face. Chief, they are coming again. Finally, the thin man ran away with a frightened face and shouted. Don't make such a fuss, don't you want to do this anymore? The director came out with a big belly and a mouth full of oil. At first, he didn't care much about Yuni's appearance, but soon, his brain started to work rapidly. It's you, kid, you're not dead. The director looked at Yuni who was intact in surprise. This statement confirmed that the 10 million J reward in the Bounty City was from the director's hand. You seem to want me to die. But I don't want you to die. Yuni smiled. As the person in charge of the boat tickets, the director holds countless cards of departure. Once he is killed, it will be difficult for such card babies to continue to explode cards in the future. Please forgive me, I won't dare to do it again. The director obviously misunderstood Yuni's meaning and knelt on the ground humbly begging for mercy. In order to survive, he chose to give up his dignity. If you want to survive, you need to be sincere. Lao Deng, give me some cards. Yuni gave him a chance to survive. Hearing this, the director didn't understand what it meant, but he had plenty of cards. He kept taking out cards from his small pocket. Until finally, a full 1,000 cards were handed over to Yuni. This was not the director's limit, but it was enough. It would be useless to have more. The amount you offered me is quite high. I didn't realize you were so rich. Yuni looked surprised. The director understood what he meant and took out a handful of gold coins from his small pocket and gave them to Yuni. He didn't stop until he had emptied his pocket. Okay, your sincerity is sufficient, I am very satisfied. You can continue to offer a reward, I have no objection. Yuni did not stop the director from offering a reward. If it can add some color to the boring trip, it would be a good choice. I dare not. The director lowered his head quickly, but the gleam in his eyes said it all. I'm leaving now, see you next time. After saying that, Yuni left here slowly. When he came outside and looked at the blue sky, Yuni felt relaxed and happy. Let's go back and see how great-grandfather is doing. Yuni used the boat ticket to fly away from Greed Island. He appeared again in the hotel of the ancient Ganyo kingdom. Where to go? Naturally return there. After simply packing up his luggage, he headed for Kurora mountain. He got on the deer helicopter and completely left the ancient Ganyo kingdom. In the sky, the strong wind swept wantonly, but the three people in the cabin did not feel it at all, and even hummed a song. Finally, after another day and night, they successfully arrived at the lake behind Kurora mountain. Looking down, Maha was sitting on the bench fishing as usual. He was there whenever he was. Great-great-grandfather. The helicopter landed on the ground and Yuni's figure emerged from it. Xiao Yuni, long time no see. Maha's voice was still old, and his face was full of smiles like a kind elder. Who are these two? Chapter 131. He was referring to the two people behind Yuni, Lei and Gra. This was the first time Maha had seen them. They are my partners and the first choice to go to the Dark Continent together. Yuni explained the identities of the two people. At the same time, he told Maha about what he had gained during this period, including the map of the Dark Continent. You are growing so fast. Maha said with satisfaction. To be able to achieve such results in such a short period of time, such talent is rare in the whole world. Do you know why I didn't name you according to the family rules? Maha suddenly said. In response, Yuni shook his head. The names of the Zaldik family have been named according to the rules for generations, such as Killua's name. But when it comes to Yuni, it becomes a unique case. Because from the first moment I saw you I knew you represented freedom and exploration. The Zaldik family can't trap you or stop you from moving forward. Maha slowly explained the reason. From the first time he saw the aura blooming from Yuni, he had a premonition that this child's future was destined to be extraordinary. In order to free Yuni from restrictions, Maha took the lead in breaking the rules. Until now, Maha is sure that his original choice was not wrong. I didn't expect that I would have such a story. Yuni was a little surprised. He thought that this name was chosen by Maha out of inspiration, but he didn't expect that the meaning behind it was so unusual. Since you are ready, when should we set off? Maha asked. Let's wait a little longer. Yuni didn't plan to set off right away. First, he needed to give Netero some time to gather people and prepare. Second, he had to wait for a while to see what the research and development results of NGL were. If successful, it would be of great help to this expedition. In addition, he had to seize every opportunity to improve his own strength and make the most basic preparations for the crisis that would occur next. Well, everything went according to your plan. Maha didn't say much. He chose to believe Yuni. If there is nothing else, we will leave first. After saying that, Yuni disappeared from the spot. Only Maha was left fishing on the silent plain. His eyes changed rapidly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Yuni residence. From today on, I will give you 2 special training until we set off. Yunya looked at the 2 people in front of him and said. Their current strength is very strong compared to human society. But facing the treacherous dark continent, they are still a little weak. Really? I can't wait any longer. I will definitely study hard. The 2 were very excited. The feeling of being strong can make people addicted, especially those who were weak before. The plan was completed, and the 3 of them were immersed in training in the following time. In the process of training the 2, Yunyi's own strength was also improving crazily. This was all due to his supreme comprehension and 16 hours of training every day. Although this operation of training and sleeping and training is a bit anti-human, it is just right for them. The state lasted for about a few months until Jin's letter, and the training was completely over. Pang! Lai Ke pushed open the long-sealed Yellow Springs gate with both hands. This time, he pushed open all the gates easily, and his strength had reached another peak. It's my turn. Gra couldn't wait to step forward, and pushed forward with his muscles tensed. Bang! In a few seconds, the gate of the underworld was pushed open again. This scene stunned the surrounding tourists. What did Jin write to me? Yunyi opened Jin's letter and read it carefully. It clearly stated that Jin had completed the exploration of the underground ruins and would report to NGL soon. If there was anything else or he needed to leave, he could always contact him. This was all the information in the letter. Calculating the current time, the story of the Chimera Ant should have started long ago. Thinking of this, Yunyi took out a phone from the shadows. Beep beep beep. Hello, who is this? A lively voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, President, it's me. Where are you now? Yunya asked directly. We are all in the same boat, so there is no need to hide anything. I am on my way to NGL now. Something extremely bad happened over there and I need to fix it. According to the report, creatures from the Dark Continent appeared. Netero told Yunyi all the information truthfully. Yunyi did not choose to stop it, so just like the original plot, the Ant King was born. Along with him were the Ant King's 3 guards. NGL? I'll go there later. Yunyi's words were like a reassurance, making Netero laugh. If you can come, I will be relieved. After talking nonsense for a while, Yunyi hung up the phone. Let's go to NGL. Yunya called out to the 2 people who were still pushing the Yellow Spring gate to keep up. Soon, he completely disappeared from people's sight. Are you here so soon? Jin looked into the distance, with golden light flashing in his eyes. You are talking about that? Zayuluo asked curiously. He naturally knew about Jin's identity. After seeing Yunyi's recommendation letter, Zayuluo was even more confident in him. Jin, how come you have aged again after such a long time? Yunyi's teasing voice sounded. Seeing the person coming, Zayuluo's expression instantly became meticulous as if it was a conditioned reflex. Lord, welcome to your presence. Well, how is the development of the mechanical ball going? Has the password been cracked? Yunya asked doubtfully. After the entire laboratory's scientific researchers worked together to crack it, they successfully retrieved the top-secret information inside after spending 2 months. Speaking of this, Zayuluo's face was full of confidence. As he said at the beginning, it was only a matter of time to crack the mechanical ball. Now it has indeed proved this point. Get the information inside, we have made rapid progress in technology. Today we have successfully produced a large number of high-tech products. Among them are military robots that can fight. Zayuluo said with a serious expression what he had gained in the past few months. It can be said that after the upgrade of the mechanical ball, NGL's technology tree has been upgraded from the original level 4 to level 10. It has truly completed a qualitative change. For Zayuluo, becoming V5 is only a matter of time. More importantly, it includes but is not limited to top secrets in science and technology. Lord, in the process of researching information, we discovered a lot of information about unknown creatures. These organisms do not exist in the biobank. Chapter 132. What Zaluo is talking about is naturally the strange creatures in the petri dishes of major national laboratories. Take me to see. Yuni was also very curious about these creatures. Following the steps, everyone came to the laboratory. Compared with the last time, there were significant changes here. The original instruments have been recycled and replaced by more high-tech products. Looking closely, the smiles on the faces of the researchers in the laboratory never stopped. For them, the ultimate mystery of life is to constantly explore technology. In order to achieve the dream of flesh and blood being weak and mechanical ascension. Please follow me. Zaluo walked quickly and finally stopped in front of an instrument. As he operated, biological information appeared on the huge screen in front of him. Seeing these creatures, even Jin's eyes were full of curiosity. So these are the creatures. After reading carefully, Yuni understood instantly. The unknown creatures above are the creatures of the Dark Continent defined as the 5 major disasters by V5. Each of them has unique and powerful abilities. Have you studied it to this stage? The information clearly shows their weaknesses, strengths, exploits, solutions, and many other things. This also indirectly shows that V5 has always wanted to get involved in the Dark Continent. These are not the most important things. Zaluo said hesitantly, and then pulled up another picture. The creature in the picture was covered with thick black hair, making it difficult to see what it looked like. The only thing that could attract people's attention was the single eye on its face. This is... Yuni narrowed his eyes slightly. He was not mistaken. This iconic blood-red eye was the one he saw in the deep sea. But in the picture in front of him, this creature was obviously found in the Okima Federation. It was most likely a cub. Is it its child? Yuni immediately made an inference. But what he really wanted to know was how the people of the Okima Federation captured it. Looking down, the answer had already appeared. According to the information, this cub was found on the edge of the endless sea of the Dark Continent and was in a dormant state at the time. Obviously, this cub was washed to the edge during its dormancy and was encountered by the people of the Okima Federation, who took it back. It was still dormant until it entered the culture dish. The Dark Continent is really mysterious. Jin smiled. His curiosity about the Dark Continent deepened. Study these biological information carefully. Besides that, the most important thing is whether the weapon blueprints are ready. Yuni turned around and asked. For him, the most important thing at the moment is the weapon blueprints. It has been studied. Zaluo quickly retrieved the information. The next second, countless weapon blueprints appeared in front of him, arranged in descending order of danger. Among them was the blueprint of Nirvana, ranked 5th. The blueprint with the first sequence was called Destroyer. Its power was simple and crude. Once used, everything within a radius of 10 kilometers would disappear, as if it had been wiped out from the world. No matter how hard it was, no matter what form it was, it all disappeared before his eyes. The range was small because everything was focused on the damage. But in contrast, the production process was very difficult and the conditions required were extremely harsh. The most perverted of them all was the need for the purest dark matter. This technology could only be mastered by V5 countries, and the process of generating dark matter was also extremely difficult. This led to the direct formation of a micro-closed loop. The horrible production conditions and limited range resulted in the number of destroyers being extremely rare. Currently, the only country known to have them is the Okima Federation, and there is only one. Just make this thing. Tell me what you need. Yuni made a decision immediately. Being able to strike a strong blow to an individual is the best thing for him. Anyway, he still has Nirvana to fight a large-scale battle. What he needs most now is a destructive weapon like Destroyer. Yes. Zaluo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and agreed reluctantly. He could already see the difficult years ahead. At that time, just studying Nirvana took up a lot of time, not to mention the current Destroyer. Do what you can. Yuni glanced at the other drawings briefly and turned to leave the laboratory. There was no need to understand other things for the time being. The most important thing now was to meet up with the president as soon as possible. Then eat melons. Jin, come with me, I'll show you a good show. Yuni smiled. Then he used various radios and telephones to call people. Good show. Jin was a little confused, but he followed. Soon, the two arrived at the border of NGL. From a distance, 3 figures were slowly appearing from a distance. How could they appear here? Jin was a little surprised. The people who appeared in the distance were Netero and his 2 helpers, Emolawu and Nobu. Both of them were top-notch Nin masters in the Hunter Association. This was enough to show the president's determination now. Ha ha ha, you're really here. Seeing Yuni and Jin, Netero laughed. Of course I'm coming, after all, it concerns all of humanity. Yuni said with a smile on his face. Did a creature from the Dark Continent appear? After hearing the conversation between the two, Jin instantly understood what had happened. If Netero could personally take action and take it seriously, then he knew it was a creature from the Dark Continent. Guessed it right. Please watch the VCR. Yuni snapped his fingers. The next moment, a screen emerged from the shadows. A sizzling sound was heard, and a picture gradually appeared on the screen. This should make it easier to see. Gara's voice sounded. He adjusted the position of the camera and aimed it at the huge palace in front. This is where the Ant King Miruem exists, the Republic of East Gothar. Yuni gave the exact direction. He also explained all kinds of information about the Chimera ants. On the screen, Miruem slowly emerged from the palace. His whole body was light green, and he looked around with an unruly expression. His body was full of lean muscles, and there was a needle-like tail needle on his tail. The tyrannical aura emanating from his body was even more frightening, and Netero frowned even through the screen. The 2 hunters on the side felt a little bit of fear. Very strong. These 4 words fully describe Netero's evaluation of Miruem. Is this the Chimera ant? Jin looked at the figure on the screen seriously. He could also feel the other party's silent strength. Suddenly, Miruem seemed to have sensed something, and suddenly looked towards the camera and exchanged glances with everyone. Chapter 133. Instantly, the terrifying aura like a ferocious beast entered everyone's eyes and even their hearts. Everyone present felt a deep shudder at the same time. Netero frowned, secretly speculating on the chances of winning in a fight. The other 2 hunters, Emolawu and Nob, were so scared that they were stunned in place, their minds blank. They dared not imagine how terrifying this aura would be if they really fought face to face. It's not easy. Jin muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with golden light. Obviously, he was not sure that he could defeat a powerful creature like Miruem. Isn't this kid Gla still running? Yunya didn't feel much. He just felt that this gaze was like a real ant staring at him, which did not cause any psychological harm. It may also be because he kept practicing the Taisha cultivation technique, which has raised his mental power to an incredible level. Compared with these, he was more concerned about Gla's situation. Pang! The moment Miruem looked over, Gra had already entered the battle state, kicked his feet hard, and rushed forward. He did not retreat, but chose to attack. Good boy! Netero praised. He was able to take the initiative to attack under such pressure, which was amazing enough. And outside the palace, Miruem did not take Gra seriously at all. Even though it was just a newborn and its strength had not yet reached its peak, its unruly character still made it choose to despise everyone. 6 gates of Dungia. Open. Gra did not follow the routine at all, and directly activated the ultimate move. In an instant, a surging wave of air swept through his body, forcibly stimulating the corresponding acupuncture points. Under the stimulation, his skin quickly turned red, and wisps of steam rose up and floated in the air. A more violent aura appeared on Gra's body, as if a prehistoric beast had descended into the world. The original strength increased several times. This was the ultimate result of Gra's special training for several months. Ants actually have such strength. Miruem admitted that he underestimated Gra. Who would have thought that this old man would burst out with all his strength right from the start? Looking at the rushing Gra, Miruem did not take it lightly, and his muscles were tense, vowing to withstand this attack. Come on, let me see your strength. Miruem laughed wildly and looked at Gram wantonly. He didn't even try to hide. Are you so rampant? I will let you know what regret is today. Gra showed a sly smile. The surging chi attached to the thigh again, deeply stimulating the acupuncture points. In an instant, the thigh became swollen, and it contained the power of the whole body. Not good. Seeing this, Miruem's eyes widened and he wanted to leave. But it was too late. He gathered all his strength and kicked it hard in the abdomen. Bang! What will be the result? Netero stared at the screen. This was a great opportunity to determine Miruem's strength. Mo Lao and Nob were stunned by this earth-shattering kick. How did this guy train? Jin couldn't help but look at Yuni, who was not panicking at all. What kind of special training could make Gra reach his current level? This has become Jin's most interesting thing at the moment. After about 30 seconds, the answer finally appeared on the screen. Looking closely, Miruem's abdomen was missing a large piece of flesh and blood, which was kicked away. Not only that, the wound was still bleeding green blood, and soon a pool of blood formed at the bottom of his feet. Great! On the other hand, Gra's right leg was completely disabled and unable to move. This blow poured all the strength of his body into his right leg, which naturally caused it to be instantly paralyzed. Fortunately, his left leg was still mobile. Now that his physical strength had reached zero, Gra kicked away and quickly left the battlefield before the enemy reinforcements arrived. At the moment Gra left, a tall and thin blonde young man came here in a hurry. Surprisingly, 2 butterfly wings extended from his back. Not surprisingly, this person was from the ant army camp. Have the 3 guards appeared as well? Looking at the figure on the screen, Yuni's answer immediately appeared in his mind. This man's name is Owl Yapufu, one of the 3 guards bred by the Queen Ant herself, who is responsible for protecting the Ant King. Each of the 3 guards has his own unique mind ability, and they use it very skillfully. Just like the Owl Yapufu in front of him, its ability can decompose into countless small pufu. It can be used to dodge enemy attacks, monitor enemy whereabouts, control enemy spirits, etc. But the body that controls all the small pufus needs to be at least the size of a fly. The Ant King has recovered. Mo Lao exclaimed. On the screen, Owl Yapufu fed Miruem a piece of human heart flesh. Looking closely, there was still air attached to it, indicating that its owner was a psychic. The moment it was swallowed, Miruem's wounds recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his strength continued to rise. The situation is not good. This characteristic immediately gave Netero a warning. Once it continues to devour non-users, how terrifying will its strength be? It can be said that time is now against the clock. Every delay will reduce the possibility of defeating Miruem. We have to hurry in. Ni Luo rushed into NGL, but was stopped by the guards beside him. Please register for inspection. The guard said meticulously. After seeing Mo Lao behind Netero, he unconsciously tightened his gun. At this moment, their weapons have been upgraded to a very advanced version. Even people with an ability have to be treated with caution. No need, let them in. Yuni slowly took out the king's token. Seeing this thing, the guard's pupil shrank, and he immediately saluted and respectfully gave up his position. And subconsciously covered the computer. What is the registration and inspection? They don't have it here. This. Xiaoun, are you the king? Netero looked at the token in Yuni's hand in shock. His understanding of NGL was no worse than Jin's, and even more so. He naturally understood what the token meant. Especially with the recent development of NGL, the token seemed even more precious. I am not a king. But I have the power. Yuni said calmly. Hearing this, Netero wanted to ask, but time obviously didn't agree with him to continue. He took a step and continued on his way. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you wait for us? Chapter 134. An old voice sounded from behind. Turning around, they saw 2 figures in the distance slowly appearing in front of everyone. You guys are here too. Netero looked at the 2 of them in surprise. Xiaoun asked us to come. Maha said with a smile. Long time no see, Netero. Liuyan still wore a mask and spoke in a serious voice. 2 more big shots arrived. They were all called by Yuni to watch the show. When they heard that Netero was going to fight the creatures of the Dark Continent, they all came here excitedly. 2 more strong men. Mo Lao looked at the 2 men in disbelief. Although he didn't know their identities, he could guess from their aura that they were both strong men who had never appeared in the world. Today, everyone gathered together just to watch Netero fight. Haha, it's really lively. Netero said with a smile. He obviously didn't expect that a war between Ant Kings would involve so many people. Without hesitation, everyone went to the Republic of East Gochuo. All the people present were strong and powerful. After firing at full power, they arrived at their destination in less than half a day. We should split up and deal with the miscellaneous soldiers first. Netero made the suggestion. No one on the scene objected. Dealing with the miscellaneous soldiers would effectively prevent accidents. After the decision was made, everyone disappeared in an instant. I wonder how Zaja is doing. It was raining heavily, and Killua was walking around bored in the silent forest. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the grass beside him. Hearing the sound, Killua's fingers slowly stretched out sharp claws, and his eyes kept alert to the situation around him. The next second, a figure slowly walked out. The hip-hop style clothes could not hide his burly body, and the lion-like face revealed ferocity, and the sharp claws were even more powerful than Killua's. I'm so disappointed. How come he's just a little devil? I must go kill a few more ants later to add to the fun. Leulu looked at Killua with disdain, not taking him seriously at all. This humanoid lion is one of the division leaders of the ant army, and his strength should not be underestimated. Its nin ability is called Debt Issuing Machine, which can borrow other people's nin abilities for use, with a time limit of 60 minutes. After borrowing the ability, the other party's name, ability name, number of rentals and other information will automatically appear in the issuing machine in its hand and can be used for confirmation at any time. If the other party dies, the information will be deleted and the ability can no longer be used, so this ability can be used in turn to confirm whether the borrower is dead. During the rental period, the borrower cannot use this ability. To borrow an ability, the following two conditions must be met. 1. You have actually seen the other party's nin ability, or know the name of the nin ability. 2. Use words like "you owe me a favor" or "I'm not helping you for nothing" to sell favors to the other party and obtain the other party's consent. Only when these two conditions are met can you borrow the other party's nin ability. Killua didn't say anything. He could feel the power of Ryulu. The ferocious aura forced Killua to be on high alert. The result of underestimating the enemy would only be death. Relax, because you will die soon. Ryulu said with a wild laugh. The next second, a strong aura burst out from his body, even evaporating the raindrops on his body. Tube. As the telekinesis was activated, a trident harpoon and a surfboard appeared in Leulu's hands. This was an ability he borrowed from Emolauhu's friend Gulakian. The limitation was that it could only be used on rainy days, which was just right for the weather at the moment. Little devil, die! Leulu shouted, holding a harpoon and madly attacking Killua. Each attack was extremely sharp, even raindrops had to avoid its edge. Damn it! Killua felt the opponent's strength and his face looked a little ugly. Bang! 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 Facing the fierce attack, Killua could only defend continuously. Even so, he had a few more scars on his body, mixed with raindrops flowing to the ground. What should I do? Killua was not impatient because of the injury, but calmed down to observe the way out. Suddenly, the raindrops hitting his face seemed to remind him of something. Lightning! Killua found the answer and immediately activated his energy without hesitation. Instantly, lightning wrapped around his body, making a crackling sound. At the moment when the harpoon attacked, Killua covered the lightning with his palm and fiercely resisted it. Zzz. The powerful force resisted the attack for a while. At the same time, the fierce electric current quickly flowed into Leulu's body along the harpoon. Under the stimulation of the raindrops, the lightning became more violent and ran wildly in his body. Ah! Leulu suddenly felt that he was suffering from intense pain from the inside out. He almost lost his grip on the harpoon and dropped it on the ground. Damn kid, I'm going to string you up and eat you. Leulu's eyes were red, and his muscles swelled instantly, tearing his wet clothes apart. Seeing this, Killua frowned and continued to use his ability. Thunderbolt. In the sky, several lightning bolts struck Leulu. But it stood in the center, staring at Killua with red eyes, as if it was not affected at all. The lion's body is the most powerful. Leulu roared, spreading throughout the forest. The roar made Killua cover his ears uncomfortably. Giant waves. The next second, the heavy raindrops gathered into a huge wave. Leulu stepped on the surfboard and steadily looked down at Killua on the huge waves. Die, kid! Instantly, a huge wave hit Killua violently. Bang! Countless trees collapsed and were submerged in the waves. The huge waves swallowed up everything in sight, including Killua. Where are the people? Leulu looked deep into the water, searching for Killua. It was obvious that it wanted to string Killua up and eat him. This kind of psychic ability user was a great tonic for them. Soon, Leulu found Killua, who was almost unconscious, lying on the muddy ground. At that moment, Killua knew that he could not escape, and used lightning to form a barrier in time to offset some of the damage. But even so, the surging waves still made him feel like his whole body was about to fall apart. Finally I found you, I can't wait any longer. Leulu's mouth couldn't stop drooling, and the desire in his eyes made Killua know that it might be over. I can't die here. Killua kept looking around, trying to find a glimmer of hope. Just as Leulu was about to kill Killua with a harpoon, a voice slowly came from the depths of the forest. You really don't know how to live or die. Chapter 135. Leulu stopped moving and turned to look. He saw Like slowly walking out of the depths of the forest with a knife in hand. The blade was stained with blood that could not be washed away by rain. He looked at Leulu with cold eyes, not at all intimidated by his appearance and the violent aura he exuded. Brother Like. Kia looked at the newcomer with joy, and his heart finally settled down. Little ghost, no matter who comes, they can't save you today. Including this human. Leulu said arrogantly. Even though it felt that Like had killed countless chimera ants. It's okay, the boss is here. Like ignored Leulu and said to himself. This disregard caused Leulu's dissatisfaction, so he temporarily let Killua go and aimed the harpoon at Like. Miscellaneous cultivator, don't interrupt me when I'm talking. As he said that, Leulu kicked his feet and rushed forward to attack. Bang! In an instant, the blades collided, sparks flew from the friction mixed with raindrops. Facing this surging attack, Like didn't even use his chi, relying only on his physical strength to fight back. Using a mortal body to fight against a lion's body. Leulu quickly realized this, and his muscles swelled again, increasing his strength to overwhelm Like. But he was surprised to find that no matter how unexpected the burst of power was, Like remained unmoved and maintained an evenly matched fight. It was as if the human in front of him had become an unbridgeable gap. Damn it! Leulu cursed and retreated violently. You asked for this. Vortex. In an instant, Leulu stepped onto the surfboard and rushed towards Like. During this process, raindrops turned into vortices following the surfboard. Go to hell! Leulu held the harpoon in his hand and stabbed it into Like's chest without mercy. The double attack of the vortex and the harpoon made Like unable to avoid it. Humph! Facing such a violent attack, Lake's expression did not change. Howling of the wind. The next moment, a surge of energy emerged from Like's body, and countless wailing souls appeared behind him. The wind god roars. The summoned souls gathered into a phantom of the wind god and entered into the blade of Like, slashing fiercely. Whoosh! The huge sword energy mixed with the purest power of wind rushed towards Leulu. The originally powerful vortex was instantly dispersed and slashed directly at Leulu. How is it possible? Am I going to die? In a trance, Leulu seemed to see his past life in the light of the knife. Then, his sight began to shift rapidly until it finally reached the ground. Standing there was only the body with its head cut off. The whole battle took less than a minute, and the outcome was decided. Like slowly sheathed the blade and asked Killua. Can you still walk? Kia quickly stood up and stretched his body. Suddenly, a sore feeling surged into his heart. The huge wave just now almost broke his body apart. He was lucky to be able to stand up. Let's go. Lake directly carried Killua on his back and walked slowly into the depths of the forest. On the other side, Zaja is confronting a chimera ant with a human-shaped leopard. Boy, just be my food. I'm so excited. I'll be stronger soon. Kid said with a smile, showing his fangs which were very cute. But his words were extremely cruel, so Zaja had to take them seriously. This chimera ant is also one of the commanders of the ant army, and his strength is comparable to Leulu. If Leulu advocates strength, then Kid advocates unparalleled speed. Its telekinesis ability has an extreme speed, which can reach 200 km per hour or even higher. What on earth do you want to do? Zaja stared at Kido angrily. They met Kate by chance and finally came here with him. But who knew that a chimera ant appeared and took Kate away, and then two more appeared and separated him and Killua. All of this was purposeful. What? Eat you, of course. The human warrior named Kate was naturally sent to the king to enjoy. Kido told the truth directly. To him, Zaja had become a delicious food. You bastard! Hearing this, Zaja couldn't hold back any longer and punched him. But he obviously didn't understand what the ability that Kido was so proud of was. Too slow. Kido shook his head, then dodged sideways at a very fast speed. No matter how Zaja attacked, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't hit Kido, not even a corner. From beginning to end, Kido's face had a hunting meaning. It was like a cat teasing a mouse. I can't attack at all. Xiaoji stopped panting. The continuous attacks consumed a lot of his energy. Boring, let's do something more interesting. Guido's face was full of interest. Immediately, a blood-red aura appeared on its body. Hide and seek space. Suddenly, a golden hourglass appeared beside Kido, and the quicksand in it was still flowing. Just when Zaja was still alert, the surrounding scene changed dramatically. The original forest turned into a plain full of spring. This is another ability of Kido, forming a separate space. If Kido is not caught within 8 hours, then you will not be able to leave unless the time is reached. Where is this place? Zaja looked around. Come and catch me, or you will never get out. Kido said with a big laugh. He couldn't wait to see Zaja's embarrassed look. Can't I leave without catching you? Zaja immediately grasped the key point. While Kido was still laughing, he headbutted Kido fiercely. I haven't even said start yet, and you're cheating. Kiju's face was full of panic. Just when everything was about to end, the panic on Kiju's face turned into amusement. He dodged Zaja's most likely attack with a single move. No, this speed is too slow. As soon as the voice fell, Kido's figure shuttled around the entire space. Every time he moved, only a faint shadow could be seen. It was so difficult to catch him completely. I must win, I want to find Kate. Faced with such a dilemma, Zaja's face was full of determination. A strong energy suddenly burst out from his body, and he began to calm down and observe. An invisible circle slowly gathered around. I found you. In the perception, Kido came in front of it. Although the time was short, it was still captured. This shows that everything is feasible. Without rushing to take action, Zaja continued to wait. This moment is here. Chapter 136. Suddenly, Zaja opened his eyes and rushed forward quickly. Almost. Looking at the fist that was coming at him, Kido used his abnormal flexibility to twist his body and dodge the blow. In contrast, his body turned 360 degrees and flew out. With a loud bang, Kido fell to the ground. But this also gave Zaja the opportunity to jump over and attack again. The strong energy wrapped around his fist. Stone. Scissors. Stone. As soon as he got close, Zaja punched him straight. Even after the punch was thrown, Kido felt a gust of wind. If he was hit by this punch, he would be crippled if not dead. Moreover, Kido was a speed player, without any defense. Teleport. Just as his fist was about to hit, Kid shouted. Bang! The huge force directly smashed the ground, and countless gravel flew out. In the deep pit, Kid's figure had already disappeared. Damn it! In the distance, Kid patted his chest with lingering fear. If it hadn't had 3 teleports in the hide-and-seek space, it might have really died here. Who would have thought that such a strong power was hidden in the body of a little ghost? After 4 years of precipitation and Jin's teaching, Zaja's strength has been greatly improved compared to the original plot, and he can have a chance to fight back even when facing an opponent like Kid. Continue. Zaja stood there, looking at Zaja quietly. Obviously, he already understood the way to win. Boy, fighting is not that simple. As he spoke, a purple crossbow suddenly appeared on Kido's wrist. He fired a shot directly at Zaja, who was standing there. Suddenly, an arrow quickly shot towards Zaja. The arrow is slower than you. Xiaoji closed his eyes and quickly dodged the arrow. What if that's the case? Kiju smiled. He started to move at high speed again, constantly teleporting on the plane. Just when Zaja was wondering, arrows shot from all directions, surrounding Zaja. No matter how he dodged, he would suffer the damage from the arrows. Jian. Zaja turned his chi into a shield to protect his head, heart and other important parts. Although this method blocked some arrows, some still penetrated into places not covered by chi. A lot of blood slowly flowed out of the wound. Hiss. The pain made Xiaoji gasp. Before he could get used to it, the next arrow had already shot over. Although Xiaoji wanted to solve it, he couldn't think of a solution in a short time. Moreover, with the harassment from Jiju, he couldn't calm down. Kid, what's wrong? Why don't you move? Kid. laughed and moved frantically. The crossbow on his wrist never stopped from the beginning. From a distance, Zaja looked like a hedgehog, with arrows all over his body. Blood was all over his body, which looked very scary. Even so, Zaja did not fall down. The strong will kept supporting him to stand up. He continued to endure the inhuman attack. I am tired of playing, it is time to end it. After attacking for a while, Kido yawned in boredom. Such a long attack made him feel bored and wanted to end it quickly. The chi wrapped around the crossbow, Kido looked for the weakness and wanted to burst out a fatal arrow to completely end Zaja's life. Go to hell, kid. Guido smiled maliciously. Hiss. Just as he was about to shoot the arrow, a tearing sound came from behind him. Before Guido could turn around, a hand suddenly grabbed his neck. With a crisp sound, Guido's neck was crushed in an instant. The head drooped in a strange way, and his eyes were full of confusion and doubt. Jin, it's all your fault that you've been dragging your feet. Yuni walked in through the torn space, threw Kido's body aside, and quickly came to Xiaoji to check. Combat is also a kind of special training. Jinya followed closely behind, and walked in with a smile on his face. After seeing Xiaoji's injuries, his smile gradually faded. Is Zaja okay? Jinping stepped forward and asked slowly. At this time, worrying is the most useless thing. It's nothing, no important parts are injured, it seems your special training is still useful. It's just that I lost too much blood. I may need to rest for a while to recover. But with me here, you don't have to wait that long. Yunya smiled confidently, and his hand slowly released a white light. Angel healing technique. In a trance, a six-winged angel appeared behind Yunyi, emitting a holy light. When Yunyi's hands touched Zaja's broken body, countless white feathers suddenly fell from the sky. With a flash of light, Zaja's injuries instantly recovered as if he had never been injured. Only the torn clothes proved the authenticity of this battle. Am I dead? Zaja slowly opened his eyes and saw the compassionate angel. He thought he had entered heaven. Not dead. The familiar voice made Zaja stand up immediately. After seeing Jin's face and Yunyi's smile, the pressure on his body finally eased. Fortunately, the angel healing technique still controls willpower, otherwise Zaja would probably fall to the ground due to will exhaustion. How do you feel? Seeing Zaja jumping up and down, Jin smiled again. I feel great. Oh, Jin, go and save Kate, she's been captured. After stretching his body, Zaja immediately thought of the serious matter. Kate who was captured was still missing. It's okay. With Kate's strength, she can get away in time even if she can't win. Kim is still confident about Kate. Not necessarily. Yunya made a timely finishing blow. In the original plot, Kate died at the hands of Catwoman. Now his strength has not changed at all, and the result may still be death. After hearing Yunyi's words, Jin fell silent for the first time. He gradually realized the seriousness of the matter. If we don't leave now, it might be too late. Yunyi immediately stood up and looked into the distance. He began to search for Kate's location in his mind. For a moment, the shadows in the entire forest moved out collectively, frantically searching for clues about Kate. Soon, a piece of information came into Yunyi's mind. As expected, Kate was fighting with Catwoman at this time, and the situation was very grim. The location is confirmed, hurry over there. Otherwise, you may only regret it. Chapter 137. Hearing this, Xiaoji hurriedly left the incomplete space and ran away. But after taking 2 steps, he looked at Yunyi blankly, his eyes full of anxiety. He didn't know where Kate was now. Bang! Just as Yunyi was about to move forward, a loud noise came from the palace. The battle had begun. Follow me. Yunyi quickly jumped towards the palace. According to the location in his mind, Kate was also at the palace. The situation is not good. Yunya had a vague bad guess in his heart. He glanced at Xiaoji who was anxious. Could it be that the famous scene was about to be staged? Not long after, several people arrived at the location of the palace. Netero and others were standing quietly in the same place. The ground was full of mess caused by the battle, and there were potholes everywhere. It can be seen that they had just experienced a big battle. What's going on? Jin asked. We just tested the strength of the Ant King. It is growing faster than expected. That extreme physical strength is indeed frightening. Netero's voice was faintly excited. Don't fight too hard and die accidentally. Yuni advised helplessly. After all, Netero has agreed to go to the Dark Continent. If he dies at this time, he will be very troubled. I still know. Netero stroked his beard and said with a smile. Great-grandfather, haven't they come to join us yet? Yuni looked around and asked. As soon as he finished speaking, several people appeared in his sight and slowly walked towards him. There was no trace of blood on their bodies, but the terrifying murderous aura still said it all. Xiao Yunyi, what was going on here just now? Maha looked towards the palace and asked. Yunyi quickly told them what had just happened. Before they could continue, Miruem came out of the palace again. This time, his aura was obviously more violent and powerful than last time. I have become stronger again. Netero narrowed his eyes and looked a little serious. As expected, Miruem entered the palace and ate a lot again, successfully raising his strength to another level. This time, his aura became even more unmatched. Oh, it seems very strong. Although this is the case, there is no tension on Maha's face. Not bad. Liuyan's evaluation was just a few words. But it was enough to show how powerful Miruem was. In a short period of time, he had grown to a terrifying level. If he was given more time, it was hard to imagine how powerful he would become. Bang! At the other end of the palace, a loud noise attracted everyone's attention. Turning around, Kate was running towards this side with Zaja, followed by one of the three major guards of the ant army. Neferpitu. Under the palace clothes, the body was not human, and the well-developed leg nerves made it extremely powerful with every step. At this time, it was following Kate closely, and after seeing Miruem, its eyes were obviously panicked. I'm sorry, King, I was careless and disturbed your rest. Catwoman immediately apologized. It thought it was because of the loud noise that Miruem appeared. This also indirectly reflects Miruem's rage and moodiness. Damn it! Catwoman's pupils shrank, and a huge aura suddenly appeared on her body. Corpse control. In an instant, hundreds of corpses appeared on the ground in front of Kate, trying to block his way. These people were all humans eaten by the chimera ants, and were casually used to fill the land. Roughly estimated, the entire land covered at least thousands of ordinary people. Humph! Kate snorted coldly, her silver hair fluttering in the wind, and then she activated her telepathic ability. Crazy clown! Start extracting. Ding-a-ling, draw a number, number 2. Waltz of death. The next second, a sickle with a diameter of 2 meters appeared in Kate's hand. With a casual swing, more than a dozen corpses were cut in half. In just a few seconds, they broke through the siege. But because the corpses blocked her sight, Kate was moving quickly towards Miruem's position. Oops! Jin's eyes showed a trace of seriousness. Bang! A huge golden energy burst out from his body, warning Miruem to be careful. At the same time, he kicked his front foot and jumped towards Kate's position. You are useless. You can't even kill an ant. Miruem's cold voice came. Neferpitu was frightened and apologized immediately. Not good. After going through many difficulties, Kate finally saw Miruem in front of her. The moment she saw him, the alarm bells in her body began to ring wildly. It was as if she was facing her natural enemy. Threaten me? How could this king be afraid? Seeing the aura emanating from Jin, Miruem smiled disdainfully. Then he came to his side at a speed that Kate could not react to, and curved his mouth maliciously. I want to see how you can kill me. Miruem's tail needle flashed with cold light and pierced Kate's heart directly. Seeing this, Kate did not hesitate and chose to go all out. Crazy clown! Extract! Ding-a-ling, draw a number, number 1. Absolutely resistant to death. Puff! The next moment, the tail needle suddenly pierced Kate's heart. A large amount of venom was continuously transported to his heart. Gradually, Kate's limbs fell down without strength. Zaja also fell down with him. Run away! Kate said to Zaja with all her strength. Then, his eyes became dull and his breathing slowly stopped. He hung on Miruem's tail needle like a dead person. Kate! King stopped where he was, staring at Kate, muttering slowly. Kate and Miruem were too close just now, making it impossible to rescue her. Maha and Liuyan watched quietly without saying anything. For them, since the choice had come, they naturally had to be prepared to die. Feeling Kate's breath, Yuni showed a hint of doubt. Ants! Miriam said wildly, and then threw Kate aside like trash. A bang hit Zaja's heart hard. Everything around him suddenly became silent. He could not hear Netaro's shouts or Miriam's slowly approaching footsteps. Zaja! Suddenly, Jin's shout made him turn his head and look over, and his eyes immediately shed silent tears. Dad! With a whisper, countless dark energies enveloped Xiaoji. His eyes became extremely dark, contrary to their usual dazzling appearance. Snap! The sound of bone growth rang out quickly. Xiaoji was growing rapidly, and in just a moment he had become a muscular man. His hair floated in the air, with no end in sight. The aura on his body swept the entire audience at this moment, making everyone feel that a disaster was about to happen. Kate! Zaja looked at his hands with pity, the tears on his face still not drying up. Chapter 138. The mature face was completely different from the previous one. Zaja looked at Miriam after muttering. In that instant, Miriam's eyes widened and he immediately stepped back dozens of steps, his expression full of vigilance. There was no trace of the disdain and arrogance before. The power of oath. Yes, and this power is a bit like resentment. Maha was really well informed and quickly saw Zaja's true nature at this moment. It was with resentment that he made a vow and forced himself to grow up, and reached the point where he is now. When did he learn it? Is it possible? Netaro's mind immediately showed the answer. The only place where he had any resentment was towards Jade, who had caused such a scene in the fighting competition. Jin looked at Zaja's current state quietly. His eyes were filled with golden light and he didn't know what he was thinking. It's really powerful. Yuni felt the surging power of Xiaoji at this moment. It seemed that one punch could destroy everything. Because of Kate's death, Xiaoji completely entered into abnormal rage, causing his physiological age to be forced to reach another height. However, the result of doing so is an unpredictable backlash. In the original work, after Xiaoji ended this state, he turned directly into a dark skeleton, looking like a mummy sealed in a pyramid, with the breath of death all over his body. This terrifying oath power is helpless even for many mind removers. It can be said that it is a moment of pleasure, but it is difficult to do it in 100 lifetimes. Fortunately, there is Nanajia, a perverted wish-making machine, who finally successfully restored Xiaoji. But what followed was another side effect. The disappearance of thoughts. Why did you kill Kate? Zaja stepped forward and asked slowly. Every question made Miriam more serious, and he did not dare to stop his movements. Why? Answer me. Tears flowed from Zaja's dark eyes again. From beginning to end, he could not accept that Kate died in front of him. Especially the last sentence of "run away" became the fuse of the whole incident. An ant dares to question me. Miriam calmed down, his narrow eyes dark and sharp. He tensed his muscles, jumped and crushed the ground. In just a moment, he came to Zaja. Bang! With one punch, Xiaoji flew backwards, smashing countless palace walls. Is it too much of a stretch? Netaro sighed slowly. Just as he was about to step forward, Zaja appeared in front of everyone again. There was not a single scratch on his body from the punch. You deserve to die. Zaja said to Miriam calmly. Then, a strong energy burst out from his body and rushed straight into the sky. Stone. Zaja slowly made a gesture to gather strength. Scissors. The huge power gathered in his hands, making Miriam, who was closest to him, feel terrified. A thought of death descended on him, making him retreat frantically. Boo! The next second, Zaja suddenly appeared in front of Miriam and swung a palm that was enough to flatten everything. Puff! A stream of blood bloomed and splashed on Zaja's face. The hot blood dripped down his cheeks and onto the ground. Miriam looked at Neferpitou in surprise, with only his head left in front of him. Just a moment ago, Neferpitou used his developed leg nerves to come here and resolutely block this attack. The price was death. Go, Wang! We can all die, but you can't. You are our race's only hope. If you really can't leave, please eat me. Even with only one head, Neferpitou can still communicate for a short time. This is one of the characteristics of the Chimera ant. I won't leave. I admit that you are strong, but I think I came to this world just for this moment. Miriam showed a crazy smile. He did not choose to run away, but wanted to continue fighting against the blackened Zaja. Even though he had sensed the opponent's strength. Scissors. Zaja gathered his strength to attack again, But his vision gradually became blurred, and the power in his body was leaving at a very fast speed. The blackening is over. The originally strong figure began to gradually return to its original state. The price began to be incurred. Zaja's body became dry and flat as if it had lost water, and his body was quickly covered by a thick black aura. Even his skin turned into a strange black, and his towering hair had disappeared. Now even if Killua himself came to the scene in person, he would not be able to recognize that this person was Zaja. The price has come, and the time is shorter than expected. Maha immediately saw the difference. The stronger the power required, the shorter the time it can last. It was Zaja's limit to swing that extreme palm. Jin, don't just stand there. Netero relaxed his muscles and his eyes gradually became serious. He saw that Mirlem was devouring Neferpitu's body and his strength became stronger. His aura was once again upgraded to a higher level than before. It was growing at an extremely abnormal speed. I am old and I still have to do it myself. Maha rubbed his spine and sighed. The situation has become serious. Lu Yin knew that if he didn't solve the problem this time, it would bring disaster in the future. Jin remained silent, but his aura was more violent than before. Single challenge? I like it. It's a pity that Mirlem challenged all of us alone. Yuni suddenly found it interesting. Bang! A sound came from behind. Turning around, Lei Ke came here with Killua on his back. Bang! 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 3 more loud noises. Oh, it feels so good. Gra's comfortable voice came. Behind him were Zeno and Silva, who had not been seen for a long time. They were all emitting a strong smell of blood, which showed that they had already cleaned up the surrounding chimera ants. Are you here too? Maha said leisurely. You're here, why wouldn't we come? The chimera ants outside have been dealt with. This butterfly took us some time to work, otherwise we would have come here a long time ago. As he said this, Zeno threw out a head. It was the head of Xiao Yapufei, one of the 3 guards. I didn't expect that he would give such a big surprise as soon as he appeared. Not bad, not bad. Netero praised with a smile. For him, 1 less chimera ant means 1 less trouble, not to mention that it is the Audiobook who occupies an important position. Now, it's time to deal with this guy. Everyone looked at Mirlem, and a huge aura burst out from their bodies. The 9 strong men were dispatched, directly covering the entire sky. Chapter 139. This time the ending will be different from the past, using Netero's death in exchange for the final nuclear peace. Come on, I will never fear anyone. Mirlem's eyes were filled with madness. Suddenly, an unprecedented amount of energy burst out from his body, sweeping across the entire land. He knew clearly that he might die here today, but he existed in this world just for this moment. Let me go first. Netero stepped forward impatiently, and a huge aura burst out from his body. 100-style Guanyin. In an instant, a huge golden 1,000-armed Buddha statue appeared behind him, flashing a dazzling golden light, with its eyes tightly closed, as if unwilling to see the filth of the world. Starting posture. Netero sat cross-legged in the air, clasped his hands together, and his aura reached its peak at this moment. After all, they are just ants. Mirlem's face was cold, and he kicked and punched Netero's shining head. The first move. Netero suddenly opened his eyes and made a hand-knife motion. As he fell, Guanyin behind him made the same motion, and his huge palm turned into a knife and slashed at Mirlem. Bang! With a loud bang, Mirlem was instantly smashed into the ground, without any power to fight back. The originally flat ground was suddenly smashed into a bottomless huge pit. Too weak. Mirlem slowly walked out of the pit intact. The previous attack did not cause any damage to him. It really doesn't work. Netero seemed to have expected this. The previous attack was an obvious test, and now it has paid off. His face became serious, his eyebrows knitted, and the energy in his body burst out at this moment. 99th style. Before Mirlem could make a move, Netero used his mind power again. Netero's hands were waving so fast that it was hard to see his movements. The huge Buddha statue behind him then used its 1,000 palms to hit Mirlem's tiny body. An extremely magnificent scene appeared before everyone's eyes. Bang! 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 The sound of the hammering never stopped, and even became faster and faster as time passed. The land, which was already full of deep pits, became even more devastated. Those who didn't know would think that a large-scale war had occurred here. You are still as good as ever. Yuni couldn't help but praise. At his age, he is already an extremely powerful existence to be able to burst out such strength. It's over. Zeno said with a serious expression. As expected, on the battlefield, the Buddha's movements gradually slowed down until it stopped. Netero exhaled a breath of foul air and ended with the posture of the demon seal. In the deep pit, Miruem's figure did not appear again. For a moment, the entire battlefield was dead silent, but no one spoke. Because they knew that this battle would not end so easily. Bang! A large piece of stone flew out of the deep pit, with footprints that were clearly not from humans on it. Miruem walked out of it in a mess, with extreme anger on his face. Although he was not injured, no one could have made him look like this. No one. This is the confidence of a king. It's my turn to attack. As he spoke, Miruem disappeared instantly. Seeing this, Netero's pupil shrank, and he suddenly made a blocking move. Bang! The sound of the air explosion resounded throughout the sky. Netero flew backwards at a speed of 300 km per hour, breaking countless trees. Until finally, a gully several kilometers long was created, looking like it had just been baptized by a storm. I am still getting old. Netero quickly appeared and launched a frantic attack on Miruem. Bang! 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 The sound of fighting continued, and Killua was sweating profusely. This level of battle was too far away for him. The pressure from just watching was enough to make him feel flustered. Puff! On the battlefield, Netero was knocked away again. This time, a stream of blood gushed out of his mouth and splashed into the air. His left hand and right foot were disabled and were not far from amputation. How powerful would I be if I ate you? Seeing that even the blood was covered with a strong breath of life, Miruem's eyes were gradually devoured by desire. It vaguely saw itself controlling the world. Old man, if it doesn't work, let us do it. Times have changed, you are no longer good enough. Gara smiled provocatively. Haha, I won't show off. There is still one last strike left. Netero once again stimulated his energy. At this moment, he was going to use his last move. 0. Netero put his hands together and gathered all his energy into the mouth of the Buddha. A huge energy ball quickly condensed in the mouth of Guanyin. Buzz! Bang! A huge white beam of light shot straight at Miruem standing there. Everything it touched was destroyed by the beam of light. Let me see your ultimate strength. Miruem opened his arms arrogantly, without any attempt to escape or even block. Bang! The beam hit Miruem's body and went straight through, creating a huge hole in the palace behind him. Puff! Green blood gushed out of Miruem's mouth. Its abdomen had disappeared at this moment, and even its beating heart could be vaguely seen. Miruem finally paid the price for its arrogance, and severe injuries once again covered its body. Is it over? Looking at this scene, Silva said slowly. Netero was already exhausted at this moment, with no breath left. Only a little strength left in his body supported him to continue walking. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, a blood-red figure quickly ran from the big hole in the palace to Miruem's side. King, how are you? Mengtutu Yubi asked in a panic. After seeing the wounds on Miruem's body, his expression became angry. The last guard has appeared. Looking at the people not far away, Yuni's face showed understanding. Mengtutu Yubi is also one of the 3 guards of the Ant Army, and is also the last surviving guard at this stage. His strength is really enough to beat a group of power-type non-users. You guys, how dare you hurt my king? Mengtutu Yubi shouted at the crowd. Survival of the fittest. Yunya gave a look, and Like drew his sword and quickly approached Mengtutu Yubi. Mengtutu Yubi looked at the people approaching, and his expression gradually became firm. In an instant, a surge of blood-red energy burst out from its body, and it quickly used its telekinesis ability. Sacrifice. Chapter 140. As soon as he finished speaking, the sturdy body of Mengtutu Yubi began to shrink, and countless flesh and blood were continuously transported into Miruem's body. Miruem's originally seriously injured body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the strength of his body was getting stronger at an extremely exaggerated dimension. You know, Mengtutu Yubi's Nen is several times stronger than that of ordinary Nen users. Once it is really devoured, Miruem's strength will reach a peak again. Not good. Seeing this scene, Netero's expression became serious again. It seems that this battle will not end so early. Maha said with a smile. With his hands behind his back, he was still a spectator. Netero is already dead, let me go next. Liuyan walked forward slowly. With a whoosh, a hidden sword emerged from his robe, showing its sharpness. With his Pruchna mask and the moonlight as a backdrop, he looked mysterious and dangerous. No, it's not enough. Seeing the person coming, Mangtutu Yubi became anxious. With high horsepower, the speed of sacrifice became faster and faster, and he turned from a strong man into a cub. Bang! At the moment when the sacrifice was completed, Miruem burst out with amazing momentum, forcing the approaching lector to stop. Come back! Yuni said. This level of battle was not something that Lei could participate in. Miruem was already extremely powerful at this time, and even if Netero regrouped, he might not be able to seriously injure him again or even hurt him. Is this the feeling of gaining power? Miruem showed a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, looking at the huge power in his body. Looking at the approaching ruin, his eyes became more arrogant than before. He completely forgot about the serious injury before. Very strong. The closer he got, the more accurately he could judge Miruem's strength. As he moved forward, he almost faced Miruem face to face, and both of them had silent murderous intent in their eyes. No one spoke, all of them watched the scene nervously. Bang! With a loud noise, dust was raised in a radius of 100 meters. Both of them attacked without warning, but they were very tacitly coordinated. Liuyan's hidden blade pressed against Miruem's tail needle, rubbing it to produce strong sparks, blooming in their pupils. Bang! 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 In an instant, the two began to collide violently, and each blow produced terrifying destructive power. The dilapidated land was destroyed again, and the height was reduced by several meters. The palace behind him had been destroyed, and only half of it was still standing upright. Xiaoun, is he also one of the candidates to go to the Dark Continent? Looking at the fierce battle ahead, Maha tilted his head and asked. That's right, his strength should be obvious to all. Yuni nodded. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that anyone who can fight Miruem is a top-notch warrior. There are probably not many such people in the entire human society. Hearing this, Maha looked at Liuyan with an interesting look. A few minutes later, the two figures in the battle retreated to both sides. I can still bear it. Liuyan shook the blood from his tiger's mouth, his voice slightly cold. Ants. Miruem had no expression on his face, and a huge blood-red aura burst out from his body. Anger. As its mind power was activated, it began to undergo drastic changes. A pair of purple wings slowly grew out from its back, flapping constantly. Every flap could generate a strong storm. Did he gain a new ability? Seeing the wings, Yuni immediately had the answer in his mind. This is the new ability that was created after the fusion of Montutu, Yubi, and Nen. Miruem's Nen is called Devour. Every time he devours the flesh and blood of an Nen user, he can strengthen his own chi and even gain the Nen ability of that person. If this abnormal ability is given to Kurora, it will be a disaster for the entire hunter world. But unfortunately, the person who possesses it is the arrogant Miruem. Come on, let me see your true strength. Miruem shouted arrogantly. Liuyan didn't say anything, but the aura that emerged from his body already explained the answer. Instant body technique. In an instant, Liuyan traveled through space and disappeared on the spot. Puff! Before Miruem could react, a dagger had already pierced its heart. Liuyan did not stop and disappeared from sight again. Where are the people? Miruem looked around vigilantly. He could immediately detect any movement. Space. Maha saw the trick. The instant body technique is not about how fast it is, but about directly teleporting. It is about directly traveling through space and arriving at the place you want to go. So no matter how vigilant Miruem is, he can't detect the location of Ryuan. Puff! Another knife stabbed deeply into Miruem's abdomen. Then came the third knife, the fourth knife, and the fifth knife. Until the end, Miruem had turned into a blood ant, and there was no trace of his original high-spirited appearance. However, his eyes became sharper, as if he had found the answer. After all, the more abnormal the ability, the more severe the shackles. Bang! Just as Ryuan was about to do the same, Miruem's tail needle was miraculously blocked. Is it time yet? Ryuan thrust his sword again, but was still blocked. Then, he stopped teleporting and quietly came to the opposite side of Miruem. Haha, why don't you just keep running around like a mouse? Miruem smiled disdainfully. Its tail needle swung randomly, showing its arrogance at the moment. Lu Yin did not answer. What happened? Why was it discovered? Gara asked in confusion. The restriction has been triggered. Yuni said slowly. Liu Yin's instant body technique is indeed powerful, and can travel through space at will. But as time goes by, the delay caused by his traveling through space will be infinitely magnified. This also gave Miruem time to react. Glass suddenly realized the explanation given. But this explanation only applies to Miruem. After all, only he has unparalleled reaction ability and can resist the attack of Ryuan in an instant. If it were an ordinary person, even if the time limit of the instant body technique was on his face, he would not be able to take the attack. Now it's my turn to attack. Miruem showed a cruel smile. He changed his body shape and instantly appeared in front of Liu Yin, punching him hard. The terrifying power even distorted the air around him. But Liu Yin was not panicked at all, and his eyes under the mask were still calm. But the aura on his body suddenly bloomed with a dazzling red glow. Instant prison shadow killing array. Chapter 141. In an instant, Liu Yin's figure disappeared from everyone's sight, replaced by countless blood-red figures. They surrounded Miruem, looking very strange under the bright moonlight. Is this another telepathic ability? Miruem looked at the shadows around him with disdain. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Calm voices came from all directions, as if they came from the mouths of these phantoms. They are Liu Yin, and they are not Liu Yin either. My strength is enough to make me arrogant. Miruem punched the phantom in front of him. Buzz. The next second, the fist went straight through the phantom's body without causing any substantial damage. On the contrary, the phantom used the hidden blade to stab Miruem's chest heavily. Pieces of green blood dripped from the sky to the ground. The phantom could actually attack. This was destined to be an unequal battle. Do you need to find the real body? Miruem knew the way out instantly. But it was so difficult to find the real body of Ryuan among the thousands of phantoms. Before it could think carefully, countless phantoms swarmed over. You cut and I cut, and soon Miruem's body was covered with scars again. This almost perverted ability of mind really made it somewhat helpless. After more than 10 minutes of being beaten, Miruem seemed to have discovered something, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Perception. Miruem's pupil shrank, and an invisible circle burst out from his body. The range was so large that it covered the entire battlefield. This learning ability is really terrifying. Zeno couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that not only his fighting skills, but also his learning ability were so outstanding. It was hard to believe that he could comprehend the use of Madoka under such circumstances. But Miruem did it, and he was so proficient in it for the first time. I have found you. Miruem fixed his eyes on a corner. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he rushed over with his wings flapping. He gathered his fists and hit the shadow hard. Puff! This time, the fist did not pass through the phantom, but hit it directly. A mouthful of blood full of life breath sprayed on Miruem's face, making it feel refreshed. Bang! The huge force made Liu Yin fall to the ground uncontrollably, forming a deep pit. But those blood-red phantoms did not disappear because of Liu Yin being hit, but continued to attack Miruem. Ridiculous! Miruem had already found the answer, so he naturally couldn't care about these phantoms. He flapped his wings again and punched the deep pit several times. The terrifying force even caused the earth to shake, causing the already shaky palace to fall apart again. Puff! Suddenly, a hidden blade gently inserted into Miruem's heart. As if afraid that it would not work, Ryuan's hand kept turning, allowing the hidden blade to stir in the heart. When did you come out? Miruem turned around and asked in confusion, not caring about his own injuries at all. He clearly felt that he had been attacking Liu Yin. From the beginning to the end, I never said it was me. Ryuan's voice seemed to contain a smile. Yes, these operations have always been Miruem's subjective will. And Ryuan quietly acted as a spectator. If there were no restrictions, he might have to wait until Miruem relaxed before appearing. But now it is obviously enough. Haha, not bad, not bad. Miruem smiled in appreciation. Then he punched Liu Yin at a very fast speed. Bang! Liu Yin was instantly knocked hundreds of meters away. But these are no longer important, his mission was successfully completed. At this moment, Miriam's body was on the verge of death, and death was only a matter of time. Even if it was swallowed, it would take time to digest. Too much forced growth was already unbearable for it, not to mention that it was so seriously injured. Who will go up next? How about a game of rock paper scissors? Gara said with anticipation. He put his right hand in front of everyone, eager to try. Yes. Maha agreed with a smile. Soon, several people started playing rock paper scissors. At this moment, Miriam seemed like a fish hanging on the chopping board, waiting for the last person to slaughter him. You guys! Miriam looked at everyone coldly. This was the first time he had felt this way since he was born. From hunter to prey. No one could bear this contrast. I won. Finally, Yuni won the game with scissors. Ah, what a pity, I really want to kick it again. Jella sighed with disappointment. The beauty of that kick still made him feel unsatisfied. Although the price was a broken leg, it was all worth it. Just when everyone had made their decision, a huge blast of energy erupted on the battlefield again. Miriam's eyes were filled with madness, burning his full potential. The terrifying power of the oath turned into shackles and wrapped around his body. In contrast, his full strength reached its peak at this moment, reaching an unprecedented strength. Are you planning to fight to the death? Yuni immediately saw Miriam's purpose. Even if he was going to die, he would kill everyone here before dying. And once he killed everyone and devoured the essence of life, he would be able to resist even the power of the oath. This is also a way to survive, but it is exclusive to Miriam. Power. Miriam opened his arms to embrace the world, as if feeling the power bestowed upon him by nature. Then, he looked at everyone coldly, and his originally thin body swelled up, gradually turning into a giant humanoid chimera ant several dozen meters in size. I will win. A dull voice came out of Miriam's mouth. It scanned everyone present, its eyes revealing extreme coldness and cruelty. It was about to start clearing out all those who wanted to kill it. Xiao Yunyi, can you handle it? If that doesn't work, we can retreat first. Maha narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the bottomless power of Miriam at the moment. This is also a good idea, retreat first, and wait until Miriam's time is up, and let him destroy himself without fighting. But the price is that all civilians within 100 miles will die. Even the entire country. Because no one dares to be sure whether Miriam can be destroyed by using a nuclear bomb at this moment. It's okay, let me do it. Yuni walked forward slowly, his snow-white hair fluttering in the wind. You guys are all dead, letting a human kid deal with me? Miriam laughed at everyone present. But the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. Chapter 142. Boom. Endless energy burst out from Yuni's body, infecting the entire sky. The terrifying pressure swept across the battlefield, and for a moment Miriam felt like kneeling down. This was the Emperor's punishment on the king. How could I kneel down? Miriam tensed his muscles and endured the pressure. He looked at Yuni with cold eyes and came to him in just a moment. I am the strongest. Miriam punched Yuni in the face. The powerful force even made Killua, who was watching from a distance, feel a palpitation. Even though the person being attacked was not him. Hee. Yuni smiled slightly, and countless black shadows attached to his body. Immobilization technique. In an instant, the fist stopped in front of Yuni, just a few millimeters away. Looking behind him, a black shadow was quietly standing on Miriam's shadow, completing the conditions of the immobilization technique. Why can't I move? Miriam frowned and looked at his fist. He found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of this state. At this moment, Miriam really became a fish on the chopping board. So strange. This body structure is really worth studying. Yunya looked at Miriam's body. If such a huge body is used for food, can it increase the tolerance of everyone? Questions arose in his mind, and the experiment was immediately carried out. What's going on? For some reason, Miriam felt a chill in his heart. The next moment, he knew the answer. Let's try it first. Yunya pulled out the knife from Like and slowly cut off a piece of meat. Then he started cooking in front of everyone. After a while, the aroma drifted into everyone's nose, making them swallow their saliva. Who wants to try it first? Yunya turned around and looked at everyone. Who wants to be the first to try it? I'll do it. Gara drooled and immediately raised his hand to signal. He took the barbecue lightly and stuffed it into his mouth. In an instant, his eyes couldn't help but widen, making everyone present feel nervous. It's so delicious. Gra shed tears of happiness while eating. At the same time, his skin surface couldn't help but surge with energy, which was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. My anger increased. My physical strength has also become stronger. Gra clenched his fists, feeling the changes at this moment. Did it work? A smile appeared on Yuni's lips. Miruem's flesh and blood, strengthened by the power of the oath, was at its peak at this moment, and it was the best time to eat it. If you miss it, you will not be able to enjoy such a delicacy. Is there anyone else who wants to try it? Yuni looked at the people who were eager to try it. In a short while, Miruem was disassembled into countless pieces of flesh and blood, and the sealing technique preserved the most delicious and energetic state. I was actually eaten by a human. Miruem looked at the people feasting on the food in confusion. It had always eaten humans, but it never thought that one day it would be eaten by a human. Damn it! Miruem struggled madly with bloodshot eyes. Unexpectedly, it actually broke through a little obstacle. It can be seen that the power of the oath is stronger than imagined. Okay, it's time to get down to business. Yuni collected the flesh and blood into the other world and stepped back a few steps. Bang! There was a shattering sound, and Miruem successfully broke through the restraints of the immobilization spell and regained his freedom. Everyone must die! Miruem roared madly. Seeing this, Lecter took the initiative to take Killua away from here. This is not good. Maha said calmly. Let me do it. I haven't taken action for a long time. Yuni relaxed his muscles. The popping beans sounded like firecrackers. You will pay for your actions. Miruem stared at Yuni with cold eyes. It seemed as if he wanted to chop him into pieces, eat his flesh and drink his blood. Come on, don't let me look down on you. Yuni made the opening move of Tai Chi. With a sonic boom, Yuni quickly came to Miruem and kicked it in the face. Bang! The huge body shot towards the crumbling palace like a cannonball, and directly destroyed the huge palace and turned it into a pile of ruins. Seeing this, Yuni did not take it lightly. He condensed his chi into a long sword, came to Miruem and chopped it down one by one. Each knife could cut off a large piece of flesh and blood. Even at this moment, Yuni still did not forget his mission to fleece the sheep. Roar! Miruem's eyes were red, and he let out the most primitive roar. The huge blood-red gas swept up the dust within a radius of 1 kilometer. Its body shape changed again, and its originally huge body became bloated. Countless pairs of eyes grew on the surface of its skin and stared at Yuni. Two small hands stretched out from Miruem's ugly head, like tentacles. This was the most extreme anger. Really, they turned their backs on him after just a few attempts of fleecing him. Although he was helpless, Yuni still retreated to the back. Seeing this, countless black tentacles grew out from behind Miruem and attacked Yuni, wriggling constantly in the process. Disgusting! Yuni made a disgusted expression. He swung his long knife and cut off the tentacles one by one, and put them into the other world. These tentacles will be kept for people who hate them to eat in the future. Seeing this scene, Miruem drove his huge body to run over here. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the ground. If scientists were to see it, they would probably think that a new species had been born. Don't come over here! Seeing a mountain of flesh running towards him, Yuni quickly retreated. It's been so long, it's time to end the battle. 6 Gates of Dungia. Instantly, the surging chi attached to the acupuncture points all over Yuni's body and stimulated them. His originally pure white skin instantly turned red, and continued to emit hot steam. His strength continued to climb. Roar! Miruem had lost his mind at this moment and continued to rush forward. Deep stimulation. The next moment, the chi penetrated deep into the acupuncture points and began to stimulate. The steam that was volatile became more fierce, and soon formed white clouds in the sky. The strength increased several times. An unprecedented force poured into Yuni's body. Roar! At this moment, even though Miruem was irrational, his survival instinct still urged him to keep retreating. But it was too late. In this state, Yuni slowly formed a scabbard with his left hand. He casually used the knife to take a breeze. Heaven-cutting sword technique. Chapter 143. Yuni slashed out with a seemingly slow, but actually swift, blade. The moment he swung out, the blade energy rushed towards Miruem's huge body, and the world seemed as bright as day. Buzz! In an instant, Miruem was perfectly split in half, gushing out green sticky blood. Countless pairs of eyes seemed to be shedding tears of blood because of pain. If ordinary people saw this scene, I'm afraid their sanity would drop drastically. I will actually lose. At the last moment, Miruem's eyes regained clarity and he stared blankly at Yuni. Then he was swept into countless pieces by the terrifying wind. Thus, a generation of Ant Kings fell. Is this Xiaoyun's strength? Silva's eyes widened in disbelief. He never knew his son was so strong that he could kill the arrogant Miruem with just one blow. You've become stronger again. Netero stood aside and laughed. The stronger Yuni became, the happier he was. This gave them a lot more possibilities and a sense of security when they went to the Dark Continent. You are worthy of being the boss. Gra closed his mouth wide open in shock and praised loudly. I still have a long way to go. Like held the blade tightly, and his respect for Yuni increased. The beauty of this blade conquered everyone present. It is finally over. Oh, where's gone? Killua slumped on the ground and looked around. From the beginning till now, he had never seen Gon. Hearing Zaja, everyone fell silent at the same time, and their eyes unconsciously looked in one direction. What's wrong? Did something happen to Zaja? Seeing this, Killua's heart skipped a beat. Following the gaze of the crowd, he saw a dark skeleton lying quietly on the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. A silent fear instantly enveloped Killua's heart. Impossible, impossible. Killua shook his head in denial, but his heart still drove him forward. He couldn't accept that his best friend would fall into this state. With every step he took, his heart became more and more tormented. Until finally, he really came in front of the black bones, and stood there in a daze, watching quietly. Although it was unrecognizable, the aura on the body would not lie. It was exactly the aura of Zaja. How could it be possible? Killua's pupils darkened instantly, and he looked at Zaja in disbelief. His body trembled as he touched Zaja's cheek. His skin was like the bark of a 1,000-year-old tree, dry and prickly. A tear slowly fell on Zaja's face, but he remained unmoved and kept his eyes closed. The whole place was as silent as death. Xiao Qi. Silva looked at Killua with a serious face. As his own child, he was still worried that Killua would do irrational things because of sadness. Jin, what are you going to do? Netero asked curiously. Jin had no expression on his face and walked slowly forward. Are you Zaja's friend? I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of him. Jin squatted down and stroked Zaja, his voice full of depression. Hearing this, Killua suddenly turned his head to look at Jin, unconsciously clenching his fists. You know he's been looking for you, but you still choose to hide. You are such a person, you are such a person. Killua finally didn't say it. No matter what he said now, he couldn't save Zaja's fate. Just when Killua was a little desperate, a hand covered his hair and rubbed it. It's okay, I'm your brother here. The gentle voice was like the dawn that broke through the despair in Killua's heart. Looking up, Yuni was looking at him with a smile on his face. Brother, do you really have a solution? Kia asked anxiously. Even Jin turned his head to look at Yuni. Of course, you can find the answer even without me. It's just that the procedure is a little more complicated. Yuni nodded gently. You wouldn't. Jin obviously thought of the answer. That was the bug-like Nanaga. The wishing mechanism could easily pull Zaja back from hell. Mine is of course simpler. Yuni said with a smile. Under the gaze of the crowd, his hands gradually released a holy light. The shadow of the six-winged angel slowly appeared from behind, with his hands clasped together and a compassionate look on his face. The moment Yuni touched it, the six-winged angel seemed to feel the terrifying dark power, slowly opened his gentle eyes, and also stretched out his hands to touch Zaja's dry cheek. In an instant, the light shone, as if dispelling all the darkness in the world. Countless white feathers fell from the sky, symbolizing healing. Buzz. What followed was endless darkness. During the treatment, countless darkness burst out from Zaja's dry body and rushed straight into the sky. A sense of depression suddenly filled the entire occasion. Killua, who was closest, even stopped breathing for a short time. After about a few minutes, the darkness gradually disappeared, replaced by Zaja who was intact. He had no clothes on his body, like a newborn baby. The dark energy on his body had been dispelled. Thank you. Jin covered Zaja with his clothes and said softly to Yuni. Yuni waved his hand and said, we are all in the same boat, there is no need to distinguish so clearly. Just treat it as a practice in advance. After heading to the Dark Continent, there will definitely be more of these kinds of things. Where am I? Zaja slowly opened his eyes, still shining with golden light. Zaja, are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable? Killua hurriedly stepped forward to ask. He was relieved when he learned that there was no discomfort. Seeing the harmonious scene, everyone nodded with relief. Where's Kate? The first thing Xiaoji asked after waking up. His eyes were full of hope, hoping that everyone could put an end to his slight expectation. Kate is fine. Killua said confidently. He still didn't know that Kate had been stabbed in the heart by the Ant King and injected with venom. What responded to him was another silence. No way. Killua smiled reluctantly. He looked around and finally found Kate in the corner. Killua was silent and said nothing. Is it still like this? Xiaoji said with a disappointed look on his face. The atmosphere became gloomy again. Although Kate looks dead, she can still be cured. Yuni spoke again. This sentence made Zaja look up suddenly and stared at it. Is this really possible, Yuni? You are not lying to me, are you? Zaja's eyes, which had lost their luster, once again shone with dazzling golden light. Yuni nodded. Of course, I can prove it to you right now. Chapter 144. After saying that, Yuni slowly came to Kate. At first glance, Kate's face was pale, without a trace of blood, her whole body was filled with stiffness, her breathing was stopped, and her heart was not moving. Anyone who saw her would think she was 100% dead. But in Yuni's eyes, there was still a lot of room for maneuver. Is she in a state of suspended animation? Yuni noticed it when Kate died. Kate's life intersects between death and life, which is very strange. It's like Schrödinger's cat, just waiting for an opportunity to know the answer. Revive, my friend. Yuni's hands released holy light again. Gently covered Kate's body. In an instant, the originally pale face instantly became ruddy. The stiff body was like 1,000-year-old ice encountering magma, and it was softened. Breathing appeared, and the heart kept beating. Obviously, Yuni completed the opportunity and successfully resurrected Kate. These operations were completed thanks to Kate's ability to draw the absolute death resistance before she died. As long as there is a trace of life left, she can be resurrected. Am I still alive? A very small voice came into his ears. Kate slowly opened his eyes, full of confusion. Suddenly, he sat up and looked around. Is everyone still alive? At this moment, his memory still remained at the stage of being killed by the Ant King, and he had no idea what had just happened. Kate! Xiaoji shouted excitedly, tears falling uncontrollably. He didn't expect Yuni to be able to revive Kate. This surprise was no less than finding Jin. Zaja, it seems you are okay. Kate smiled with relief. Seeing Zaja standing here intact, everything she had done before was not in vain. Seeing this, everyone around smiled. Yuni consciously stayed away and let them reminisce about the past. Thank you for all you have done. Jin stood aside and said to Yuni with a serious face. From Zaja to Kate, each of them is very important to him. Now they have all been rescued by Yuni, and the significance of this is naturally self-evident. No, there is no need for this between you and me. Yuni waved his hand casually. In the distance, Kate stood up and walked towards this side quickly, bowing. Thank you for your help. This life-saving grace deserves Kate to be so solemn. No need, your master has already thanked you. Yuni said with a smile. The master and the apprentice may be completely different in character, but their behavior is very similar. They will not act like an ungrateful person. Well, the problem has been solved, and we should celebrate our victory. Netero stroked his white beard and said with a smile. Everyone has put in a lot of effort in this siege of the Ant King, so it is necessary to give him the proper hospitality. Really? Then I won't be polite. Hearing the reception, Gra said happily. Oh, I'm a little embarrassed that I don't do anything. Maha said with a smile. But his body kept up with the pace. As he spoke, everyone slowly walked towards the outside world. The backs of different sizes represented different times and strengths. But at this time, they were all walking on the same road. This is delicious, and that is also delicious. Jella said vaguely with food in his mouth. This banquet was held in the Hunter Association, and it was filled with countless delicacies specially made by gourmet hunters. Every one of them would be worth snatching if it were carried to the outside world. But here today, they can be seen everywhere. This is the highest standard of hospitality of the Hunter Association, which is enough to show how much Netero is attentive. Really, Killua, come and try this. Zaja looked at the cake tower in front of him with shining eyes. He had never seen such a sumptuous and luxurious banquet before, and he felt very fresh everywhere he went. There are chocolate balls. Kia saw the chocolate balls used for decoration and drooled instantly. You know, he loves chocolate balls the most, and he spent all the prize money he got in the Sky Arena on buying them. Everyone, the highlight is coming. Just as everyone was enjoying the food, Netero's energetic voice rang out. He opened the door and a carefully prepared dish was pushed in. The fragrance wafting from it instantly covered the huge room. This smell is so familiar. Jella immediately noticed something was wrong. He came forward to take a closer look, smelled it, and instantly understood what the smell was. This is the Ant King flesh made by the boss. Gara quickly took a piece and ran away. When everyone heard this, they immediately shifted their attention. This is a rare treasure that can improve your temperament and physical quality. In a flash, the food that had just been brought up disappeared, leaving only a white empty plate. It's really a treasure. Silva swallowed a piece, and his face immediately showed a look of enjoyment. He could clearly feel a warm current flowing through his lower abdomen. His temperament and physical quality were improving rapidly. The others also felt it and expressed their admiration. Zaja, eat more, this kind of food is rare. Killua stuffed a large piece of meat to Zaja. Just now, he directly used his telekinesis super speed to barely grab a large piece. There was no other way, the people present were all masters, and if he didn't do this, he really wouldn't be able to grab any. Haha, not bad, not bad. Maha tasted the food with a smile. This feast was destined to be a success, making everyone present feel that the trip was worthwhile. After the feast, everyone was arranged to rest in the luxurious guest room. Next, we will go to the Dark Continent according to the map. In the room, Yuni carefully observed the map in front of him. After studying it for about half an hour, he finally decided to go to the World Tree to observe it. Standing in the only World Tree in human society. If it really doesn't work, he can only go to the Dark Continent to find the starting point of the map. Okay. Hearing Yuni's suggestion, Jin nodded in agreement. He also felt that they should indeed start from the nearest World Tree. If they went directly to the World Tree of the Dark Continent and found that it was not the right one, they would have to turn back and start again. This would greatly increase the danger and time. Jin, do you know your grandfather Dong? Yuni thought of that legendary figure. He traveled alone to the Dark Continent and created the book New Century. I don't know him very well. But I know one thing. As he said this, Jin's face became more serious than ever before. He is looking for something. It's called Pandora's Box. Chapter 145. Hearing this, Yuni showed a hint of interest. Although he didn't know what Pandora's Box was and what effect it had, the item that Dong Fulasi had spent his entire life looking for couldn't be trash. The things contained in it were definitely beyond everyone's imagination. In order to find this thing, he set out there when he was 12 years old. Hasn't come back till now. And what is certain is that he is still alive now. Jin's eyes were somewhat yearning. He set out for the Dark Continent at the age of 12, and even the peerless king of the ancient Ganyu kingdom could not match him. The most bizarre thing is that Dong is still alive now. About 300 years have passed since ancient times. Even Netero dare not exaggerate that he can live so long. Even if he really lives for so long, his own strength will drop to the freezing point, which can be seen from Netero's current state. This is enough to show that Dong found the treasure in the Dark Continent, which not only extended his life and maintained its strength. It can't be. Yunya instantly thought of something. That is Nightolami, which is regarded as one of the 5 great hopes. The ultimate longevity thing exists in the swamp southeast of the lake. The swamp also has the sound of hell bells, which is a place that explorers dare not set foot in. If this is true, it also indirectly proves that Dong has solved the problem of the sound of hell bells. You will understand it later. Yunya shook his head and stopped thinking about it. These things are just guesses after all. If you want to know the truth, you need to ask the person himself. He always believes that he will definitely meet Dong in the near future. With this idea in mind, Yunya gradually fell asleep. This is it. Looking at the town in front of him, Jin said with certainty. I see. Yuni nodded. He looked up and saw the world tree standing in the center. As expected of the fulcrum of the world, the top of the tree even penetrated the clouds, and at a glance, it was impossible to see where the end was. Do you want to go up? When they arrived at the ticket office, the uncle asked curiously. That's right, we want to see what the top of the world tree looks like. Yuni said bluntly. This button is for rescue. If you can't hold on any longer, you can press it and wait for rescue. But I want to remind you that every year, tens of thousands of people die in the world tree. If you insist, you can set off now. After saying that, the uncle stopped talking. It's hard to persuade a ghost who wants to die. No matter how much you say to someone who really wants to go up, it won't stop them from moving forward. Thank you, uncle. Let's go. As he spoke, Yuni came to the world tree. Just a piece of bark was several dozen meters high, which was really daunting. Let me show you first. Jin consciously stepped forward and began to climb. There is no fancy method, the most powerful method is often the simplest method. What a trouble. Yuni shook his head. Then a black shadow slowly attached to his body. In an instant, a wing formed by chi extended from his back. With a slight flap, a gust of wind was raised. I'll wait for you up there. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuni flapped his wings and flew up into the wind. In a flash, he disappeared from sight. This scene even stunned the uncle next to him. Even though he was well informed and saw different climbing methods every day, it was the first time he saw such a simple and crude method. It's really amazing. Jin shook his head helplessly and continued to climb up. But the speed was much faster than before. It's really high. Flying upward against the wind, Yuni could feel the temperature and air around him dropping rapidly. Every time he reached a peak, he would change state. After flying for about 5 minutes, Yuni finally broke through the layers of clouds and arrived at the top of the tree. At first glance, he saw the sunset and the vast plain sea. As long as your eyesight is good enough, you can see anywhere you want here. Gaga, ga. Suddenly, a cry attracted Yuni's attention. 5 large young birds of different colors were staring at Yuni blankly. After seeing Yuni's wings, the cry became even louder. It can be seen that they have regarded Yuni as their mother. Sure enough, there is a bird's nest. Yuni landed slowly. As soon as he stepped into the bird's nest, the young birds rushed over. The soft hair instantly wrapped Yuni up. Okay, go play by yourself. Yuni waved his hand to disperse them. I thought he would release pressure to warn them, but who knew they would retreat obediently. Their cute appearance is really lovable. After admiring the sunset for about half an hour, Jin finally climbed up. Here I come again. Jin stood on the bird's nest and shouted to the distance. This is his free and easy attitude. Even after going through untold hardships, he still feels emotional after seeing the real results. What do you think of this world tree? Jin asked with a smile. Very high. Yuni gave a very pertinent evaluation. In fact, this world tree has stopped growing. To be precise, we are in a world tree sapling. The real world tree takes root in the mountains, absorbs magma, and breaks through the atmosphere. There are countless dangerous creatures around. Jin's eyes were blurred, and he was imagining his own world tree. Seeing Yuni looking ahead, his smile became even more intense. How about it? It's beautiful, right? When I was young, I often came here to see the world. I think I can dig up all the truth. So I did it. Jin said with a smile while sitting on the edge of the bird's nest. At this moment, his temperament has returned to the high-spirited state when he first met. It seems that you are still crawling forward on the road to your dream. Yuni said with a smile on his face. Okay, let's start confirming. Jin stretched and said to Yuni. Auk. After saying that, a dark purple stone tablet emerged from behind Yuni. As always, it was filled with a dark aura, as if it was tainted with ominousness. The two looked carefully and compared the appearance of the world tree. Similar, but not completely confirmed. We need to find the answer based on the surrounding geography. Yuni looked around, and the appearance of the map gradually appeared in his mind. According to some subtle expressions on the map, there are continuous mountains in front of the world tree, which looks like a dog. Although there are mountains in front of us, we can't see the whole appearance with our eyes alone. I'll go up and take a look. Yuni's wings flapped again, breaking through the sky and overlooking the earth. With just one glance, all the geographical features came into view. Chapter 146. At the same time, all the answers will be revealed. Is that really the case? Looking down, the endless mountains formed a dog-like shape. It was exactly the same as the map. Without thinking too much, this world tree was the starting point of the map. This way, we don't have to go deeper. Jin breathed a sigh of relief. It must be a good thing to be able to start from a position that he can control. After all, everyone likes things that are easy to control. So when do we set off? Jin asked, looking into the distance. It will be in 3 days. Yuni set the time. The moment that will decide the world will take place in 3 days. By then, whether human society will take a big step forward or stand still will become a mystery. Okay, I'll go get ready first. Jin nodded in agreement. He seemed to be thinking about the upcoming trip to the dreamland, and his expression was already somewhat excited. I should also make the final preparations. After saying this, Yuni flapped his wings and fell down. The people climbing up only saw a black shadow flash by and then nothing could be seen. Meteor Street. Yuni strolled along the street, heading towards the luxurious mansion deep inside. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, the phone rang. Hey, what happened? Yuni asked. Master, my brother. Lei Zi's voice came from the phone, and she immediately explained the purpose of this trip. Soon, Yuni understood what had happened. It's really a worry. Yuni shook his head helplessly. It turned out that Zaja and his group went to a small town to look for Kurapika, and found that his eyes were stolen. After learning the news, Rei quickly called him. This was the right thing to do. If nothing unexpected happens, this person must be the shadow. It seems that the power of fate still made him take this path. It seems I have to wait until later. Yuni took one last look, spread his wings and flew away according to the information on the map. Kurapika, don't worry, we will definitely help you get your eyes back. Zaja said indignantly. The others nodded in agreement. On the bed, a head of soft golden short hair set off the beautiful face, which looked a little pale at the moment. It's okay, don't worry. Kurapika said softly. It seems that losing the eye is not a big deal for him. But everyone present understands Kurapika's obsession with the red eyes, so they can't just sit back and watch. Okay, just lie down quietly. Leorio said unhappily. You said you could share the perspective of your eyes. Try to recall the location of the criminals so that we can find them. Killua was not anxious, but analyzed calmly. Now, although Kurapika's eyes disappeared, they can share the user's vision. There is a winding river in front of us, rugged mountains, the setting sun is right in front of us, and there are endless plains around us. Kurapika quickly said a few key locations. Several people slowly sketched out a picture based on the prompts. Okay, let's find the location based on this map. Killua immediately ordered. Hearing this, several people split up and ran in different directions. At this time, Yuni was still on the way. After searching for about an hour, the information was finally transmitted to everyone's mobile phones. Found it. This is the message sent by Zaja. With his keen intuition and amazing eyesight, he successfully found the correct location. Killua and Leorio quickly went over to meet up. It should be there. Killua pointed in a direction. There stood a huge castle, standing out from the vast plain. It was obvious that the place was where the criminals gathered. Let's go over there now. Leorio couldn't wait to go forward, but was quickly stopped by Killua. Don't be so anxious, we should plan it out carefully. Influenced by Yuni, Killua will no longer act rashly. Instead, he will think about things first before making a decision. So what should we do? Leorio realized his recklessness and calmed down and asked. Zaja and I will go in and test it out. If he doesn't come out in an hour, you can call my brother. Let him contact the president to find the nearest hunter for rescue. Killua said very clearly. It's very simple. If you encounter something that you can't solve, just call Yuni. Okay, I understand. Leorio knew that this was the only way now, so he didn't hesitate any longer. After making the decision, Killua and Gon looked at each other and walked towards the castle, leaving Leorio alone waiting there. In the ward on the other side. Who is it? Kurapika, who was resting, suddenly felt a gust of wind. Did it still happen? Yuni's helpless voice sounded. You are, Yuni. Hearing the voice, Kurapika asked in confusion. At this time, there was still a blank darkness in front of his eyes, and he could not see anything at all. Yuni did not explain. The black shadow behind him slowly moved, and a pair of petri dishes appeared in his hands. Inside was a pair of scarlet eyes. This was exactly what he got from Hisoka at the auction. Now, it really came in handy. Why not? Before Kurapika could say anything, he felt his eyes getting hot. Then, everything in front of him was in sight. Can I see now? Kurapika looked ahead in disbelief, and then stroked his face with his hand. It was not until a few minutes later that he completely believed that he could see. Yuni, it's you. How did you make me see it? Kurapika asked curiously. Since you lost your eye, you naturally need to replace it with another one. Yuni said the truth. This is, the fiery red eyes. Hearing this, Kurapika took a look in the mirror and immediately found the red pupils that had not yet dissipated. For him, this couldn't be more familiar. Thank you. Kurapika thanked gently. The fiery red eyes were of no help to Yuni, but he still chose to take it back. Needless to say, the friendship between them was natural. Killua's friends are my friends, no need to worry. Oh, where are Zaja and the others? Yuni looked around and found that Zaja and the others were nowhere to be seen. They're looking for my eyes. This is too dangerous, I need to contact them to come back quickly. Kurapika quickly took out his cell phone and tried to contact. No thanks. Yuni looked at the ringing phone and stopped Kurapika. On the phone, there was a message. Killua is in danger, quickly contact the surrounding hunters for rescue. Location. Chapter 147. Note, Leorio. Looking at the information above, Yuni knew that Killua and others had found the location of the shadow. Without further ado, I'll leave now. Yuni spread his wings and flew out of the window. He left quietly, without taking a cloud with him. Kurapika stood there and thought for a while, but finally caught up with the pace. After all, he was the one who caused this incident in the first place, so he naturally needed to end it. What's more, Gon, Killua, and Leorio were all his friends. Soon, Yuni found Leorio hiding in the bushes according to the location on the map. What is the situation now? Yuni stared at the castle in front of him and asked. They've been in there for an hour and haven't come out. According to Killua's words, I contacted you directly. Leorio told the situation at that time. Hearing this, Yuni couldn't help but praise Killua's growth in his heart. Slightly rustling. Suddenly, there was a sound from the bushes behind him. This aroused Leorio's vigilance. Hey, we caught up. Kurapika's thankful voice came from inside. How did you come? And your eyes? Leorio looked at Kurapika in disbelief. I have your location. Let's talk about the eyes later. What happened to Killua and the others? Kurapika asked hurriedly. Seeing this, Leorio told everything again. Bang! While they were still talking, there was a bombing sound in the castle. No, we can't delay any longer. Leorio stood up and ran towards the castle in a hurry. Seeing this, the two of them did not hesitate and followed him. You bastard, return Kurapika's eyes to me. Zaja kept pounding the cage in front of him, his face full of anger. Killua standing beside him was silent, as if his voice was sealed. Zaja might not know, but Killua knew what the identity of the shadow was. What did his appearance here mean? Your angry eyes are so beautiful, if it weren't for. The shadow didn't teach Zaja a lesson after all. At this time, he had taken off his butler's clothes and put on a set of Earl's clothes, which looked very luxurious. Brother, if the young master comes, do you know what will happen? Liza, still wearing the housekeeper's uniform, stood by and advised her brother worriedly. I know you like him, I will be gentle when I do it later. Mianyang's impression of Yuni is still in his infancy. After all, he usually only cares about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Puppets are really the most beautiful things in the world. Without paying any more attention to them, Face Shadow admired his own masterpiece. He made many puppets, including Silva, Zeno, Ilmi, Yuni, etc. These were all his reliance and the source of his self-confidence. As long as they are equipped with real eyes, then my title as a god-level puppeteer will not be in vain. Mianyang's face was ecstatic, full of confidence in the future development. For him at this moment, puppets are his life. Looking closely, many puppets have been inlaid with eyes, and the most eye-catching one is Yuni in the center. At this moment, his eyes are inlaid with fiery red eyes, which are extremely gorgeous. The aura emanating from his body is also the most powerful among this group of people. It's so beautiful. Mianying looked at Yuni with an intoxicated expression on his face. He actually used the most precious flaming red eye to embed Yuni, who he thought was the weakest. It can be seen that the feelings of Mianying for Yuni are special. Bang! Just when Mianying was still intoxicated, a sound came from the cage beside him. Zaja was seen maintaining the posture of punching. In front of him, a hole as big as a person appeared, which was big enough for him to walk out. Give Kurapika's eyes back. Zaja quickly released his thoughts. He gathered a powerful force in his hand and rushed straight towards the shadow. Since you are so anxious, let me let you try the power of the puppet first. As he said that, a puppet in the corner of the hall suddenly opened its empty eyes. Neat butler uniform, neat hairstyle, sharp breath. It was the butler of the Zaldik family, Wutong. At this moment, he took a stiff step and quickly approached Zaja. Before Zaja could react, a knife was swung at his neck. Stop it! Killua frowned and quickly stepped forward to block the attack. He was much more familiar with Wutong than Zaja. After all, Killua grew up under Wutong's protection since he was a child, and he more or less understood the opponent's routine. Seeing Killua, Wutong fell silent for a rare moment. Even though they were puppets, they still had the corresponding memories, so they didn't attack Killua easily. Who allowed you to use Wutong as a puppet panel? Killua angrily questioned the shadow. As long as I want, anyone can do it. Mianying didn't care at all. I'm sorry, Master Killua. Wutong apologized and then punched Killua quickly. Damn it! Killua ducked. Compared to the real person, the puppet's strength was too little, not to mention that it was an eyeless puppet, and its strength dropped to the freezing point. Bang! Killua's body suddenly released energy, sweeping his hair and flying wildly. The next second, a lightning slowly grew from his body, entwining every corner of his body. Thunder fall. As the telekinesis was activated, a bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air and landed precisely on Wutong's body. The crazy lightning caused Wutong's body to continuously undergo a burning experience, and it began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking closely, there was a huge crack hidden under the skin. There are countless gases. Wutong, obey my orders. Counterattack. The shadow immediately ordered Wutong to counterattack. Wutong, who received the order, tensed up suddenly, and his empty eyes burst into a gleam of spirit. Facing Killua again, Wutong punched him hard with an expressionless face. Bang! With a loud noise, Killua flew backwards unexpectedly. After being strengthened by the shadow, Wutong's strength at this time was several times stronger than before, comparable to the state of having eyes. Before Killua could stand up, Wutong came in front of him in an instant and stepped hard. Seeing this, Killua's pupil shrank, and he reacted very quickly to activate his telekinesis. Super speed! The next moment, Killua turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared on the spot. Bang! Another shattering sound, the earth was instantly shattered into pieces. Almost. Killua was panting and a little palpitating. He almost died here. Killua! Zaja rushed forward, but was kicked out by Wutong without any mercy. Hey, stop it, you bastard! Suddenly, a violent voice came from outside the door. Chapter 148. Leorio kicked the door open and yelled at the shadow. His eyes were filled with visible anger, which reached its peak when he saw Wutong kick Zaja away. What on earth do you want to do? Leorio stepped forward quickly, with the surging energy bursting out of his body. But before he could get close, the puppets from all directions rushed up and surrounded him. The dramatic scene did not attract too much attention from the shadow, but put more attention on Killua. Damn it! Leorio's eyes widened with anger, and he threw an uppercut at the shadow. In an instant, the space fluctuated, and a space circle appeared under the shadow's feet, and a solid blue arm rushed out from it. With a bang, the blue fist hit the shadow's chin hard, and directly sent it flying. In this instant, Wutong's eyes fell silent, and he lost his ability to move for a short time. Taking this opportunity, Killua ran away quickly, picked up Zaja and prepared to escape. Everyone, attack! Mianying stood up and commanded all the puppets with a gloomy face. The next moment, all the puppets gathered together and surrounded Killua again, still approaching. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, footsteps were heard in the silent hall. Everyone looked up unconsciously. Yuni walked in from the door with an expressionless face. Kurapika, who followed behind, clenched his fists nervously when he saw the situation in the hall. Master! Lazy Eye shouted happily when she saw the person coming. She picked up her skirt and ran downstairs, standing next to Yuni obediently. Looking at this familiar person, his face was no longer gloomy, and he became silent. Brother! Kia shouted excitedly. At this time, the puppets in the hall were still approaching. Seeing this, Yuni stomped his feet lightly. In an instant, countless black shadows appeared behind the puppets, freezing them forever. A strange scene appeared in the hall. The puppets that seemed to be alive at this moment truly returned to their origins for people to appreciate. I won't fail. Mianying kept muttering, as if he was hypnotizing himself. After a long time, his eyes showed the final madness, and his thoughts fluctuated violently. The next moment, a figure rushed out quickly and came to Yuni. You are still so annoying even though you are a puppet. Yuni smiled. Standing in front of him was Illumi, who hadn't seen him for a long time. Illumi didn't say anything, his dark pupils staring at Yuni quietly, making people feel uncomfortable. He quickly approached in front of him, and his sharp nails grew out instantly, piercing Yuni's heart. The speed and the ferocity of the means made the people present feel nervous. Don't bring out this kind of stuff. Yuni grabbed Ilmi's wrist and crushed it. He kicked him in the chest, and with just a little force, Ilmi's body exploded. The grand aura evaporated into the air. Did you lose? It doesn't matter, I have a trump card. Although Mianying was a little surprised by this result, he still didn't give up. At the same time, Yunya in the center of the hall opened his gorgeous eyes, scanned everyone present, and finally stopped at Yunya. Interesting. Seeing the puppet based on himself, Yuni smiled. What kind of existence will he be after integrating the fiery red eyes? Yuni slowly came to Yuni and watched quietly. It's really strange. I don't want to attack you, but this seems to be out of my control. Yuni smiled helplessly. His behavior and way of speaking were exactly the same as Yuni himself. It's not your fault. I just want to test your strength. Yunya quickly accepted the puppet in front of him. He didn't feel anything strange about the puppet talking to him. It was as if everything was natural. Then I'm welcome. Yuni nodded gently, his fiery eyes instantly turned red, and he punched him. The speed is not bad. Yunya slightly turned his head and dodged the attack. This speed has almost reached the standard of a 2-star hunter. But this is far from enough. As soon as the voice fell, Yuni kicked with his side foot. Bang! With a loud bang, Yuni flew backwards in an instant, smashing countless walls. Dust swept wildly in the hall. This scene made Mianying unable to accept the fact for a while, and he was stunned on the spot. The puppet he regarded as a masterpiece was kicked away by Yuni. This undoubtedly told him that the woman he loved most was actually a man. Bang! Before everyone could react, Yuni had returned to the original place again. At this time, his body was blooming with a strange blood-red aura, coupled with blood-red pupils, it looked like the arrival of the devil. Continue. Yuni burst out with his true strength. In an instant, countless blood shadows rushed towards Yuni, each with a sharp look in his eyes. Can this be reproduced? In this case, let's see whose shadow is stronger. As he said that, countless black shadows rushed out from behind Yuni. The purest dark power burst out from their bodies. In an instant, the blood shadow and the black shadow intertwined. As the initiator, the face shadow was watching this scene nervously at this moment, which would determine his future path. The battle had just begun, and the final outcome was already known. The blood shadow went from being evenly matched at the beginning to being crushed to death. On the battlefield, the black shadows became more and more, while the blood shadows became fewer and fewer, until they could not be seen at all. Looking at the result, the face shadow looked ashen. Because he knew. The overall situation has been decided. You have worked hard, just die by yourself. Yunya said to Yunya. Take care. Yunya nodded, his pupils lost their luster, and he collapsed to the ground. This decisive character shocked Kurapika, who stared at Yuni with an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. At the same time, the other puppets also collapsed to the ground with the death of Yuni. This also freed the trapped Killua and others. I'm saved. Killua heaved a sigh of relief. Humph, if this doesn't end, I'll take action. Leorio looked at the puppet on the ground with disdain. The matter was resolved, and everyone looked at Yuni at the same time, waiting for the final judgment. Yuni slowly looked at the figure, and a calm voice suddenly came from the hall. Come back here. Chapter 149. Everyone turned their attention back to the face. The figure remained silent. Under the gaze of everyone, he slowly walked forward and finally knelt on one knee in front of Yuni. Brother. Liza's eyes were a little worried. I was confused, and I'm sorry for what happened today. Mianying admitted his mistake. He still clearly remembered who took him and Liza in when they were still wandering. This kindness cannot be forgotten. Get up and go back to work. Yuni didn't say much. And give your eyes back. Learn more from Riza about puppets. These words rekindled the spark in Face Shadow. The answer was right in front of him, so why bother borrowing another pair of eyes? Once, Riza told him about her thoughts, but because there were too many trivial matters, he didn't pay much attention to it. Now, after Yuni's guidance, he truly understood the right path. You are not injured, are you? Kurapika looked at Leorio and the others with concern. Especially Gon, who was still in a coma. It's nothing, just take a short rest. Leorio had already diagnosed it. Zaja was just in a coma for a short time, and there was nothing serious. Hearing that it was okay, Kurapika breathed a sigh of relief. What are you doing? Leorio saw the shadow approaching and immediately protected Kurapika carefully. But to his surprise, the shadow opened his hands and revealed his fiery red eyes. Sorry, I took your eyes without your permission. Face Shadow apologized sincerely. It's okay. Kurapika took the eye back and put it back on. The slight awkwardness was gone, replaced by a natural comfort. Where did these eyes come from? Leorio asked curiously. This is... Kurapika described the situation when Yuni came. So that's it. Leorio suddenly realized. No wonder Yuni came here in person. I thought he would call the surrounding hunters to come to support him. If you're okay, go back. I have something to do and I should leave now. Yuni told them. As he was about to leave, a pair of white hands grabbed the corner of his clothes. When he turned around, he saw Lazy Eye looking at him with her big watery eyes. Master, we just met and you are leaving. He said this as if Yuni was a scumbag. My journey is a sea of stars. Wait for me to come back. After saying that, Yuni completely disappeared from the spot, leaving only Liza stomping her feet in anger. The others saw this scene and pretended not to see it, looking away. I should go and return the eye. Seeing Lazy Eye turn her gaze towards him, she ran away in a hurry. Soon, even her back could not be seen. Zayulo, how are the preparations going? Yunyet asked while standing in the laboratory. Zayulo said calmly, after the efforts of most scientific researchers, one destroyer has been produced and is currently stored in a confidential warehouse. If it were the previous NGL, it might take several years, but for the current NGL, it only takes a few months or even dozens of days. Very good. I'm going to a place where I may not come back for a long time. During this time, you should continue to make the destroyer, and make the other destructive weapons on the list as well. Yunya reminded. He took a quick look and found that the other weapons had unexpected effects in different environments. So it would be no problem to make a few and keep them with you. Okay. Zayulo was a little sad when he heard the task. He had just finished a difficult wave and now a nightmare wave is coming. Can't let people rest? If we work hard, we will soon welcome a brand new future. Seeing that Zayulo's will was low, Yuni quickly encouraged him. There must be many extraordinary things in the Dark Continent, even the 5 Great Hopes may not be worth mentioning. Once they are truly discovered and studied, they will become the strongest hope for any country, not to mention NGL, which has already reached V5. I will definitely not let the Lord down. Zayulo rekindled his fighting spirit and said with a serious expression. When they arrived at the weapons storage room, the dark sphere at the deepest part was the destroyer that Yuni had requested to make. The 4 iron eggs placed next to it were the finished Nirvana. Looking around, countless high-tech products can be seen here. Every one of them is a hot and precious item when taken outside. I took these first. Remember my words. Yunya said after storing the weapons in the inner world. Then he disappeared from the spot. In the inner world, Yunya looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. A huge warehouse. There were countless disassembled flesh and blood stored in it, enough to eat for a long time. Among them was Nirvana Destroyer and other lethal weapons. There is no need to think about daily necessities. There is nothing that cannot be taken out here, only what you can't think of. I'm ready, I wonder how the others are prepared. There's only one day left until the 3-day appointment. Tomorrow we will really set out to the Dark Continent. The time has come. Yuni looked at the Big Ben that pointed to 12 o'clock and disappeared instantly. According to the vote of the crowd, the gathering place was finally divided into the Hunter Association, representing the exploration of the unknown. Soon, Yuni appeared in the reception room of the association. Someone was already waiting there. Little Yuni, you are here. Maha looked at Yuni kindly. Xiaoun, are you going too? Silva and Zeno were obviously a little surprised by Yuni's arrival. It was obvious that Maha did not tell them, but asked them to come and see in person. Brother. Seeing the person coming, Aluka happily rushed over. Not seeing him for a long time made him stick to Yuni even more. Haha, that's great. Netero sat in a chair and watched all this with a smile. President, why don't you introduce these people to me? Yuni looked at the people around Netero. As expected, no one he knew. Let me introduce you. This is Paristan, the rat in the 12 earthly branches. Hearing his name, Paristan smiled and nodded in a gentlemanly manner. Hello. Yuni smiled slightly. After a quick look, he was wearing a brown striped suit and had a handsome face full of smiles, looking very friendly. But for people who are deeply versed in psychology, Paristan was full of darkness. If you use one word to describe him, then it is only conspiracy. Then, Netero set his sights on the old lady who was taking a nap on the side. This is Lina de Bru. Chapter 150. She is the oldest person in the Hunter Association and also my partner in the Dark Continent. Hearing this name, Yuni turned his gaze over. He saw a short old lady wearing ethnic costumes, sitting cross-legged on a futon and taking a nap. She exuded a tranquil temperament, which made people feel that she was amiable at first glance. Are we going to set off? Liney opened his pure eyes and looked at Netero. Even though he was already at the peak of his age, his eyes were still pure and clear, which was very rare. It's okay, Xiao Nai, you can continue to sleep. Netero waved his hand to show that he was safe. Then, Lin Nai fell asleep again. For a person of her level, sleeping is to prolong her life. Some people haven't come yet, so please wait a little longer. After saying that, Netero continued to deal with the business at hand. No problem. Yunya sat quietly on the sofa. But he felt a little uncomfortable, because he keenly noticed that Paristan had been observing him since he came in, and he hadn't looked away until now. This bold look was really presumptuous. If you look at me again, I'll dig your eyes out. Yuni turned around and warned Paristan with a smile. In an instant, Aluka's face changed. His originally pure and flawless pupils instantly became hollow and dark. His whole body exuded a dark and terrifying aura, which made everyone present tense up. The sirens sounded. I can fulfill my brother's wish. Nanaga's eyes were like crescent moons, and he looked very happy. His eyes shifted from Yuni to Paristan. Oops. After a moment of staring at each other, Paristan felt cold all over, as if his body would disappear in the next second. A great terror called death was about to befall him. No thanks. Yuni refused softly. Okay, brother. Although Nanaga was a little disappointed, he still obeyed Yuni's order. He happily lay on Yuni's body. For him, this was the safest place in the world. After this incident, Paristan stopped looking at Yuni and turned his eyes to the door. The next second, a figure slowly appeared from the door. Everyone, long time no see. Jin's energetic voice sounded. Following behind him were the companions who had gone to the underground ruins together before. Although each of them did not have strong strength, they had extremely terrifying talents in other aspects, which was why Jin brought a few people with him. It's been a long time since we last met. A smile appeared on Silva's serious face. This surprised Yuni a little. He never thought that Jin actually knew Silva, and they seemed to be very familiar with each other. You are here indeed. Seeing Jin, Paristan's smile became even more luxuriant. The reason why he chose to come here was because of Jin's arrival. Yo. Jin simply said hello and ignored him. He sat next to Yuni and started talking. Pariston didn't pay much attention to these things. He still looked at Jin with a smile on his face. Seeing this scene, Yuni immediately became interested and said jokingly. He keeps staring at you like this, could it be that he has a crush on you? Poof. Jin, who had just taken a sip of tea, spat it out instantly. You really know how to joke. By the way, Lai Huyan hasn't come yet. Jin quickly changed the subject. He should be here soon. Just as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard again at the door. With a bang, the tightly closed door was pushed open, and Lai Huyan walked in first. The person following behind him surprised Yuni a little. Now that he is here, will there be anyone left to take charge of the Union School? This person is none other than the Union School's senior brother, Ting Ian. I didn't expect that Lai Huyan would bring Ting Ian here directly. He must come. Lu Yin's words were very concise, but they were enough to show how much effort Ting Ian had put in to get permission to come. Who is the leader now? Yun Ye asked. It's Hanzhou. Ting Ian answered the question first. That's right, the leader of the Union School at this time is the fledgling Hanzhou. No one knows how the Union agreed to such a decision. He found the scroll of shadow. Ryuan seemed to see the doubt in Yunyi's mind. Hearing this, Yunyi's mind became clear. The scroll of shadow is second only to the scroll of dreams. It contains countless ninjutsu of different mind systems, each of which is of a level that can be regarded as a treasure of the sect. So it is understandable that Hanzhou can become the head of the sect. And according to his talent, as long as he follows the scroll step by step, sooner or later he will be able to reach the pinnacle of human society. That's easy to explain. Yun Ye understood immediately. It must be said that Hanzhou's luck was really good. He actually found a treasure of the level of the Shadow Scroll. It also explains why Lai Huyan agreed to let Ting Ian come to go to the Dark Continent together. Everyone should be here now. Jin looked around and found that everyone who should be here was already here. At this time, Netero raised his head and met Jin's gaze. Don't worry, there's only one person left. Seeing this, everyone continued to wait. As time passed, the whole room could already feel a surge of anger brewing. Finally, after another half an hour, there was a sound at the door. Bang! The door was pushed open. Father, you finally agreed to let me go. This is what a hunter should do, keep exploring. The man who came was the extremely ambitious Beander. Netero's son, one of the powerful people who had been to the Dark Continent. In the subsequent plot, he single-handedly cooperated with the Kaken Empire to force V5 to explore the Dark Continent. I will definitely win this Dark Continent exploration. Although Bai Yang was exhausted, he was very excited. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Everyone in the room was staring at him expressionlessly, as if they were going to kill him in the next second. What made him even more desperate was that he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Yun Ye, who almost killed him. You are here. Netero said in a deep voice. The people present neither took action nor said anything, all for Netero's sake. Yes, my respected father. Bai Yang quickly changed his attitude and changed his previous insolence. A man who can bend and stretch is a real man. It is not shameful to bow your head in front of someone stronger than you. Since you are here, please sit down. Netero ignored his suddenly polite son and turned his gaze to everyone present. Next, we will have an unprecedented discussion in human society. I joined other professionals and named it, Apocalypse Theory. Chapter 151. As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted the attention of the whole audience. Apocalypse Theory. This name is very suitable for what they are about to do next. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. Netero looked at everyone present. For a moment, the whole room became strangely quiet, and no one asked any questions. After all, no one knew whether this was a simple question or a screening of some people. No one asked, so I'll take the lead. President, you should have prepared more people than these. Yun Ye was the first to speak. Hearing the doubts, everyone looked at Netero, waiting for an answer. That's right, I have recruited people from all 6 continents 3 days ago. After multiple rounds of screening, I have finally gathered 30 people. They come from different places, have unique abilities, and are all people who yearn for the unknown, so they are trustworthy. Netero explained slowly. No one present had any opinions about these 30 people. Although no one knew how Netero selected them, as long as he said it, it was trustworthy enough. If we want to cross Lake Mobius and go to the Dark Continent, do we need any conditions? Yuni asked the real question. As soon as this was said, it really attracted everyone's attention. Even Liney opened his eyes and looked over. Facing everyone's gaze, Netero answered with a serious face. There are some conditions to get out. There is a monster called Gatekeeper outside Lake Mobius. They are responsible for managing the gateway for humans to enter the Dark Continent. It should be noted that the gatekeepers of the New World hate rude people the most. Gatekeeper. When hearing this name, many people's eyes flashed, including Paristan. As for Maha, Liney, and others, there was no excessive fluctuation. After all, they had all come into contact with. Is that true? Yuni nodded. If there were no gatekeepers, humans would have been devoured by the creatures of the Dark Continent. The Chimera ant is the best example. According to reasoning and a lot of information, the gatekeepers are neutral creatures and do not have much love for humans. It seems that there is some kind of rule, guarding there. It may also be. A terrifying thought popped up in Yuni's mind. Feeding all of humanity. If this is true, then the human situation will be more desperate than imagined. It will be hard to even see a glimmer of hope. But this conclusion still needs to be tested and cannot be concluded immediately. Do you have any other questions? Netero looked at Yuni and continued to ask. So far, have humans ever penetrated the Dark Continent? Yuni was very curious about this question. Human history is quite long, so such a long time should be enough for them to penetrate deeper. No. Humans have been wandering along the coastline of Lake Mobius and have not completely penetrated into the Dark Continent. Netero said seriously. Obviously, he did not create an atmosphere that the Dark Continent was very safe. On the contrary, he created a warning that the Dark Continent was very dangerous. But this sentence did not make the uninformed people retreat, but made them more excited, even though they showed unstoppable fear in their eyes. Humans have an almost perverted yearning and fear for the unknown. I understand. Yuni was not surprised by the news. But it also made him realize how insignificant the current situation of mankind is. It is not worth mentioning in the vast Dark Continent. It can be seen how difficult the next journey will be. Death will become the norm. Thinking of this, Yuni looked at everyone present. How many people will survive by then? This is uncertain. But what is certain is that everyone who came here is determined to die. If mankind does not set out, sooner or later it will sink and be ruined in comfort. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to take the initiative. By then, they will be the pioneers of the new generation. Do you have any more questions? Netero looked at everyone and asked. The whole room fell into deathly silence again. How should we proceed? Jin, who had been silent for a long time, asked. We will follow the map first, and when we need to go to the Dark Continent, we will take a ship to arrive. At that time, something will naturally lead us out of the wall. Netero quickly gave the answer. Something? Hearing this answer, Yuni discovered some meaning in it. If it can't be called a human, then it must be a creature from the Dark Continent. It seems you don't have any problems. Let's go immediately. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as the voice fell, there was a rapid knock on the door. Then, Kido pushed the door open with a worried look on his face and strode in. President, something has happened. Kido whispered in Netero's ear. Then, he deliberately focused his attention on the others. It's okay, we're all family members. Netero said with a smile. At this moment, everyone is on the same boat, and they must not be distracted by such things. Yes. The Phantom Troop is taking in the remaining Chimera Ant soldiers, a total of 5,000, and each of them has the ability of Nin. According to the Hunter Association, the danger level has far exceeded Class A. Kido said the purpose of his trip in front of everyone. It was the Phantom Troop that had not been seen for a long time. I didn't expect them to cause trouble as soon as they came out. It was really worrying. Accept them. Netero muttered slowly, glancing at Paristan who was standing in the corner and smiling without leaving a trace. Yuni was also very clear about this. The Phantom Troop is absolutely profit-oriented, and everything they do is motivated by a certain degree of profit. They are definitely not taking in Chimera Ants to use them as force. Then there is only one answer. Sell. Then who will be the buyer? According to the original plot, there is no one else present except Paristan. The chance of the remaining people being killed is really pitiful. Upon hearing this news, Jin couldn't help but glance at the corner. This incident was indeed an accident. I'll trouble you all then. Netero stood up and said to the people present. Do these little brats really think that no one can stop them? It seems like it's time to warm up before departure. A smile appeared on Zeno's face. My old bones haven't been exercised for a long time. Maha stood up with a smile and lowered his spine. Have they grown to this point now? Linny said in surprise. In her memory, the Phantom Troop was just a group of fledgling children. Phantom Troop? I didn't expect it would take so long for us to meet. Chapter 152. Hearing this familiar yet strange name, Yuni's mouth curled up into a smile. He had wanted to meet him when he went to Meteor Street before, but who would have thought that he would be scared away by the aura he released? This caused them to completely break the only chain of meeting. I originally wanted to give Zaja a trial, but I didn't expect it to be solved now. Jin's tone was a little helpless. He actually used the Phantom Troop for the trial, which shows how high Jin's expectations for Zaja are. You are so good to your son. Yuni said jokingly. No matter how weak the Phantom Troop is, it is still at the top of human society. Although it is not the top, it is enough to look down on most people. This includes Zaja, Killua, and others. If it weren't for the help of external forces every time, they might have died in the hands of the troop. If you want to solve them with your own hard power, you may have to practice for a few more years. Not long after, the group arrived at the place that Kido said. Meteor Street. This place is really full of sin. Linny raised her head and slowly looked at the dark sky. In her eyes, Meteor Street was full of darkness, and the darkness even condensed into strange images in the sky. Most people could not see it, but Linny could clearly sense it. It seems we have to be more careful. Maha said with a smile. Let's go in and have a look. Zeno took the lead and led the way. The group walked in a mighty procession on the dilapidated street. The beggars who could be seen everywhere took several steps back unconsciously when they saw this scene. It was not because of anything else, but because the aura they exuded was too intimidating. Even if they did not release it actively, the unintentional revelation would still make people tremble with fear. The most notable one was the Zaldik family. We should be there soon. After walking for a while, Zeno suddenly stopped and looked at the dilapidated and leaky house in front of him. Everyone stopped and looked. They could clearly feel the atmosphere inside that was different from that of ordinary people. The answer was very obvious. The Phantom Troop they had been looking for was inside. Let's get it done quickly and leave. Bai Yang said impatiently. In his eyes, the Phantom Troop was not worthy of his attention. He slowly came to the front of the crowd, and his aura suddenly burst out, rushing towards the house not far away. Get out of here, little devils! Bai Yang's frantic voice echoed in every corner of Meteor Street. Boss, someone is coming, and it looks like they want to kill us. A man with silver hair who looked like a violent beast shouted excitedly. Wojin, we know it without you telling us. They are obviously targeting us. It seems that our sheltering of chimera ants has been discovered. A baby-faced, yellow-haired boy accused leisurely. This man is the brain trust of the Phantom Troop. Night. What a trouble, let's kill them all. A 1.6-meter tall boy with a sinister look looked coldly at the people outside the door. Phaeton, with your strength and height, I'm afraid you are not qualified. The man with a high ponytail and a kimono said sarcastically. His every word and action was a mockery of Phaeton. In an instant, the whole room was filled with terrifying murderous aura. Nobunaga, do you want to die? All right. Just as the two were on the verge of a fight, a voice came slowly from the depths. Everyone stopped talking and quietly looked at the man who was receiving treatment in front of them. He was wearing luxurious clothes, had a tall and slender figure, a handsome and calm face, and an exquisite cross tattoo between his eyebrows. This man was the famous leader of the Phantom Troop, Kurora Lucille. Okay, Maki, that's enough. Kurora said softly, and the woman next to him immediately stopped what she was doing and stepped aside. Everyone, this time, we may be in trouble. Looking at everyone, Kurora said slowly. There was no fluctuation on his face, but it was enough to make the people below frown. If the captain called it a trouble, then they would most likely not be able to solve it. Trouble, just solve it. Even if I die, I will bite them all to death. Wojin shouted disdainfully. No one around said anything, tacitly accepting this reckless answer. Hee hee. Everyone, resolve to die and solve the problem. Kurora had a rare smile on his face. He seemed to understand that today was a dead end, so he didn't even run away. Kill them. Phaeton's eyes slightly opened, and a surging murderous aura burst out of his body. Bang! As soon as the voice fell, the broken house was completely destroyed by a ball of thought, revealing the figures of several people. Sure enough, it's here. It seems we didn't make a mistake. Gino said with a smile. Long time no see, Xenozaldik. Kurora stood up and slowly walked in front of everyone, asking in a gentlemanly tone. He even extended his hand to greet them politely. But Zeno didn't buy it at all, just glanced at him and ignored him. You old thing, the captain is talking to you. Seeing this, Wojin was instantly furious and shouted at Zeno. But strangely, Zeno was not angry, but looked at him with interest. Not only him, but everyone in Netero's camp looked at him wantonly with this kind of eyes. This was a performance that they never took them seriously. It was as if everything Wojin did was not worth mentioning to them. There are only 6 of us, let's share it. Silva looked at them and said bluntly. I want that girl. Lin Nai's face was kind and he spoke first. I'll take care of that baby-faced guy. Da quickly stepped forward with a smile on his face. In that case, let me take care of that violent little devil. Zeno looked at Wojin expressionlessly. I'll deal with that swordsman. Jin stepped forward with a smile on his face. Is there no one? Then I will deal with that kid. Maha smiled and turned his attention to Phaeton. At this point, except for Kurora, all the members were present. You left me the hardest one. Yuni sighed helplessly. Now only Kurora was left and no one was willing to choose him. In that case, he would be the only one to go. As for Netero, he would watch the battle as a backfield support. Seeing how they were assigned, all the members of the Phantom Troop fell silent. They never thought that they, who were so domineering, would one day be regarded as prey by others. This feeling made them feel very uncomfortable. Old man, I have tolerated you for a long time. Wojin clenched his fists, his expression ferocious, as if he could not suppress his inner anger. Obviously, he could not help but want to punch Zeno in the face. Oh, I'm standing right here. Can you hurt me? Chapter 153. At this moment, the word sarcasm was written on Zeno's face. This kind of pretense surprised the people around him, especially Silva. He had never seen Zeno like this before. Today, he let his nature go and completely let himself go. Damn old man, I must use your skull as a wine glass. Wojin looked at Jinyo with bloodthirstiness, his eyes flashing with blood. A vast amount of energy instantly burst out of his body, and he condensed the energy into his fist and rushed towards Jinyo, hitting him in the face. Super Destruction Fist. The attack is a killing move, leaving no one with the ability to fight back. This powerful force makes those with weaker strength feel panic. He has some strength, but not enough for me to take seriously. Gino shook his head regretfully. He stood in place and made a starting gesture, then a huge amount of energy burst out from his body. Dragon Rush! Instantly, a purple dragon gathered from Jinyo's palm, and rushed towards Wojin with its bloody mouth wide open. It was so fast that it arrived in front of him in an instant. Bang! A sound like a nuclear bomb explosion resounded through the sky. The strong wind swept the entire street wantonly, completely smashing the incomplete houses, and raising countless dust flying into the air. So strong! An archaeologist in Jin's team watched all this with his mouth wide open. Even though he had seen many strong people compete, this was the first time he saw such an explosive scene. Wojin! Seeing this scene, the knight shouted worriedly. Just as he was about to go over, he was blocked by a big hand. If you want to get through, you have to get past me first. Bai Yang smiled and grabbed the knight's neck and threw him back to where he was. Then he slowly pulled out a short knife with exquisite patterns from his thick clothes. Click! He stretched his body casually, and a popping sound came out of his body. There has been no activity for a long time. I wonder if I can still take on the strength of a hunter. As he said this, Bai Yang quickly approached the knight and gently cut him with a knife. Seeing this scene, the knight's pupils shrank and rolled to the side. Puff! The knife fell, and a large piece of flesh and blood fell to the ground, and fresh blood continued to flow. I almost died. The knight gasped and looked at his own flesh and blood. He was almost cut in the neck and died. What a pity! Although he said so, Bai Yang showed a wicked smile on his face. He was determined to release his previous timidity. Use your mind power now. Otherwise you will really die here today. Bai Yang stared into the eyes of the knight and advised. It seems that I have no choice but to take action. Looking away, everyone in the phantom troop was in the battle, and no one would come to help him. At this point, he had no choice but to take action. As his thoughts came into being, a weak aura burst out from the knight's body. A special antenna suddenly appeared in his hand. Under Bai Yang's puzzled gaze, he slowly inserted the antenna into his body. Automatic control. In an instant, a surge of golden energy burst out from the knight's body, sweeping up his yellow hair, like a super scion. At this moment, his temperament also changed drastically. Cold and ruthless, with sharp eyes. Looking at Bai Yang, the knight did not speak. At this moment, he was in an unconscious state, doing everything according to his heart. This is interesting. Bai Yang felt the power of the knight at this time and showed a satisfied smile. He was very similar to Netero, both liked to fight against the strong. Bang! The next second, the knight disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of Bai Yang. With a lightning speed, he punched him in the chest. Bang! Bai Yang flew backwards in an instant, smashing countless houses. Fortunately, this is in an uninhabited area, otherwise who knows how many people would die. Fun, fun! Before the knight could react, Bai Yang had already arrived in front of him, put away the knife in his hand, and punched him in the face. Bang! This time it was the knight's turn to be unable to withstand the force and flew out. But soon, he came back again. In an instant, the two began a fierce confrontation. The ones who suffered were naturally the surrounding houses. On the other side. Ahem, you are not strong enough, old man, you didn't kill me. In the smoke, Wojin's voice came out again. Obviously, the previous attack did not kill him, but only injured him. Zeno was not surprised by this result. He was not confident enough to kill an user of Wojin's level with one attack. If once doesn't work, then twice. Sooner or later, I will kill you with a blow. Zeno smiled and looked at Wojin. The words were rough but the truth was true. Hearing this, Wojin's anger could no longer be suppressed, and even his body trembled slightly. You damn old man! As soon as he finished speaking, Zeno suddenly appeared in front of him and slapped him on the chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of Wojin's mouth, forming a beautiful blood-red skyline. Before he could recover, he was hit by one palm after another, leaving him no time to react. At this moment, Wojin was like a sandbag, being mercilessly tortured. Die! Jinyo opened his eyes slightly, gathering energy in his palms. Longbow! Instantly, a coin-thick light wave shot out from the palm of his hand and hit Wojin's heart directly. Suddenly, Wojin's eyes widened, and he looked at his bloody chest in disbelief. Little boy, you are still too young. Gino shook his head mercilessly. Then, it released a more violent light wave, trying to completely crush Wojin's heart. I won't die like this! Wojin shouted at Jinyo. His voice was so loud that it even produced sound waves. Steel body! Suddenly, Wojin's body became as hard as steel, and his appearance was full of color. The light wave in Zeno's hand burst out as expected, hitting Wojin's chest. Bang! With a loud bang, the powerful inertia instantly made Wojin fly backwards. It's a bit difficult to kill. Zeno looked at his palm, as if he knew the result. Old man, it's my turn to take action now. Wojin walked out of the ruins again, without a single wound on his body. Only the steel on his chest was broken, revealing the skin underneath. Is that all? Seeing the broken part of Wojin's chest, Zeno smiled knowingly. If 2 times doesn't work, then 3 times. Instantly, Zeno came to Wojin again. Dragon Strike! Close range is the most deadly. A purple dragon rushed out from the palm of his hand and hit the dragon. Bang! The battle always ended in an instant. In the ruins, Wojin was covered in blood. The steel on his body had long disappeared. The serious wounds even exposed the bones inside. Jinyo stood in front of him and patted his palms. It's over, call it a day. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-stained hand suddenly grasped Zeno's arm. Chapter 154. Looking down, I saw that Wojin was grinning at Zeno with his big white teeth. Even though he was seriously injured, his big hand was still squeezing his arm. Crack! The next moment, Zeno's forearm was crushed and compressed. It stands to reason that with Zeno's strength, he would not be easily injured. But as a user of enhanced telepathy, Wojin's power is unmatched. Even Silva would be crushed. Oh, isn't it better to die intact? Gino shook his head helplessly. He had wanted to leave a complete body for Wojin, but he didn't expect that he would be so ungrateful. Old man, even if I die, I will take you with me. Wojin's eyes were filled with the last madness. In an instant, countless shackles appeared in his body out of thin air, forming an unbreakable oath. At the same time, his energy reached its peak at this moment, burning out the last of his beauty. Pale tiger! Roar! Suddenly, a white tiger's shadow burst out from Wojin's body, and a roar that penetrated the sky broke out. Zeno, who was closest to him, could clearly feel the sharpness emanating from the white tiger. I didn't expect you to choose to fight with your life. Zeno was a little surprised. Wojin burned his life essence to make a vow and forcibly released his ultimate mind ability. This kind of ruthlessness is really admirable. Ha ha ha. I, Wojin, am the strongest man in the world. At this moment, Wojin's body was covered with snow-white hair, and 2 tiger ears grew on his head. His tail swayed in the wind, and his body was emitting a huge snow-white aura. What attracted people's attention was his sharp claws, which made people feel a stinging pain in their eyes when they looked at him from a distance. Good boy. Feeling this power, Zeno's eyes became serious. His whole demeanor changed unprecedentedly at this moment. He had to be serious. Father, do you need my help? Silva asked in a serious tone from a distance. It was obvious that he also felt the crazy aura of Wojin at the moment. But who knew that Zeno actually waved his hand and told him to get out? I am not old enough to deal with this little devil. As he said that, Jinyo kicked and slapped Wojin's chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, Wojin was forced to retreat dozens of steps and finally stabilized. This scene was truly amazing. If it were before, this blow would be enough to send Wojin flying backwards and destroy countless houses. Old man, you can't do this. Look at mine. The power of Zhengjin. Wojin's eyes were fierce, and his sharp claws were instantly wrapped in golden light. He stepped on the ground and instantly came in front of Jinyo, and grabbed him with one claw. Puff! The next moment, scratches appeared on Jinyo's chest, and blood immediately stained the whole clothes. This is not over yet. Wojin took advantage of the victory and continued to attack. This time, he was determined to kill him. Tiger roar shockwave. The Zhengjin in Wojin's hand surged wildly, turning into a white tiger phantom and rushing towards Jinyo. The two were face to face, and the attack hit Jinyo's body in an instant. Bang! The explosion sounded, and Jinyo's figure flew out of the smoke quickly, and finally fell into the ruins. Wojin stood there, his face full of the joy of victory. Next is your turn. Wojin looked at Silva who was standing beside him. But Silva ignored him and just looked at the ruins quietly. Soon, an extremely murderous aura locked onto Wojin, causing him to retreat and defend himself involuntarily. It's really a headache that you soiled my clothes. Jinyo said without any emotion. He stood in the ruins and stared at the culprit, Wojin. The oppressive feeling made a drop of cold sweat fall from Wojin's forehead without him noticing. Not dead yet. Wojin was a little bit unbelievable. According to his plan, Zeno should be dead in the ruins now. At the very least, he should be lying there with serious injuries. But the current situation is obviously beyond his plan. If it doesn't work once, try it twice. Wojin imitated what Jinyo said, smiling cruelly. But before he could react, Jinyo made the starting gesture again. The energy in his body was concentrated in the palm of his hand. Dragon God style. In a flash, a small purple dragon appeared in his palm. Before he could take a closer look, the dragon grew at an incredible speed. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into a purple dragon that covered the sky. This was the result of Zeno's use of the dragon head play painting. Strengthen, and finally converge into a controllable dragon. It's worth your death to let me use this move. Zeno's pupils were dark, and he said slowly. Run. Looking up at the dragon, Wojin had only one thought in his mind. But his strong will made him suppress it. Humph. Wojin also condensed his chi into his fist. But what changed was that his body began to age rapidly, becoming shriveled and powerless. The power given by the oath has expired. Using the last of his strength, Wojin's fist turned into a pale tiger and collided with the purple dragon. Bang! This power is comparable to a nuclear bomb. At this last moment, Wojin finally realized his dream. When the dust cleared, he stood quietly in the same place. The dry body could no longer see its original appearance, but the unyielding will last forever. He is a good boy. Zeno closed his eyes and praised him. This battle ended with Zeno's victory. Wojin. As if sensing something, the unconscious knight actually said Wojin's name. Tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. In the brigade, the knight and Wojin had the best relationship. They often fought together and cooperated very well. But now, everything is gone. Has it been solved? Looks like I have to be faster. Seeing the battle on the side, Bai Yangde realized that he was having too much fun. Already vented. It's time to end it. Bai Yang took out the knife from his thick clothes again and pointed it at the knight. Bang! He kicked his forefoot and quickly came in front of the knight and swung the dagger. Puff! In an instant, several scars appeared on the knight's body. The pain made the knight frown, and a glimmer appeared in his lifeless eyes. He quickly fought back. But no matter how he attacked, Bai Yangde easily caught it, and then he was scratched by the dagger again. The pain continued to erode the knight's will, and he gradually woke up. But the long-term automatic control put a strong burden on the knight. At this moment, his body has reached the peak and is about to collapse. It's time to end it. Just as Bai Yangde was about to send the knight to heaven, the knight's consciousness had recovered, and his dark pupils stared at Bai Yangde. I want to avenge Wojin. Chapter 155. Hearing the knight's words, Bai Yangde was obviously stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, interesting, interesting. Is this the power of friendship? The knight ignored Bai Yangde's wanton ridicule and just watched him silently. In an instant, countless shackles were engraved into his body, giving him the last bit of strength. The body that was almost collapsed was restored intact at this moment, and the energy on his body increased several times. The knight, like Wojin, chose to take death as a vow to gain strength. This method will certainly allow him to reach a short peak. But the end is the same as Wojin, turning into a dry skeleton. I will inherit Wojin's will. The knight's voice was slightly sad. He slowly muttered. Automatic Operation Ultimate. As the telekinesis was activated, the aura of the knight turned into azure blue, and his eyes became even more violent and fierce. The aura emanating from his body made people feel suffocated. The eyes with spirits turned back to unconsciousness again. Okay, okay. Seeing this scene, Bai Yangde was a little excited. He no longer concealed his strength, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Yamata no Orakai. Instantly, a python with 8 heads and 8 tails stretched out from behind Bai Yangde. Its head was like a dragon, its eyes were as red sour sauce, its back was covered with moss and trees, and there were 8 dark clouds above its head. It opened its bloody mouth, waiting for food. In front of the huge Yamata no Orakai, the knight was like a baby who was not even a month old, weak and helpless. Prepare to die, boy. Bai Yangde laughed loudly, and a surge of telekinesis burst out from his body. Destruction Death Light. A dark ball of light appeared in the mouth of the Yamata no Orakai. With Bai Yangde's operation, the 8 balls of light miraculously gathered together to form a huge ball of light containing terrifying power. Seeing this scene, the knight's face was not panicked at all, and he immediately pretended to accumulate power. Soon, a blue ball of light condensed from his hand. Die! Bai Yangde waved his hand casually. The next moment, a dark ball of light formed a beam of light and shot towards the knight. Looking at the speeding light, the knight was still accumulating strength. When he was almost about to reach the target, he finally released the azure light ball in his palm, and a surging ray of light also burst out. Zi! The 2 rays of light collided with each other and began a fierce confrontation. For a while, they were evenly matched and neither of them gave in. During this process, the knight set his sights on Bai Yangde and came in front of him in a flash. Bang! A punch hit Bai Yangde's abdomen fiercely. A sneak attack is not a good habit. Bai Yangde smiled and clenched the knight's fist. He exerted force. With a crisp sound, the knight's fist was crushed. Blood dripped onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The knight didn't care about this result at all and wanted to retreat to the back. Where do you want to go? Bai Yangde tightly grasped the knight's fist, not letting it move. You can leave if you want, but leave your arm behind. At the same time, the battle of light rays also ended completely at this moment. In the end, the light rays released by the knight were still defeated and swallowed up. The light rays continued to be emitted along the way, forming a beautiful skyline. Seeing this scene, the knight made a judgment in his mind instantly, and pulled his arm off without hesitation. In this way, he broke free from Bai Yang's restraints. The smell of blood. Bai Yang casually threw his arm into the ruins behind him and put away the short knife on his sleeve. It must be said that the knight's decisiveness saved his life. You can escape for a moment, but can you escape forever? Bai Yang laughed and said. The Yamata no Orokai behind him began to squirm madly. Bloody mouth. 8 snakes opened their mouths at the same time and sucked towards the knight. The strong suction force forced the knight to move inside uncontrollably. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape and could only watch himself being slaughtered. You are quite strong. Netero, who had been watching from a distance, praised him. Byangda's strength is now comparable to that of his youth. Although it is weaker, it is enough. This inescapable suction alone is enough to gallop on the battlefield. Seeing that he could not break free, the knight did not waste his time, but continued to accumulate strength and constantly searched for the weakness of the Yamata no Orokai. But no matter how smart he was, it was impossible to find the answer in such a short time. Finally, after releasing the last ball of light, the knight was gloriously swallowed. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of bones breaking continued to come out of the mouth of the Yamata no Orokai. As its master, Bai Yang felt a fullness. This is the power of feedback. But soon, Bai Yang felt something was wrong. This power is really too full. Before he could react, the Yamata no Orokai behind him suddenly exploded without warning. The azure energy announced the culprit of this behavior. The knight used his own strength as capital, directly self-destructed, and gave Bai Yang the final blow. What a hassle! It seems that I won't be able to use my mind ability for the next few days. Bai Yang was a little irritable. Once the Yamata no Orokai died, he would not be able to use his mind ability for the next few days or even months. He had to wait until his body was condensed again before he could use it. This was one of his weaknesses. The knight saw the weakness in a short time. This kind of intelligence and observation ability was really incredible. A generation of talents just disappeared in this way. Wojin, the knight. Kido looked at the miserable state of the two people, and felt sad. She was planning her future route in the last second, and the next second she was separated from her. This kind of gap is not easy for anyone, not to mention that the two were her close family. Little girl, don't be sad, just surrender. Linny looked at Kido kindly, advising her to turn back from her wrong path. Can't. Even if I die today, I will die here, with everyone else. Kido calmed down and took a fighting stance. Seeing this, Linny shook his head with regret. You're making it very difficult for me to handle this. As he said this, Linny dragged his old body to stand up slowly. His struggling appearance made people feel distressed. Grandma, you better leave quickly. Kido advised. This was not because of her conscience, but because she wanted to get away quickly to help others. What, do you think I'm old? It's okay, I can get younger. Chapter 156. Linny laughed, and Kido suddenly felt something was wrong. A violent energy burst out from Linny's body, sweeping across the entire venue. The immortals visit. The next moment, Linny's originally old body became younger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whether it was strength, skin, or demeanor, they all quickly rejuvenated in this second. Seeing this scene, Netero sighed slightly. It seems that this child is going to be in trouble. After the transformation was completed, a brand new Lin appeared in front of Kido. With orange-yellow hair, a small body, fair skin that was as soft as a baby's, and a cute face. On his face was the mischievous expression that only children can have. Ha ha ha, Master Linny is back again. Linny put her hands on her waist and laughed. This is her ability, she can change her age at will and return to her peak state. It can be said that Linny is now the strongest moment of her life. Is this true? Kido looked at the scene in disbelief. Seeing an old man turn into a child with her own eyes, this visual shock made her feel her head buzzing. Can I fight with you now? Even though he has become younger, Linny has not forgotten his previous memories. Hearing this, Kido's expression suddenly became serious. The next second, a breath appeared on her body and turned into a thin needle in her hand. Rid of holes. As the mind power was activated, the thin needles in Kido's hand suddenly turned into countless needles and flew towards Lin. The number of needles formed a tight wall of needles, making it impossible to dodge. Once hit, it would be riddled with holes. Be gentle with children. Linny pouted and said unsatisfiedly. Looking at the flying air needles, she slowly placed her hands on her chest. The next moment, a wall condensed by air appeared in front of her, blocking Linny tightly behind it. Snap! Countless fine needles were inserted into the air wall frantically. But no matter how they attacked, they could not break through the air wall, but were firmly imprisoned on it. Soon, the originally neat air wall was filled with countless air needles, which looked very dense and made people's scalps numb. That's it. Linny's mocking voice came from behind the air wall. She waved her hand casually, removed the air wall, and looked straight at Kido. Do you have any other tricks? Use them together. It doesn't matter even if you use the oath. Linny advised with great concern. But in Kido's ears, this was tantamount to mockery. Biting his lower lip, Kido's face showed a trace of unwillingness. Needle. Kido's 10 fingers were entangled with needles and threads. She kicked off and rushed straight towards Linny, constantly pulling the needle in her hand. She casually drew a line, and the needle seemed to have consciousness and attacked Linny frantically. The 10 fingers intersected, sealing any blind spots. That's right. Linny nodded in appreciation. Then her hands moved quickly. In almost an instant, all the needles were caught by her. Defense is not the only way, taking the initiative to attack can also be. Damn it! Kido pulled the needle and thread, trying to forcibly pull the needle out of Linny's hand. But no matter how hard she tried, the needle seemed to be welded to Linny's hand and could not be pulled out at all. Helplessly, Kido could only give up the needle and retreat. I don't want things that others don't want either. Seeing Kido choose to leave, Linny suddenly shot the needle in his hand at her. The speed was so fast that it only took a moment. Puff! The sound of insertion rang out. Kido looked at the needles on her body in disbelief. Each one was accurately inserted into the fatal position, making her unable to move at all in a short time. Not only that, every wound was bleeding. One is okay, but 10 together are very uncomfortable. In serious cases, she may die directly from excessive blood loss. No, I can't die like this. Kido's face was filled with reluctance. She risked paralysis and forcibly pulled out the needle, and activated her telepathic ability. Mind-based suturing. Kido was seen holding a mind needle and suturing the wounds at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast that a shadow appeared. In almost an instant, the 10 wounds were completely sutured, and no trace of blood flowed out. After this series of operations, Kido became more cautious about Linny's attack methods. Now Linny's attacks were not based on routines at all, and he acted as he pleased, just like a child. Thinking of this, Kido suddenly thought of a way. I have some candy here, do you want to eat it? Kido took out a strawberry candy from her pocket and tempted Linny. Yes, this is the conclusion she came to based on her own thoughts. Sure enough, after seeing this candy, Linny's eyes suddenly lit up. But she did not accept it immediately. Do you think you can buy me off with just one candy? You are so naive. As soon as she finished speaking, Kido took out 5 more candies from her pocket. As soon as she took them in her hands, a gust of wind blew past her. The 6 candies in her hand disappeared. Since you have asked me sincerely, Lord Linny will spare your life. You turn yourself in. Linny said very honestly. But this was obviously not the answer that Kido wanted. She wanted to continue bribing, but she had no more candy. What, are you not satisfied? Linny asked with some doubt when she saw that Kido was unmoved. This was the greatest help she could give. Can you please let me go? Kido made a request. As soon as he said this, Linny paused while eating the candy. No. Linny refused directly and quickly ate the last candy. This answer undoubtedly gave Kido a heavy hammer. Then I won't be polite. Kido held the needle in his hand, his eyes flashed with a sharpness. It was impossible for him to surrender himself, not in this life. Judging from the level of crimes committed by the Phantom Troop, once they were caught, they would at least be sentenced to death. In more serious cases, they might be tortured to extract some information before they could be killed completely. Therefore, even if the members of the troop died, they could not be caught. Death is also a kind of relief. Linny's voice was emotionless. Then, her thoughts burst out completely. The next second, a large knife with cloud patterns appeared in Linny's hand, flashing a dazzling cold light. I won't die, Kido said with a serious face. Needle Demon. Chapter 157. Kido slowly opened his palm, and countless needles gushed out from it. Almost instantly, a giant demon evolved from the needles was formed. The huge body completely covered the petite Linny. The dark aura emanating from it made people avoid it like a snake or scorpion. What a disgusting smell! Linny looked at the troll with disdain. There was no fear on her face, only infinite disgust. It was as if she had a natural resistance to darkness. Kill her! Kido stood there and commanded the troll. The next moment, the troll dragged its huge body and rushed towards Linny. Every step left a deep footprint on the ground. If archaeologists came to investigate, they would probably think that some new monster had appeared. Humph! Linny snorted coldly as he watched the troll approaching. With a small figure, he jumped into the sky with a big knife in his hand and chopped the troll directly. In an instant, a sword energy rushed up with an unstoppable momentum. Puff! The sound of a giant falling was heard. Looking closely, the troll's arm was completely cut off and smashed to the ground, raising countless gravel and dust. The breathtaking troll seemed so fragile at this moment. Just one knife revealed its true form. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, Kido's eyes were full of shock. The Needle Demon was her last trump card, and she originally thought that she could turn the tables with this ability. But the shock of reality made it hard for her to accept it. No matter what, I must win this time. Kido stared at Linny with cold eyes, and continued to control the Needle Demon to attack. Not only that, the palm of his hand once again gushed out needles, quickly repairing the Needle Demon's arm that had disappeared. Ugh! The Needle Demon made a strange sound and slapped the petite Linny fiercely. Looking closely, the palm formed by the needles was all pointed downward. This meant that once hit, Linny would be pierced through the heart by thousands of needles. This cruel method was really terrifying. A mere dark energy dares to fight against me. To this, Linny was disdainful, and the big knife in his hand burst into dazzling white light. Countless life essences attached to the blade, adding a layer of powerful buff to it. This is a typical use of life krypton gold in exchange for strength. But the effect of this method is also very significant. Linny jumped into the air with a blade in hand and slashed at the Needle Demon. In a few short seconds, Linny had swung no less than 10 swords. Each sword cut off a piece of the Needle Demon's body tissue. It can be said that every sword is fatal. While attacking, he kept dodging the Needle Demon's attack. After all, it is really uncomfortable to be pricked by a needle, not to mention so many needles. The pain it can cause is dozens of times more than that of an ordinary fine needle. It is a method often used by the brigade to interrogate the enemy. The pain of 10 fingers piercing the heart is enough to get any information they want. The Phantom Troop is a truly brutal and ruleless organization. Damn it! Seeing the Needle Demon being attacked continuously, Kido's heart was in great pain. She stood there without moving at all. It was not because she was arrogant, but one of the limitations of using Needle Demon was that she was forcibly controlled in place. Therefore, Kido would not easily use this ability unless her life was in danger. Seeing the Needle Demon being dismembered bit by bit, at this speed, Linny would soon completely separate and destroy the Needle Demon. There is no other way. Suddenly, Kido sighed helplessly. She looked around and memorized the faces of Wojin, the Knight, Nobunaga, Phaeton, and Kurora. Then, her eyes showed a determination she had never seen before. I want to protect everyone. Kido's eyes were firm, and a faint aura suddenly emerged from her body. She slowly closed her eyes, as if she was sketching something. The next second, her body was sealed by countless shackles, forming an unbreakable barrier. At the same time, a force several times stronger than Kido's own rushed into her body. Bang! In an instant, a huge amount of aura burst out from Kido's body, even sweeping the surrounding dust into a storm. This was a power that did not belong to her. What a bunch of desperate criminals! In the distance, Zeno seriously evaluated the Phantom Troop. Even when they encountered powerful enemies, none of them chose to give up or surrender, but chose to make a vow with their lives, and fight to the death with the last strength. They only had one thought at the moment. Kill. Even if they died, they had to kill the other party completely, leaving a little room for the others to survive. This might be feasible for other non-users. But everyone present was at the top of the world, and just 2 people together could fight them all. Not to mention today, all the strong men gathered on the scene. This was destined to be a crushing battle. If it weren't for the power of the oath, this battle would have ended long ago. On the battlefield, the strengthened needle demon burst out with unprecedented power at this time. The originally huge body rose again, almost breaking through the clouds, and it looked extremely abrupt in the meteor street full of bungalows. Unless you raise your head very high, it is impossible to see the needle demon's head or even his hands. It's no use. Concentration is the essence. Lini was not surprised or shocked by the towering needle demon. She was just infinitely calm and peaceful. Even this level of needle demon did not cause Lini to have the slightest fluctuation. It is hard to imagine what she saw when she went to the Dark Continent to be so indifferent at this moment. Attack, needle demon! Kido quickly controlled the needle demon. The needle demon quickly swung its huge body to attack Lini. The huge palm covered the sky and the sun, and the battlefield was completely covered in a shadow. The strange thing was that even though the body was huge, the speed did not slow down, but was much faster than before. Looking at the increasingly large palm slowly covering her pupils, Lini's heart was calm. Her body suddenly burst out with amazing energy. The cage of the immortals. At the same time, the needle demon's palm finally fell. Bang! The entire 1 kilometer radius of Lin was covered by the needle demon's palm. The flat ground collapsed instantly, and countless tiny pinholes appeared on the deep pit, making people feel uncomfortable. Everyone stared at this scene, and the most nervous one was Kido. She could clearly feel that her strength was madly draining away. Her arm was gradually withering. If it is not resolved this time, I am afraid there will be no chance in the future. Kido kept praying in her heart. I will definitely win. The damaged church in the distance seemed extremely sacred at this moment. It seemed that Kido's prayer had worked, and Lin's figure had not appeared for a long time. Just when Kido breathed a sigh of relief, the ground shook violently. It was as if the heart was beating. Really, it got me so deep. Chapter 158. Lini's calm voice came from underground. Bang! With a loud noise, a big hole appeared in the ground in an instant. Lini's figure quickly jumped out from it and appeared in front of everyone. Looking closely, the surface of her skin was stained with a layer of dazzling golden light. It seemed to be protecting her from any harm. This is the ability of the Cage of the Immortal. In a short period of time, the golden body is activated, immune to all damage and negative effects. It was with this ability that Lini successfully blocked Kido's all-out attack. This also completely broke Kido's thoughts. She looked at everyone and smiled bitterly, and then her whole body turned into black dry bones, and fell to the ground with a bang. It is hard to imagine that this dry skeleton was a beautiful woman when she was alive. At the same time, the needle demon, which had no power to support it, also collapsed rapidly at this moment, turning into infinite dark energy and dissipating in the air, leaving an indelible black curtain for Meteor Street. People who live here are destined to be shrouded in darkness and will never be able to look up at the sun in their lives. Is Kido dead too? Faced with the death of his companion, Phaeton seemed extremely calm. He looked at the short old man opposite him with a sinister look, without a trace of pity or respect in his eyes. There was only infinite murderous intent. Oh, that look is scary. It's a good talent, what a pity. Maha shook his head with regret. Phaeton, who is full of murderous aura, is very suitable to be a killer. It won't be a pity if you die. Phaeton said coldly, swinging the long sword in his hand. He jumped forward, came to Maha at a very fast speed, and cut off with a knife without mercy. He vowed to take off Maha's head. You are still too young. Maha sighed, took out the short knife and gently pressed it against his chest. Clang! The sound of the weapons rubbing against each other rang out. Bright sparks bloomed between the blades, which looked extremely beautiful. But the eyes behind the blades were filled with coldness. The next second, Phaeton opened his eyes slightly and swung the knife at Maha at high speed. In the short 3 seconds, he had already swung more than a dozen knives. It's really tough. Phaeton made the last cut and retreated violently. Maha easily blocked all the previous dozen cuts. No matter how unexpected or cruel the cuts were. Phaeton's fear of Maha's danger level rose wildly. Staring at Maha, Phaeton did not speak, but decisively released his chi. Bang! The next moment, Phaeton rushed out again, this time his speed was obviously faster than the last time. In a flash, he appeared behind Maha and stabbed him in the chest with a knife. His cruelty reached its extreme at this moment. Clang! Phaeton stared at the blocked long knife with wide eyes. Maha seemed to have eyes behind him, and he stretched the short knife behind him without even looking, blocking the attack accurately. Faced with this situation, Phaeton reacted quickly and changed his body shape again. Countless phantoms appeared in front of Maha, making it difficult to tell where Phaeton was. Clang clang clang. 3 more attacks, but they were all blocked by Maha. From beginning to end, Maha did not use chi, and even took the initiative to attack. The gap between the two was vividly demonstrated at this moment. Damn it! Phaeton cursed in his heart. As he continued to resist, his anger was rising little by little. Until this moment, the anger almost overflowed from his chest and exploded. Finally, after the 372nd knife attack failed, Phaeton's emotions completely erupted at this moment. Old man, let me take you to hell for a tour. Phaeton smiled, but there was no warmth on his face. It only made people feel infinite coldness and rage. As he spoke, a surging aura burst out from Phaeton's body. The unforgivable sin. Instantly, Phaeton's clothes changed dramatically. From the leather clothes at the beginning, he changed into a special outfit that covered his whole body, with only his eyes exposed. This was to avoid any influence in the next moves. Phaeton showed his eyes and looked at Maha calmly, slowly using his ability. The next moment, Phaeton's long sword was instantly covered with a large piece of flame, which was burning violently. The high temperature even caused the air to be visibly distorted. Once you are attacked, the injury is minor, and the feeling of the wound being burned by the flames is the most torturous. It's really scary. Maha watched all this with a smile. Even now, he was not panicked at all. He held a short knife in his hand, and a layer of dark aura appeared on the surface of his skin. Old man, take a good look at this world. Phaeton looked at Maha coldly, his eyes full of disdain. I am standing here, can you hurt me at all? Maha stood there quietly. This was the biggest mockery of Phaeton. The moment he heard this, Phaeton had already appeared in front of Maha and chopped down with a knife. Chi! The sound of the burning flames was still lingering in his ears. Bang! There was a loud noise, stirring up the dust around. How is it possible? Phaeton frowned as he watched the scene in front of him. He saw that the blade he was so proud of was actually against Maha's shoulder, without cutting into it at all. The originally burning flame had been extinguished by Maha's chi and no longer existed. It was as if the knife in his hand was just a magician's prop. It was just a facade. Why aren't you moving? Maha's voice was like a bell, instantly awakening Phaeton from his daze. He quickly pulled out his knife and stepped back dozens of steps. No matter what, the fact has already happened. No matter how magical it is, it must be accepted now. There is no other way. It seems that we can only ask the sun for help. Phaeton's tone was a little helpless, and he looked at Maha with a rare look of pity. As he spoke, he began to touch Maha nonsensically. Once Maha used the blade to block, he immediately stepped forward and was willing to be attacked by the blade. After a few minutes of back and forth, Phaeton's body had several wounds of various sizes. The blood flowing out even soaked his clothes. Seeing this scene, Phaeton smiled. Okay. Son, please help me punish the evildoers. Then, Phaeton activated his mind ability. Burned by the scorching sun. The next second, a small sun gradually condensed and expanded behind Phaeton. In just a few seconds, it had grown to hundreds of meters. The temperature it emitted had melted everything around it, turning it into a pool of mud and indescribable things. This is Phaeton's strongest ability. He created a small sun with his mind and used unforgivable sinner to protect himself from the scorching sun. The power of the sun depends on the degree of injury. This is why Phaeton made such a strange move just now. This is really troublesome. I didn't want to use Nan at first. Chapter 159. Maha sighed slightly. As he spoke, the weak energy in his body burst out wildly at this moment. Eternal night. In an instant, Maha's body was covered by darkness, forming a unique cloak. Everything around him was shrouded in darkness, and no light could be seen at all. It formed a sharp contrast with the scorching sun in front of him. No matter what ability you have, you can't escape the sun's rays. Phaeton mocked confidently. He thought that everything Maha did was in vain. Ignorant people always have an inexplicable self-confidence. You should be more humble. Maha said in a long tone, as if a junior was teaching a senior. This sentence seemed to hurt Phaeton's deepest heart, and his eyes suddenly widened. The dead are not worthy of preaching. As he spoke, the rising sun fell towards Maha's position. The scorching sun radiated a temperature that was enough to melt everything and descended into the world. Everything in sight was melted away. This state of not distinguishing between friend and foe made everyone present retreat to the safe zone. Only Maha still stood there, watching the farce with an unusually calm look. Finally, a few seconds later, the sun completely set. Bang! The moment it touched the earth, a huge mushroom cloud of fire rose. A huge heat wave swept across a radius of 10 miles. Everything at the center of the sun had been melted away, and there was no intact place. Even though the attack was over, the center circle was still very hot, and it was not an area that ordinary people or even ordinary psychic users could reach. In the distance, Zeno and Silva stared at Maha's position closely. Is great-grandfather okay? It should be fine. The two of them said with a hint of uncertainty. Since Zeno was born, they had rarely seen Maha take action, not to mention the younger Silva. So they only knew that Maha was very strong, but they didn't know where his limit was. Maybe he was very strong, or maybe his strength had become fragile with age. In short, all the answers will be revealed at this moment. It's a good thing for him to let him melt. If there weren't so many strong men, I would have peeled off his skin and roasted his flesh with flames. Under the firelight, Phaeton's eyes were full of cruelty and evil. He might be the second strongest person in the Phantom Troop, as can be seen from the sun he released. But in terms of the degree of evil, he is definitely at the top. He is heartless and has no blood or tears. These words are not just talk. Once you fall into Phaeton's hands, your fate will be even worse than falling into the hands of others. After half an hour of roasting, the original center circle has been covered with thick ash. The air is filled with a pungent smell of fireworks. Just as Phaeton calmed down and prepared to leave to help others, a terrifying murderous aura enveloped him. He couldn't move, and he didn't dare to move. This feeling seemed as if death would fall on his head in the next second. An invisible sickle was silently placed on Phaeton's neck. Boy, where do you want to go? Maha's emotionless voice sounded. It was like the countdown of the god of death. Hearing this, Phaeton immediately retracted his foot that was about to stretch out, and looked at the extreme darkness in the depths with a sinister look. Maha, wearing a pitch-black cloak, stood still and stared. The time around seemed to have stopped at this moment. Bang! The vast energy was released. But it was not from Maha, but from Phaeton in the distance. The moment he saw that Maha was safe and sound, he decisively made a vow. Without the slightest hesitation, he placed a bet on his life. Phaeton clearly understood that the attack just now was his most powerful move. If even this didn't work, then he had only one way left, which was to make a vow. You are really suitable to be a killer. Maha looked at Phaeton with admiration. A killer must be so decisive to last long on the road of assassination. The slightest hesitation may lead him into an abyss of no return. You go to hell with me, old man. I will take care of you over there. Phaeton smiled evilly. From the moment he made the vow, he never thought that he could go back alive. Haha, you should explore the way first. It may take me a long time to get there. As soon as the words fell, a long sword suddenly appeared in front of Maha, slashing wildly. In an instant, hundreds of swords were swung out. The more he attacked, the faster Phaeton became. Until the end, even the shadow did not appear, only the faint clanging sound in the air continued to echo. It can be seen that Phaeton's improvement is very great, which has raised his strength to a higher level. Haha! Maha laughed as he blocked the attack. As Phaeton's attack speed increased, his blocking speed also reached another level. Surprisingly, no matter how fast Phaeton's attack speed was, Maha would still take it all in, just like at the beginning of the battle. Is this the only power of the oath? After a while, Maha suddenly said. There was no more sharp scrutiny in his eyes, but an unprecedented murderous aura. Phaeton, who was closest to him, was obviously stunned at this moment. For a moment, he seemed to see corpses all over the mountains and towering mountains stained red with blood. On the top of the mountain, Maha sat on the rock in a daze, looking at the setting sun in the distance. The impact of this scene made Phaeton feel cold all over. But fortunately, he himself was not a good bird. He had killed at least 5,000 people. So he recovered in just a moment. Quickly retreat to the back. It's time to end it. Maha's eyes were filled with murderous intent at this moment. He wanted to kill Phaeton. His intention was that simple. Are you not going to continue testing me? Looking at the familiar murderous aura, Phaeton understood that Maha was no longer on the defensive. To him, this was a signal. A signal to fight to the death. Sun incarnation. Phaeton decisively used his telepathic ability with his last bit of strength. In an instant, his special clothing was completely burned up and turned into nothing. Instead, endless flames quickly climbed to every corner of Phaeton's body. His eyes were covered by dazzling golden light. The aura on his body reached its peak at this moment. From a distance, Phaeton looked like a real fireman. A complete alien. Haha, is this your last bit of strength? I hope you can make me happy. Chapter 160. Looking at the air around Phaeton being distorted by the crazy burning, Maha's eyes showed a hint of interest. He wanted to see if Phaeton could cause him any harm. Amazing! This old monster has become stronger again. From a distance, Netero was slightly shocked when he saw the strength that Maha had burst out at this moment. You know, he had fought with Maha before, so he naturally understood what kind of strength he had. But the strength he saw now was even stronger than before. He really couldn't figure out how Maha had made himself stronger. Old man, today I will let you witness the true power of the Sunday. Phaeton, who was suspended in the air, said coldly. At this moment, he felt that he was the only true god in the world, who could dominate people's lives at will. The power given by the oath made Phaeton sink instantly. The sun? Haha. Facing this moment, Maha's face was still full of calmness. It seemed that no matter what happened, he could not have any negative emotions. Phaeton hated this kind of expression the most. He slowly pointed at Maha, and his fingertips instantly condensed a fine golden ray, wrapped in a temperature comparable to that of the sun. Even the air was pierced through wherever it passed. Buzz! The sun's rays shot straight at Maha's chest. At first, it burned and covered the surroundings at a very fast speed. But soon, an extreme darkness completely swallowed up the glittering firelight and merged into the darkness again. The appetizer is not very tasty. Maha shook his head. He seemed very dissatisfied with Phaeton's attack. Facing such ridicule, Phaeton's eyes covered with flames became more violent, expressing his current state of anger. Yanjiu! Phaeton was suspended in the air, and several small suns instantly rose behind him. Not only did the number increase, but the power contained was also stronger than the one released at the beginning. The aura emitted turned this area into a living hell. Even if the battle was over, this place could not return to its former appearance. It would only spend forever in the high temperature. This is interesting. Suddenly, the darkness on Maha became more prosperous. This level of attack was enough for him to take seriously. Is there no time? Phaeton felt it in his heart and knew that the time of the oath had reached its limit. Less than 2 minutes had passed since it was used. But for Phaeton, it was enough. His eyes were focused on Maha below, and the suns behind him all fell to the earth at the same time. In an instant, a magnificent scene appeared in front of everyone. Under the black curtain towering in the sky, several small suns fell to the earth. And the target of the attack was just a short old man who looked extremely fragile. The strong contrast stimulated their minds. Everyone's heart was unconsciously lifted up to see the final result. Bang! Bang! The moment the sun just touched the ground, it exploded at a high speed, forming a chain reaction, causing the remaining suns to explode together. The combined power formed a giant mushroom cloud that shot up into the sky. The heat wave emitted melted everything around it. Even the earth formed a bottomless pit in this explosion. For a moment, the same thought appeared in everyone's mind. Maha is probably in danger. Something is wrong, why is his mind so strong? Suddenly, Zeno realized something was wrong. Whether it was Wojin, Zayak or Kido, even if they burst out with powerful mind when they made the oath, they were not as strong as Phaeton. This kind of extraordinary power is really hard to understand. He is from the Ye-Yang race. Suddenly, Netero on the side started to explain. The Ye-Yang race and the Kurora race are both special humans. They all have unique abilities and are extremely rare. For example, the Kurora race's fiery red eyes can burst out with powerful power when their emotions fluctuate. The ability of the Ye-Yang race is to activate the sun. They are born to communicate with the sun. And they can activate the mind by offering sacrifices and praising the sun. But this road is extremely dangerous, and very few people can really successfully obtain the mind ability through this road. Most people are burned to death by the flames during the activation process. Those who successfully survive are called Sons of the Sun. They are different from ordinary people with mind abilities. Both their energy and abilities are unique. And when they activate their mind abilities, they also get a chance. The opportunity to ask for help from the Sun. Once they ask for help, they can get the help of the Sun and gain extraordinary power. This is why Phaeton is so powerful. He is the one in a million Son of the Sun. I see. Hearing the explanation, Zeno suddenly understood. It seems that the Phantom Troop is really lucky to have picked up a special person like Phaeton. While the others were still discussing, only Liney was nervously looking at the battlefield in the distance. Old man, you should be dead now. Phaeton looked at the bottomless pit with a smile. At the same time, his strength was rapidly fading. Almost every second, a body part was withering and failing. If it happened to an ordinary person, he might be afraid, confused, or relieved. But in Phaeton, he was satisfied. This was a way of showing off his victory in the battle. Boy, I admit that your move is very powerful. Suddenly, a voice came into Phaeton's ears, and he froze in place. Looking closely, a black figure slowly emerged from the deep pit and came to him. Maha had a smile on his face, and there was no injury on his body. It was as if the explosion just now was just an illusion. Even Phaeton himself began to doubt whether he was dreaming. The attack released by gathering all the strength of the body did not even hurt Maha. An emotion called despair brewed in Phaeton's heart, but he quickly extinguished it. He slowly looked at Maha, his eyes full of endless resentment. I can't rest in peace until you go to hell. Phaeton's words sounded like the impotent rage before his death. But Maha could clearly sense that Phaeton was not joking at the moment. He still had a trump card. Just as Maha was about to say something, the scene around him suddenly changed dramatically. Phaeton, who was standing in place, suddenly had tears of blood in his eyes. But his face was filled with a weird smile. This was the last ability that Phaeton activated. Hell is Others. Chapter 161. As the telekinesis was activated, everything around turned into a dark blood red. Countless wronged souls were shouting loudly in various places of punishment, describing their grievances and pains. The ground beneath his feet was now filled with white bones, and there was a slight cracking sound when he stepped on it lightly. The big sun above his head also turned red, symbolizing danger. While Maha was still confused, several black shackles suddenly appeared around him and directly wrapped Phaeton up. But Phaeton did not struggle at all, but looked at Maha with a playful look in his eyes. Old man, come with me, ha 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 ha. Phaeton's crazy laughter filled the entire space. As soon as he finished speaking, countless shackles appeared again, trying to entangle Maha and drag him into hell. People outside were surprised to see the scene. Liney frowned and looked at the isolated space. Others might not know, but she could feel the strong smell of darkness and killing from it. The mixed smell made her feel very uncomfortable. It seems that this little guy named Phaeton is really going to kill him. Netero said with a serious look in his eyes. He knew clearly that Phaeton was using his own soul as the final bet, trying to drag Maha down with him. Regardless of success or failure, Phaeton will eventually lose his soul because of the oath. He will not even be able to reincarnate. Although Netero did not know whether reincarnation existed, Phaeton's viciousness was really chilling. Inside the barrier, Phaeton was still laughing and persuading Maha to give up resistance. Old man, this is hell. No matter how strong you are, you can't escape the fate of death. As if agreeing with Phaeton's words, the shackles that originally imprisoned Maha became more tight. Haha, I told you, it will take a long time for me to come. Even at this level, Maha was not panicked at all. On the contrary, his eyes were full of curiosity. Maha did not break free from the shackles, but looked around. This is a spirit of exploration for unknown creatures. Looking at the calm Maha, Phaeton thought he was just shouting before death and would not believe it at all. He continued to chatter at Maha. Not long after, the originally silent shackles made a strange sound. Chi. The chain seemed to have received some kind of signal and began to drag the two people deeper. Soon, the two passed through the heavy punishment venue and came to a large open space. In front, a tall black figure sat on the blood-red throne, wearing a jet-black robe that made it impossible to see his face. Is this the Grim Reaper? Maha raised his head slightly and looked at the figure. At this moment, the interest in his eyes almost overflowed. Being able to see the Grim Reaper with his own eyes was worth the trip for him. Kiliguli. The black figure spoke in an incomprehensible language. Then he waved at the two of them. The next second, an exquisite black and white scale appeared in front of the two of them. On the left side of the white scale was a pure white feather. On the right side of the black scale was a heart stained with blood, which was still beating. Obviously, this was to determine the root of the two of them. What kind of thing is worthy of controlling my path? At this point, even when facing the god of death who controls death, Phaeton still couldn't find any respect on his face. As a member of the Ye-Yang race, he only believed in the sun and praised the sun in his life. The god of death who ran counter to the sun was not worthy of his respect. Kerala. The Grim Reaper stretched out his arm, revealing a skeleton finger, and pointed at Phaeton first. The next second, the scales began to shake slightly. At the same time, a word made of blood appeared in front of the two. The sinner, Phaeton. Number of people killed, 12,578. Conflict rate, 2%. Verdict, permanently imprisoned in a soul cage, roasted by pure fire. Among them, the explanation of the conflict rate was also specifically noted. That is, whether there was an obvious conflict between the murdered and the murderer, which caused the death of the other party. The extremely low number of 2% completely shows that most of the people killed by Phaeton were innocent civilians, and there was no direct conflict with him. The two parties didn't even know each other. In this case, Phaeton was still bloodthirsty and killed all the people who were in his way. Among more than 12,000 people, the conflict rate accounted for only 2%. It is enough to show that Phaeton almost killed more than 11,000 innocent people. This kind of sin is really infuriating. Did you just kill so few people? If I had known I would come here, I should have killed another 100,000. Phaeton looked at the number above with some dissatisfaction, and even felt that he had killed too few and wanted to kill more. This idea was quite explosive in the entire hunter world. The result on Phaeton's side had already appeared, and the scales began to move, slowly coming in front of Maha. Buzz! This time the shaking was more violent than before. The feather on the left almost fell off because of the shaking. Even the god of death himself had never seen this scene, and he quickly waved at the scales to calm the turbulence. Finally, after about a minute of silence, the words belonging to Maha slowly appeared in front of him. The sinner, Maha Zaldik. Number of people killed, 8,957. Conflict rate, 1%. Judgment result, enter the lava hell and accept endless melting. Although the number of people killed was not as high as Phaeton, it also reached an extremely terrifying level. The conflict rate was even more terrifying, reaching an astonishing 1%. Ha ha ha, old man, you are so murderous, but you have killed less people than me. Phaeton taunted Maha mercilessly. I am different from you. Maha had no intention of explaining. Almost all of the people he killed were killed because of the commission. This is also the reason why the conflict rate is so low. Seeing his final destination, Maha's heart was full of peace. The results of the two people have already appeared. Just as the god of death was about to execute, he seemed to suddenly feel something and turned his eyes to Maha's position. The white skeleton finger pointed at Maha again. The next second, the blood-red text appeared again. The sinner, Maha Zaldik. Kills, 6,827,580. Conflict rate, 98%. Trial result, not guilty. Another new trial. But at this moment, a drastic change has taken place. The number of kills this time has reached a terrifying 6 million. The conflict rate is as high as 98%. What is even more shocking is that with such a terrifying number of kills, the verdict is not guilty. This astonishing data made the Grim Reaper slightly stunned. Phaeton's pupils shrank at the side, and he was speechless. A number of nearly 7 million. His number of 10,000 is not even a fraction of others. Suddenly, Phaeton seemed to notice something. Why not the number of kills? Chapter 162. The text above clearly shows the number of kills Maha has won. In response to Phaeton's question, Hell gave a very humane explanation. The blood-red text appeared before his eyes again. The number of kills includes but is not limited to humans. This explanation is clear and concise. It directly shows that Maha has killed creatures other than humans. There are as many as 6 million. If it were placed in human society, killing so many monsters would definitely cause a huge sensation. But the strange thing is that no news has ever mentioned this. This shows that Maha's killing was not caused by human society. Then there is only one place that can withstand such a huge number. The Dark Continent. The number is 6 million, and they are dangerous creatures from the Dark Continent. This is enough to show how extreme Maha's strength has reached. No wonder he can be calm no matter what he encounters. It turns out that during the time of killing in the Dark Continent, his heart had long been as cold as a blade. Have I killed so many? It seems that this number will continue to grow. Maha said with a smile. He himself did not know that he had killed so many creatures. He only knew that he was always in action. All the crimes were judged and the trial was about to begin. The chains that were originally wrapped around Maha quickly disappeared, turning into a ball of black air and disappearing into the air. This announced Maha's acquittal. Phaeton was not so lucky. The shackles continued to deepen his confinement, and the body that was still slowly withering also stopped completely at this moment, and continued to drag towards the depths. From now on, he will endure inhuman pain forever. Before leaving, Phaeton's eyes were still fixed on Maha. You will come back to accompany me, I always believe. You smell like me. After saying that, Phaeton completely disappeared from the land. These words did not stir up any waves in Maha. He turned to look at the tall black figure in front of him and slowly bowed to him. But the black figure just looked at him deeply and disappeared on the spot. Unconsciously, the surrounding scene changed again and returned to the appearance of Meteor Street. There was no trace of hell around, as if everything just now was just a dream. When everyone saw Maha come out intact, their hanging hearts finally fell. Fortunately, the worst result did not happen. No one expected Phaeton to be so cruel that he would drag Maha into the water even at the risk of his soul. I'm glad you're okay. Linny watched from afar, her frown loosened, revealing a touch of kindness. She slowly took back her energy. At the same time, her tender skin turned back to its old appearance. Everything will eventually return to normal. Is this over here too? Jin muttered slowly. He turned his gaze to the opposite side. If you want to fight, you better be serious. Nobunaga held the blade, his brows never relaxed. He was always facing Jin seriously. Looks like I have to finish it quickly too. Jin completely ignored Nobunaga. Bang! The next moment, Nobunaga stepped on his feet and came in front of Jin, slashing with the long sword in his hand. The speed was so fast that it only took a moment to reach Jin's neck. If only Zaja was here. Jin said helplessly. Looking at the long sword that was rushing towards him, he slightly turned his body and easily dodged the attack. Looking at the dodged attack, Nobunaga seemed to have expected it. He turned the blade directly and chopped it straight at Jin's waist. The powerful force made a sound of breaking through the air. Bang! The next moment, a powerful energy burst out from Jin's body, causing Nobunaga's original attack trajectory to have a slight deviation. Before Nobunaga could adjust, a big hand gently grasped his forearm holding the sword. Click! With a crisp sound, Nobunaga's forearm was completely crushed by the huge force. Tisk! Nobunaga's face was expressionless, and he quickly switched the blade to his other hand. Without any hesitation, he stabbed Jin's chest again. Each strike was aimed at the most fatal part, which was enough to show Nobunaga's understanding of human tissue. Activate your strongest ability. Jin kicked Nobunaga away with a side kick, and said kindly. Bang! Hearing this, Nobunaga directly activated the chi. Then, he slowly attached the chi to the blade. He kicked forward, came to Jin and quickly lowered his body. The hand that was originally holding the handle quickly pulled the blade out of the scabbard. Draw the sword and cut. A white light flashed, and a few strands of hair fell to the ground. That's right. Jin looked at the hat that fell to the ground and smiled knowingly. This attack seemed to have lifted his seal. Soon, Jin used various moves to deal with Nobunaga. 99 Punch. Dislocation Space Fist. Explosive Kick. Giant God Palm. All the abilities that can be operated appeared in Jin's hands one by one, and exerted a powerful strength. Facing such a violent attack, Nobunaga seemed to be extremely exhausted. Soon, his body was full of wounds, and more than half of his bones were broken, looking extremely tragic. Hey! Jin returned to his original position and took a deep breath. It seems that Jin hasn't changed. Netero looked at these familiar abilities and smiled. Others may not know, but he knew Jin's special abilities very well. Copy. Jin can use his abnormal learning ability to grasp the essence and trajectory of the other party's abilities. Just one time can completely copy the other party's abilities. After so many years, no one knows how many abilities Jin has learned. But the only thing that can be confirmed is that Jin's strength has reached a peak. Do you want to use the oath? I am curious about how powerful the oath can be. Jin said curiously. In his eyes, Nobunaga has become a ready-made guinea pig. Although he has watched other people fight, he still needs to experience it himself to understand the power of the oath more directly. And now the opportunity is right in front of him. If he doesn't seize it in time, he will be uncomfortable for the rest of his life. Are you looking down on me? Nobunaga was silent, staring at Jin with sharp eyes. He exuded an air of unwillingness to admit defeat. This was the temperament that belonged to a swordsman. You have guts. Jin admitted that he underestimated Nobunaga's will. Bang! Before Jin could continue to say anything, a power that did not belong to him suddenly burst out from Nobunaga's body. Oath! It turned out that what Nobunaga said just now was just to delay Jin. What a cautious guy! Jin immediately became interested. Sure enough, the people in the Phantom Troop are not simple. Is this the new power? I can't wait to start swinging the knife. Chapter 163. Nobunaga's face was no longer serious, but full of comfort. The feeling of gaining power is really addictive. Let me try the power of the oath. Jin followed suit and attacked. Various abilities appeared in his hands and he quickly attacked Nobunaga. But the result this time was obviously different from the last time. Nobunaga, who had gained great power, kept dodging the attacks, and his face looked extremely relaxed. It was completely different from the black and blue look he had just had. But this won't work. Nobunaga's mouth curled up into a smile. He tightly grasped the long sword in his hand and quickly retreated, bursting with amazing energy from his whole body. Shura's inspiration. The next second, black lines appeared on Nobunaga's body and even on his face, delicate and regular. Even his eyes, which were clearly black and white, were completely covered in black. Weird and powerful. Ha! Exhaling a breath of black air, Nobunaga stared straight at the golden. Is this the power of the oath? Jin felt Nobunaga's power at this moment. He had a new understanding of the oath in his heart. He knew that if he didn't take it seriously, he might make a mistake and regret it forever. It's so cool, so cool. Nobunaga's state at this time is completely different from before. His originally serious face is full of arrogance and enjoyment. It can be seen that the power of the oath has also released the deepest darkness of human nature. I want to kill. As he said this, Nobunaga's eyes quickly locked onto the golden. Die. In an instant, Nobunaga burst out with a dark aura all over his body, and rushed towards Jin. Bang! In a flash, Nobunaga suddenly appeared in front of Jin, drew out his long sword and chopped without hesitation. Buzz! The black sword energy immediately slashed Jin's body. Made him fly backwards uncontrollably. Seeing this, Nobunaga continued to move forward, slashing madly, as if to return all the previous pain. The archaeologists were full of tension when they saw this scene. Jin, as their captain, was also the backbone of the entire team. If he was not in the team, it would sooner or later fall apart. Bang! Finally, after giving the last blow, Nobunaga retreated to the original place panting. Even though he released his nature, he still maintained his previous caution. Even if he had already determined Jin's death in his heart, he still needed to observe it. Sure enough, just after the slashing, a hand appeared from the ruins and grabbed the surrounding stones. Bang! Jin supported the stone and pulled his body out. He casually dusted off his body and looked at Nobunaga again. How can you be okay? How is it possible? Nobunaga's face was full of disbelief. Of course it will be fine, after all, you haven't been attacking me all along. Jin smiled. At the same time, a thin layer of skin shed from his body, which looked to be in tatters. This was also an ability he learned from others. Golden Cicada Escapes. This ability has no other functions, but it is extremely powerful in saving lives. It can use chi to form a layer of skin on the surface of the skin that others cannot see, which can withstand an attack. Oh, I still have time. Nobunaga didn't believe it and attacked again. But this time, Jin didn't continue to be beaten. Because he got most of the information he wanted to know during the beating just now. So there was no reason to continue to be beaten. It's time to end it. Jin burst out with unprecedented energy. From the beginning, he was not serious. Bang! Before Nobunaga could make a move, Jin had already arrived in front of him. Drilling the heart. In an instant, Jin's hand appeared like a drill, and hit Nobunaga's chest hard. Puff! At the moment of the attack, a large mouthful of blood gushed out of Nobunaga's mouth. He looked at his hollowed-out chest in confusion. A broken heart was still beating weakly. With just one strike, Jin resolved the battle. Do you have any stronger moves? Jin retreated to his original position and looked at Nobunaga quietly. The reason why he did not take action was naturally to see if Nobunaga had any more cards. But unfortunately, Nobunaga took a last look at Jin and fell down with hatred in his eyes. He did not even close his eyes before he died, which was enough to show his hatred for Jin. Gone just like that. Jin was somewhat puzzled. According to his deduction, Nobunaga should not die so soon. After waiting for a while and seeing no movement, Jin slowly stepped forward to check. When he was about 10 meters away, Nobunaga's eyes suddenly showed a gleam of light. Seeing this, Jin immediately stepped back and made a defensive move. Strangely, Nobunaga stood up and stood there without moving, his face full of dullness. This series of strange things made Jin not act rashly. Suddenly, Nobunaga raised his head and looked at Jin, with a weird smile on his face. He seemed to feel no pain, and slowly took out the broken heart from his chest and sent it to the sky. Bang! Suddenly, an extremely pure breath of darkness emerged from his body. Shura is coming. The next moment, a crack appeared in the sky. While everyone was still confused, the heart in Nobunaga's hand quickly flew into the crack. At the same time, a blood-red figure appeared from the crack and quickly possessed Nobunaga's body. Bang! An extremely huge momentum swept around, even blowing down the house. This is the magic realm. Jin frowned and looked at the crack above. The hunter world is fantasy and mysterious, full of all kinds of unknown things. Monsters, rare animals, treasures, secret treasures, magic realms, secret realms. All these symbolize the unknown, which makes people obsessed with it. The crack also vaguely reveals the scene of another space. Corpses are everywhere, and blood flows like a river. This is Jin's first impression. It can be seen that this magic realm is more dangerous than imagined. Looking forward again, Nobunaga has undergone a huge change. His whole body is blood red, and his whole body is full of strong muscles. There are 2 black horns on his head. What is particularly noticeable is the arrow-shaped tail behind him. It can be said that Nobunaga is no longer a human being. He is a complete Shura. Nobunaga stared at Jin with bloodshot eyes, as if confirming his target. He exuded an extremely strong sense of oppression. People dared not move at all, and could only stand there and wait for death. The strength is very strong. Facing Nobunaga at this time, Jin quickly determined the terrifying strength of the other party. Gubibara. Nobunaga suddenly spoke to Jin in a language he couldn't understand. Although Jin didn't understand, he could tell the answer from Nobunaga's eyes. He had confirmed that Jin was the target to be solved. After locking the target, Nobunaga's face showed a cruel smile. Chapter 164. Before everyone could react, Nobunaga had already appeared in front of Jin, looking at him carefully. The creatures in the demon realm are really scary. Jin was also observing. Close-range investigation can directly know the other party's information. He deeply felt a violent energy from Nobunaga, as if he would tear him apart in the next second. And according to speculation, Nobunaga's consciousness has dissipated, and he has been replaced by Shura in front of him. Therefore, he should not be called Nobunaga now. But Shura. Jili Guru. Shura stopped smiling and punched Jin in the face. Bang! The sound of breaking through the air was heard. He would definitely be hit at such a close distance, but there was still no panic in Jin's eyes. It's so fast, there's no way to dodge it. Jin came to the conclusion immediately and quickly used his telepathic ability. 100% dodge. The next moment, Shura's fist that was about to attack was miraculously deflected and passed by Jin's face. It turned out that it was not Jin who was dodging, but the other party. Hey! Shura looked at his fist in confusion. He didn't understand why the attack that was sure to hit him would deviate. But the current situation obviously didn't allow him to think so. Meteor fist. In an instant, Jin's fists were like falling stars, pounding on Shura's body quickly. Each blow left large and small pits on Shura's body. It was like the scene after a meteorite fell. Just as Jin continued to attack, a big red hand grabbed his forearm. Foolish cry. Shura threw the gold to the ground. Bang! The powerful force directly embedded the gold deeply into the ground. Jin, can you win? Netero also felt the huge aura of Shura. This is a genuine creature from the Dark Continent. The power it possesses is unmatched. Even if the Ant King comes, he will have to consider whether he can beat him. It hurts so much. Jin's voice came slowly from underground. It was the first time he was so embarrassed. He pushed his hands against the ground to help his body get out of the deep pit. Really, something unexpected happened. Jin's tone was somewhat helpless. He had never expected that Nobunaga would use his own life to summon Shura. I really don't know where he learned this evil magic from. It's a problem, and it's hard to solve. Although he said this, the brilliance in Jin's eyes was still dazzling. Obviously, he had thought of a solution. Looking up at the crack above, Jin's mouth drew a smile. Let's go back to where we came from. As he spoke, a small boat slowly condensed in Jin's hand. The returning ship condensed the chi into a ship, forcibly wrapped the enemy, and sent it back to the last location. The next second, the small boat in Jin's hand grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost in an instant, it grew into a ship hundreds of meters high. This volume is enough to accommodate countless Shuras. Goodbye, I believe we will meet again in the near future. With Jin's control, the ship quickly wrapped Shura in it and sailed towards the crack above. Ugh! Shura pounded the ship frantically, trying to leave here. But he obviously underestimated the hardness of the ship. The crazy attack only caused some more cracks on the ship. This result made him have to watch himself quickly leave here and return to the starting point. Looking at the crack above, Shura's eyes showed rare fear and terror. It was hard to imagine what kind of danger was hidden inside. Buzz! Finally, the moment Shura entered, the crack closed, as if nothing had ever existed. Everything Nobunaga had paid for was destroyed at this moment. This guy always has a way. Netero said with a smile while watching this scene. He didn't expect Jin to end the battle in this way. But from beginning to end, no one knew what Jin's true ability was. Maybe he had already used it, but no one noticed it. Or maybe he hadn't, waiting for the important moment to explode and play a key role. Solved, call it a day. Jin clapped his hands and put the meat on the ground into his backpack. He took advantage of Shura's inattention and pulled it off. That was why Shura angrily smashed him into the ground. But it was all worth it. Jin returned to the empty space where the battle was over and sat leisurely. So far, Kurora was the only one left in the phantom troop. The rest were all dead. Everyone, are they all dead? Looking at the deaths of the others, Kurora's face was surprisingly calm. There was no anger, no resentment, no sadness. There was only infinite tranquility. But looking into his eyes, one could see the storm brewing in them, growing like wild grass. You've finished reading, it's time for you to go on your way. Yuni said bluntly. Since your family has left, I can't let you walk alone on the road. After all, he is a famous philanthropist. But while speaking, he was also secretly observing Kurora's every move. As the leader of the phantom troop, he deserves such caution. Every ending is just another beginning. Even if I die, I will still appear. Kurora's face burst out with unprecedented confidence and arrogance. He was no longer as calm and composed as before. As he spoke, a vast aura emerged from Kurora's body. An exquisite book slowly appeared in his hand. He flipped a few pages casually. Closed prison. As the mind power was activated, Kurora and Yuni were imprisoned in a huge cage at the same time. The two stood on opposite sides, like an ancient Roman Colosseum. Fresh. Yuni suddenly found it interesting. This is similar to Jin's operation. The only difference is that Jin relies on his extraordinary learning ability, while Kurora relies on stealing other people's abilities. Fish in a closed room. Transform the chi into a carnivorous fish that can only move in a closed space. This fish will swim in the air while attacking the enemy. And the enemy being bitten will not feel any pain. The ability of mind is activated. The next second, several large fish floating in the air and swimming around Kurora appeared. The large fish were grey and white, without fish meat, only bones. The sharp fangs flashed coldly under the sunlight, waiting for prey at any time. After seeing Yuni, they slowly moved towards that side. Fish swimming in the air. It is indeed extraordinary today. Looking at the big fish swimming slowly in front of him, Yuni showed a smile on his face. In that case, I won't hide it anymore. Chapter 165 As he spoke, Yuni condensed his energy into a long sword. Buzz! He casually chopped the fish that were swimming forward. The next moment, all the fish were completely cut in half. But from Kurora's calm face, it can be seen that things are not that simple. The fish that were originally cut in half miraculously slowly merged together and returned to their original appearance. They continued to swim forward, trying to eat Yuni's body. Physical damage doesn't work. Yunya came to the conclusion immediately. He dodged the bite lightly and quickly condensed a huge talisman in his hand, which was engraved with exquisite ancient characters. Since physical attacks can't cause damage, then naturally he has to start from other aspects. As a sealing technique that can seal everything, it is naturally the best choice. Seal. Yunya used it directly. The originally silent talisman burst into a dazzling golden light, illuminating all the fish. In an instant, all the fish stopped moving at the same time, staring blankly at the front. This scene made Kurora narrow his eyes slightly. He held the book in his hand and forcibly controlled the movement trajectory of the fish. But he found that no matter how it moved, the fish itself was not affected at all, and it still stopped in place. Before he could continue to operate, the talisman suddenly turned into countless small talismans and pasted them on the fish. Wow! A faint light flashed, and all the fish pasted by the talisman disappeared in place. As for where they went, it was unknown. What a powerful ability! Kurora looked at Yuni's sealing technique thoughtfully. If he wasn't fighting now, he might not be able to resist negotiating with him and stealing the ability. After all, no one can refuse such a powerful ability. If you have any other tricks, just use them. Yunya smiled. At this time, the black shadow belonging to Kurora had already appeared in the other world. Now he can use the ability of Secret Fish. Because this is an ability stolen by Kurora himself, he must wait for him to release it and fight with it before he can replicate it again. He can also use Kurora's own ability Thief's Ultimate. However, this ability is dispensable to him. Not to mention that his own replication ability is stronger than his, it is mainly because the restrictions required to use this ability are too many and harsh. To steal the ability of Nin, 4 conditions must be met. 1. Actually see the other party's ability of Nin. 2. Ask the other party about his ability of Nin and get an answer. 3. Place the other party's palm on the handprint on the cover of the book. All steps 4.1. 3 must be completed within 1 hour. He found these alone too troublesome, not to mention the conditions for using them. To use the stolen ability, one must place the right hand on the corresponding page. If the borrower dies, the ability disappears. No matter how you look at it, it is not as real as having your own ability. As long as you fight the opponent, you can gain the ability permanently, and even if the opponent dies, it will not be affected in any way. There is no harm without comparison. Once Kurora knows this, I am afraid that no matter how calm he is, he will be defeated on the spot. Then I won't be polite. Kurora said with a smile, flipping through the book without stopping. Paired destroyers. Soon, a power was used. A sun mark appeared on the back of Kurora's left hand, and a moon mark appeared on the back of his right hand. The two complemented each other and appeared on Kurora alone. After the power appeared, he did not stop flipping through the books. Mr. Doll. God's left hand, Devil's right hand. The next moment, an ordinary puppet with distinct joints appeared next to Kurora. He was wearing a tuxedo and a top hat, looking like a gentleman. But Kurora summoned this puppet not just for fun. He slowly touched the puppet's skin with his left hand and stretched his right hand into the air. With a flash of light, a figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Another Mr. Puppet. This is the ability of God's left hand, Devil's right hand. The left hand touches the object, and the right hand is responsible for copying an identical object. The copied object has a round effect. But there are limitations. It will disappear completely after 24 hours. Living things can be copied, but they cannot have consciousness or mobility. Objects produced by copied mind abilities cannot copy attached mind abilities. What is this doing? This series of operations made some people a little confused. They didn't know what the meaning of Kurora doing these things was. Whether it was the puppets or the copying ability, they didn't think they could cause any harm to Yuni. In the prison, Kurora was still constantly copying puppets. Soon, the whole prison was full of puppets. Yuni, who was at the other end, watched Kurora's operation quietly. He wanted to see what kind of operation Kurora would use. Thank you for waiting. I'm going to start. Kurora said with a smile. He quickly flipped through the pages and found the most critical part. Proof of humanity. The next moment, a delicate mark appeared between the eyebrows of all the puppets. They seemed to have woken up and focused their attention on Yuni. Order. Destroy. Kurora said slowly. The moment he gave the order, all the puppets' eyes flashed with murderous eyes, and scarlet aura burst out from their bodies. This is the ability of Mr. Puppet. Once a killing order is given, the puppet will immediately change mode. Just like now, the air is filled with murderous aura. As expected of a high IQ, the way he uses Nen is different from others. Seeing Kurora's series of operations, Yuni praised him. He combined different Nen abilities together and exerted extraordinary strength. No wonder Kurora could become the leader. Then I'll bother you. After saying that, all the puppets rushed towards Yuni frantically. It felt like a large army was attacking a city. On the way, all the puppets stretching out a sharp blade. With their murderous temperament, they look like perverted murderers. In the duel between the puppet and the shadow, who will be stronger? Yuni stood there with an ambiguous smile. The shadow behind him moved quickly, and countless shadows emerged from it frantically, rushing towards the puppet. The current scene was like two kings standing in their own territory, commanding their soldiers to attack. Who will win? Everyone looked at this scene in confusion. The next moment, the two armies clashed completely. Puff! Bang! The sound of killing rang out one after another. The two sides were evenly matched for a while. Mr. Puppet had no consciousness and was not afraid of severe pain. Even if he was missing limbs, it did not affect his continued killing. This crazy killing mode gave them the strength to fight against the Black Shadow. But soon, a reversal occurred on the battlefield. Chapter 166. The Black Shadow that was originally killed unexpectedly revived the next moment, and its strength was stronger than before. It took only a few rounds to kill Mr. Puppet. A crushing fight is about to begin. Looking at the puppets that kept falling, there was no emotion in Kurora's eyes. It seemed that all this had nothing to do with him. He continued to copy the puppets and attack. Soon, there were a bunch of mountains made of Mr. Puppet in the whole prison, and none of them looked complete. Either they were missing an arm or they were headless. But without exception, they all had no ability to fight. Kurora did not continue to copy, and looked at Yuni quietly, which made people feel creepy. That's it. Looking at Kurora who was unmoved, Yuni thought that everything was not that simple. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. Looking at the army he had worked so hard to create being destroyed so easily, Kurora said with a smile. The next second, his expression became calm. Combination. Activate killing mode. As the command was issued, a broken finger on the puppet mountain suddenly moved. Suddenly, the mountain was violently shaken, and all the broken puppet parts began to merge rapidly. Not long after, a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. The figure was fat and huge, with arms and legs all over the body, and countless rotating eyeballs on the face. No matter how you look at it, it feels very weird. Hee hee. A sharp voice came out from Mr. Puppet's body, as if mocking the weak black shadow in front of him. Countless hands on his body stretched out sharp blades. Wherever he passed, no grass grew. Facing all kinds of sharp blades, the black shadow could not resist at all. In an instant, the number of black shadows on the entire battlefield began to decrease sharply. Can it be combined? Seeing such a huge puppet, Yuni's mouth drew a smile. He knew that Kurora would never do useless work. The surface is just his way to deceive people, and the essence is what he really wants to do. Before Yuni could think more, the puppet had killed all the shadows on the battlefield. It drove its huge body, swaying left and right and running towards Yuni. Really, why do you like such disgusting things? Looking at the huge creature that kept approaching, Yuni felt helpless. The last person who made him so disgusted had been cut into food and was waiting to be tasted. But the thing in front of him was obviously not edible, nor could it be used as a key material for making weapons. In short, it was a 3-no product, which really made him feel unmotivated. But it still had to be solved. Yuni sighed softly, and countless black shadows instantly entered his body. The cause and effect of all heavens, all come to me. The roar of the sea monster. The next moment, the sound of waves crashing echoed throughout the meteor street. Those who didn't know what was going on thought they had heard it wrong. But Kurora obviously didn't think so. He stared at Yuni calmly. Sure enough, a deep blue wave enveloped Yuni's entire body, helping him to fly into the air. A trident condensed by air was held in his hand. Behind Yuni, there was a faint invisible pressure, filling the entire battlefield. I have used this ability, do you still have a chance to reverse it? As he said this, Yuni set his sights on Kurora. In an instant, a blood-red eye appeared behind him and stared at Kurora. In just this moment, Kurora felt his whole body cold and his consciousness blurred, as if something strange was whispering in his ear, constantly impacting his brain. This is one of the abilities from the sea monster. Those who look into his eyes will be spiritually polluted. In serious cases, they will become the most loyal believers or the most foolish beggars in the world. But Kurora is not an ordinary person. Even though he was spiritually polluted, he still stood straight in the same place and used his will to fight against the foreign invasion. I'll start with you. Yuni ignored Kurora and focused his attention on the mountain of flesh in front of him. Perhaps because Kurora was mentally polluted, the originally calm Mr. Puppet was filled with a murderous aura. Countless pairs of eyes stared at Yuni, wanting to kill him. Bang! 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 Mr. Puppet dragged his huge body towards Yuni. Are you in such a hurry to die? Yuni stretched out his left hand to his chest. The next second, a huge wave rushed out from behind him. Crash! Bang! The waves hit Mr. Puppet mercilessly, stirring up wide waves. This blow made Mr. Puppet, who was already unstable, fall to the ground immediately, and smashed a big hole in the place. The countless hands and legs behind him were directly broken. Snap! Snap! Mr. Puppet, who was overwhelmed by killing, stood up at the risk of falling apart. Due to the scouring of the sea water, the parts in Mr. Puppet's body were seriously affected, and every step he took contained a huge sound. Snap! Even so, Mr. Puppet still ran towards Yuni, vowing to fight to the death. Really thick skin. Looking at the almost intact puppet, Yuni decided to give it a final blow. The old ones. Instantly, a phantom of a sea monster appeared behind Yuni, holding a huge trident. Yuni slowly raised the trident in his hand, and the phantom behind him also made the same move. Die! Yuni threw the trident heavily. The speed was so fast that there was even a burst of sound. At the same time, the phantom of the sea monster behind him also threw the trident in his hand mercilessly. Buzz! Puff! The trident thrown by Yuni hit Mr. Puppet's head first and embedded deeply. Before Mr. Puppet could pull it out, another attack came. This time, it was a giant trident thrown by the sea monster. Puff! The giant trident directly penetrated Mr. Puppet's body, and even the core inside could be vaguely seen. This blow completely cut off all hope. Haha! Just when everything was resolved, a laugh suddenly came out. Glancing sideways, Kurora had somehow gotten rid of the mental pollution and was looking straight at the battlefield. Dive! Kurora slowly gave the order. After receiving the order, Mr. Doll burst out his last strength and ran to Yuni with the trident. With a bang, he fell to the ground. Goodbye! Kurora quickly put his two palms with the seal together. At the same time, a giant sun seal appeared on the front of the dead puppet's body. A moon seal appeared on the back. Chapter 167. This is exactly what Kurora added when making the doll. At this moment, a chain reaction was triggered, and an unprecedented move broke out. Are you going to play Mission Impossible with me here? Looking at the meat mountain in front of him that was about to explode, Yuni suddenly laughed. Kurora is indeed a talent. If he can be used by him, it would be a great blessing in life. Superb IQ, ruthless means, stable emotions, outstanding abilities, handsome face. As long as two of them are added together, they are enough to become a king bomb. But these 5 characteristics all appear in one person. Completely created a rare leader of a generation. Before Yuni could continue to think, the flesh in front had activated the explosion program and began to expand rapidly. Seeing this, Yuni did not take any measures. His face was unusually calm. It seemed that he had given up struggling and quietly waited for death to come. But the more this happened, the more cautious Kurora was. Because he knew that a dying person would never have such a mentality. Either crazy, or regretful, or indulgent, or resentful. Calmness is the most precious quality at the moment of death. Kurora did not continue to think, but quickly flipped through the book in his hand. Space barrier. The next moment, a square space enveloped Kurora, forming the strongest barrier. in order to ensure his most basic safety. Looking forward, in just a few seconds, the meat mountain expanded to almost fill the entire space. Bang! The huge afterglow of the explosion enveloped the entire prison. Various body parts flew everywhere due to the explosion. The turbulence caused by the explosion completely destroyed the surrounding houses. Everyone was curious about the situation inside. After a long time, the afterglow still did not dissipate, and smoke filled the entire prison. But a figure gradually emerged. Ahem! Kurora spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the opposite side calmly. The previous attack directly blew through his space barrier. Fortunately, the barrier was strong enough to help him offset most of the damage. But the remaining power still hurt him. It can be said that this move hurts the enemy by 1,000 and hurts himself by 800. But in his eyes, it's all worth it. To kill the enemy, you have to use any means. Mercy in battle is the most ridiculous thing in this world. The smoke is so thick that it hurts my eyes. A complaining voice came from the smoke. A gust of wind blew away the smoke in the prison. Yuni was revealed to be unscathed, without any damage to his body. At this moment, countless emotions appeared on Kurora's face, and finally it came down to calmness. Do you know what is the most precious thing besides beautiful treasures and books covering countless knowledge? Kurora said to himself, not caring about the strange looks of the crowd. He did not give an answer, but looked at Yuni calmly. Without continuing to use his mind ability, Kurora slowly pulled out a dagger from his waist. It was a brand created by the murderous devil Bien Nidoran more than 100 years ago. Bien's knife. Under the strange appearance, there is an extremely sharp blade. No matter how hard the object is, as long as it is cut by the Bien's knife, it will be cut into as easily as mud. It really achieved the point of cutting iron like mud. Are you ready to start a battle between men? Yuni said with a smile. He slowly condensed the chi in his palm. The next second, a long sword made of chi appeared in his hand. The two stood there without moving, just staring at each other. Bang! In an instant, the two jumped forward at the same time. Clang! The two swords collided, rubbing against each other and producing endless sparks. They both saw each other's eyes in the firelight. Deep and calm. This was Yuni's first impression of Kurora's eyes. It was very consistent with his temperament and personality. Your eyes are very calm. Kurora said while exerting force on his hands. He saw infinite calmness in Yuni's eyes. It seemed that no matter what happened, it could not affect his state of mind. This is an invincible self-confidence. Only those who are truly strong and can ignore everything can have such emotions. For a moment, Kurora regretted his decision. But the next second, it was completely annihilated by his heart. As long as it is something he chooses, Kurora will never regret it. All he can do now is to keep facing it. You're not bad either. Yuni smiled. He exerted force on his hands and pushed Kurora behind him. At the same time, he jumped forward. Clang! 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 Countless blacksmithing sounds echoed in the prison. Xiaoyun's strength is really not simple. It seems that our safety level will be improved in this expedition. Seeing the current situation, Netero gave his own evaluation. The others nodded in agreement. They thought the same. Only Liney and Maha did not participate in the discussion, still watching the battlefield carefully. Looking closely, Kurora was beaten back step by step. If the whole prison was not so large, he might have been directly pressed into a corner and beaten. The overall physical fitness gap is too huge. Although Kurora was being beaten, he still calmly analyzed his own disadvantages and the opponent's advantages. After the early Tai Shang visualization diagram, Yunye had already improved his body to an extremely strong level. And now with the Taisha cultivation technique. Now Yunye's physique can be described as terrifying. Clang! After knowing the answer, Kurora burst out with a powerful attack and attacked directly. At the same time, he flipped through the book with one hand. Found it! Soon, a smile appeared on Kurora's lips. Short-term contract. A contract page will appear. You can sign the contract by writing what you want on it. The price will be kept forever and can be redeemed in a safe period. But if you break the contract, the end is doomed to be death. The next second, an ancient parchment scroll appeared in front of Kurora. He quickly wrote some words and signed the contract. In an instant, the parchment scroll turned into a golden light and escaped into his body. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of drums came out of Kurora's body. From a distance, his muscles were expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming strong and powerful. Interesting. Seeing this, Yuni couldn't help but wonder how many abilities Kurora still had hidden. Is there a time when he is at the end of his rope? But before he could think about it any further, Kurora had already rushed over. Clang! The two blades collided again, but this time the process was obviously different. Kurora, who had obtained the power of the contract, was actually on par with Yuni, and they were evenly matched. The two blades collided fiercely, and the two looked at each other, and began a real competition. Chapter 168. The next second, the shadows of the two people kept flashing in the huge prison. Only the sparks caused by the friction of the blades could be vaguely seen. Ding ding ding! It was hard to imagine how much power Kurora had obtained to be on par with Yuni, who had practiced for 12 years. He is a genius, what a pity. Netero said with some regret. He had the same idea as Yuni. If Kurora was used under his own banner, the value it would bring would be extremely huge. It seems that he doesn't know how expensive the price of this contract is. Maha said softly while watching the battle on the battlefield. Because everything was too urgent, Kurora didn't even see what the price he had to pay for his power was. On the battlefield, the battle had lasted for half an hour. It seemed that someone did this on purpose, causing the battle to never end. It's so refreshing, so refreshing. Yuni kept fighting back with the trident in his hand. His face was filled with incomparable joy. It had been a long time since he had fought so happily. Except for the fight with Jade, he had no chance to exert his full strength in the other fights. Often, a little effort would resolve the whole battle. Compared to Yuni's joy, Kurora's situation was not so good. Too powerful. The more they fought, the deeper Kurora's understanding of Yuni became. That terrifying power was truly despairing. If he hadn't had the contract, he might have been beaten to death now. But he never regretted it. Anyway, he would die whether he used it or not. That's right, after this battle, Kurora deeply understood that the price of this contract would be very harsh. It is very likely that he would use his life as the payment to complete the contract. In this case, he might as well have a hearty battle directly, so that it would not be in vain to use the contract. Bang! Finally, after an hour of fighting, this sword duel ended. The collision is over. Kurora's body is covered with wounds, and some of them can even see the white bones in the flesh and blood, revealing a cold light. Even if the power of the contract is used, Yuni's assassination skills are not to be underestimated. The accumulation of those 4 years has truly brought the assassination skills to the top. After a month of special training, he successfully improved the assassination skills to the ultimate form. This is the limit that can be achieved now. If he can find more books on assassination later, he can improve further. However, the current assassination skills are enough for Yuni to dominate the human society. Even in the dangerous Dark Continent, he still has the strength to fight. Is it true that strength alone is not enough? Kurora knew where his flaws were. But this could not be made up for in a short time. On the other side, Yuni stood there easily. Except for a little dust and some damage on his clothes, the rest was not damaged. He was very satisfied with this battle. I'll give you time to catch up. Come on. Yuni stood there and watched Kurora's operation quietly. He wanted to make him understand that any conspiracy and tricks were useless in front of real power. Haha. Hearing this, Kurora smiled. He stretched out his hand towards the book, and a powerful aura suddenly burst out from his body. You are so powerful. It makes me feel desperate. Kurora did not choose to use his mind ability. As if he was inspired, he said to Yuni. This kid is going to do something bad. Jin stood there and looked at Kurora. Sure enough, the next second, countless shackles appeared out of thin air and surrounded Kurora. So I decided. Use my life to avenge my family. Kurora's eyes were as dark as ink, staring at the distant Yuni. In an instant, the surrounding chains suddenly passed through Kurora's body and entered his body. This is a contract made with life. Kurora chose to fight to the death. You guys are all ruthless people in this group. Unfortunately, none of us here are merciful. Yuni said with a smile. Everyone standing in the open space had their hands stained with blood. Simple people would not appear here at all. Even the innocent-looking Zaja would burst out his intelligence at the critical moment. He even used the oath just to kill the enemy. A typical wise fool. Not to mention Mahazaldik, who killed more than 6 million people. Compared with these people, the brigade still seemed very immature. This place has become a slaughterhouse for old monsters. Having said that, Kurora could no longer hear any sound. All his thoughts were bewitched by the surging power. The oath is indeed the most magical thing in the world. Kurora's steady voice came from a distance. He still looked the same as before, but his temperament had changed greatly. Especially the power that was enough to despise everything. What kind of oath did he make that gave him such a powerful force? Jin quickly realized that something was wrong. A oath made with life would not give such a terrifying power. Just looking at the other members would make it clear. But now Kurora was obviously beyond common sense. His power was enough to scare people from the bottom of their hearts. It was like the gaze of a natural enemy. Your oath is different from others. Yuni naturally noticed that something was wrong with Kurora. He was able to burst out with such a powerful force. Maybe he had added some seasoning to it. Of course the power of the oath is not that strong. But have you forgotten that I still have this? Kurora took out the familiar parchment scroll. The double bonus of the contract and the oath created such a powerful force. Since we are going to die anyway, we might as well go crazy. No matter how many kinds of contracts there are, Kurora is no longer afraid of them. He is a complete lunatic. Byang rarely commented. He knew that the people in the brigade were crazy, but he didn't expect them to be so crazy. But this intelligence did give Kurora a lot of power, allowing him to confront Yuni. Accept the final baptism. Kurora threw the Bian knife in his hand into the ruins behind him, facing Yuni. He wanted to have a physical confrontation with Yuni. A real fight between men. I accept it. Yuni did not doubt Kurora's motives. As I said before, in front of real power, all conspiracies and tricks are a joke. Yuni also threw the trident in his hand and waved at Kurora. Come here. Chapter 169. The next moment, the two figures collided. Bang! The huge sound echoed throughout the cage, raising a cloud of dust. Before everyone could react, the two had already started a fierce battle. The already bumpy ground became even worse, and the whole place was in ruins. The two terrifying forces collided, and each blow made a sound like an explosion. If an ordinary person accidentally entered the cage, he would probably be crushed to death on the spot by the residual power. It's so powerful. An archaeologist looked at the fight on the battlefield and slowly opened his mouth. He had never seen a fight of this level. Every blow on the battlefield was constantly refreshing his worldview. Just watching from a distance, he felt a suffocation passing through his chest. How powerful will Xiao Yunyi be? Maha was a little confused. Even though he had a very strong ability to judge people, he still couldn't see what level his great-grandson had reached. Now even if the Ant King entered, he would have to be slapped twice before he could come out. This fight between real men ended faster than expected. Bang! With a whip, Kurora fell from the air to the ground. His body was covered in blood, and wounds of varying sizes were still bleeding. His left arm and right leg were bent beyond recognition. It was hard to imagine what kind of beating Kurora had suffered in this battle. Is this the end? Yuni looked at Kurora indifferently. His body was also stained with a lot of blood, but it was not his own. Compared with Kurora's injuries, Yuni's body was relatively sparse. There were only some bruises on his body caused by the collision, and Yuni would be able to recover as long as he was given some time. The difference in skills broke out completely at this moment. Even if Kurora used the power of the oath and contract to forcibly increase his own strength to the same level as Yuni, the final result was just some bruises that did not hurt. Not bad, really good, it can actually hurt me. Yunya looked at the condition of his body and couldn't help but praise. This praise sounded like a critical hit to others. He paid 1,000 prices in exchange for just a light praise. Is it really not working? Kurora said softly with a calm face. He slowly stood up. Snap! Snap! Kurora twisted his bent arms and legs back and could move briefly. The pain of the bone setting did not even make him frown. I can only give it a try. Kurora seemed to have no other choice and sighed softly. A great aura burst out from him. He opened his palm and a delicate book slowly emerged. The Dao is a thief. Instantly, the book in his hand burst into dazzling golden light, which splashed onto Kurora's body and coated him with a layer of gold. With his handsome appearance and strong body, he looked like a true god from afar. What's yours is mine. Kurora slowly opened his eyes and looked at the dead members. Suddenly, the remaining energy of the dead members flew towards Kurora and slowly merged into his body. Countless figures were reflected from Kurora's body. I will inherit your will. Although Kurora's expression was calm, his voice was rarely compassionate. He cast his eyes on Yuni. Pale tiger. Suddenly, a white tiger's shadow appeared on Kurora's arm, roaring in a low voice. The blood-red eyes stared at Yuni, as if he was going to devour him in the next second. Without hesitation, Kurora flashed in front of Yuni with his terrifying physical fitness. It's time to end it. Kurora swung his fist. Roar. The tiger roar pierced the entire sky. Bang. The huge force was comparable to a nuclear bomb, which was daunting. Yuni did not dodge and took the blow. Looking back, except for the place blocked by Yuni, everything was completely destroyed. Even the ground was hit with two obvious gullies. Kurora silently looked at Yuni, who was unharmed. For a moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. Zzz. A sound like a mirror about to shatter was heard. Bang. Finally, the space in front of Yuni's chest was completely shattered. That's right, this is the ability Kurora used, space barrier. At the moment just now, Yuni directly activated the space barrier as a defense. How did you get this ability? Kurora asked in confusion. He didn't understand how Yuni got this ability. Was it a coincidence? But this was too much of a coincidence. Of course I took it from you. Your punch is so powerful that it can break the space into pieces. Yuni said with a slightly exaggerated expression. Hearing this answer, Kurora fell silent again. He didn't expect that as a thief, he would be robbed by others one day. For him, this is equivalent to using his ultimate power in close combat. A naked insult. It's my honor to meet you. Kurora smiled carefreely and retreated. But before he could leave, a hand pressed his shoulder and forced him to stop. Do you know how to say nice things now? Yuni's body was slowly wrapped in surging lightning, which made a crazy crackling sound. Even his hair started to fly. Thunderbolt. This powerful lightning entered Kurora's body through his palm. Instantly, Kurora felt a piercing pain. The lightning was constantly eroding his internal organs. If he didn't leave quickly, the lightning flowing in his body would roast these organs sooner or later. As if knowing this, Kurora's golden light appeared. Needle Demon. As Kurora used his mind power, his energy suddenly turned into countless mind needles. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he slowly condensed a new and majestic Needle Demon. He still exuded a black aura, but it was much stronger than the one summoned by Kido. People of different strengths naturally have different strengths of mind power. Ugh! The Needle Demon that had just condensed punched Yuni. The huge fist kept expanding in his pupils. How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? Yuni's body was filled with lightning and thunder, which flowed wildly. With a thought, the lightning in his body quickly swept out, forming a huge lightning giant that swallowed up mountains and rivers. The lightning giant stretched out his giant palm and directly caught the palm strike that was about to fall from the Needle Demon. Psitsizi. The lightning giant was ready to go, and the lightning on his body became more vigorous. In the cage, the fight between Yuni and Kurora had turned into a duel between the Needle Demon and the lightning giant. The two huge figures stared at each other, and no one took the initiative to attack. Rather than saying it was them, it was Yuni and Kurora who were fighting. The battle is becoming more and more fierce. Chapter 170. Jin was a little surprised to see that the battle between two people had turned into a battle between two giants. If the battle continued at this pace, the next step would be for the giant to use his telekinesis to fight back. Bang! On the battlefield, the lightning giant punched the Needle Demon hard in the face. Suddenly, countless telekinetic needles fell to the ground and turned into nothingness. The lightning giant slowly raised his hand, and there were already dense needle holes on his fist. However, with the crazy winding of an electric current, the fist immediately became intact again. Ugh! The Needle Demon that was attacked seemed very angry. The angles of the needles on its body changed at this moment, and they all moved towards the direction of the lightning giant. Bang! The Needle Demon stepped forward and rushed towards the direction of the lightning giant. In front of the two huge individuals, even the prison that was hundreds of meters wide seemed a bit crowded at this moment. In just a few steps, the Needle Demon had already arrived in front of the lightning giant. Ha! The Needle Demon roared, opened his arms and embraced the thunder giant. At the same time, Countless needles penetrated deeply into the thunder giant's body. You don't know your own strength. Yuni smiled. I saw countless crazy lightning in the body of the lightning giant desperately driving away the foreign enemy. After a while, the needle that had penetrated into it was completely swallowed up. But the needle demon still hugged the lightning giant foolishly, and refused to let go. Even if it becomes stronger, its IQ cannot be improved. What Kurora was talking about was naturally the needle demon. Even though it was already so strong, its IQ had not improved at all, and it still only knew how to rush recklessly. This also caused it to be suppressed by the thunder giant. Looks like I still need to take action. Kurora's body radiated golden light. The needle demon that was still hugging suddenly stopped and retreated violently. Riddled with holes. Instantly, countless needles appeared on the body of the needle demon, and quickly stabbed at the lightning giant. Swish, swish, swish. Countless needles cruelly pierced into the skin and even the body of the lightning giant. Due to the huge number, it was not able to fully recover for a while. Taking advantage of this time, the needle demon's palm quickly gathered the needles, gradually forming a big sword. Under Kurora's control, it slashed at the lightning giant who was still recovering. It was you who changed the peaceful competition, so don't blame me for being rude. As he said this, Yuni also used the control of the lightning giant. Spear of Creation. In an instant, a thunderbolt as thick as a water column struck down from the clear sky. This thunderbolt gathered in the palm of the lightning giant and condensed into an exquisite lightning spear. Listen to my command, attack. The lightning giant wielded the creation spear and swung it towards the needle demon. Bang! The two huge forces collided, and the storm generated almost destroyed the already dilapidated prison. Interesting. Seeing the actions of the lightning giant, Kurora knew that Yuni had also exerted his strength. Without hesitation, a powerful energy was released from the needle demon's body. Half Moon Slash. This is the telepathic ability from Nobunaga. Receiving the order, the needle demon immediately inserted the sword into his waist, then pulled it out at an extremely fast speed and swung it. The moment it swung out, a half-moon outline was reflected in everyone's eyes. Puff! With just one strike, a clear scar appeared on the chest of the lightning giant. But it was soon swallowed by the dense electric current, recovering from the wound. Hee. Seeing this scene, Yuni smiled. The spear comes out like a dragon. The lightning giant held the creation spear in his hand, and extremely violent lightning burst out from his whole body, which attached to the tip of the spear along his palm. Suddenly, the tip of the spear was instantly dotted with surging lightning. Before the needle demon finished shaking back, he stabbed at its head. As the spear stabbed out, a phantom of a dragon transformed by lightning appeared on the tip of the spear, and attacked together with it. A little cold light came first, and then the spear came out like a dragon. Bang! With a loud bang, the head of the needle demon fell heavily to the ground, turning into countless needles that dissipated in the air. Seeing this scene, Kurora's face showed a slight surprise. He obviously didn't expect the needle demon to be defeated so easily. The head was taken off with just one blow. Use your last rays of light. On the battlefield, the silent body of the needle demon suddenly moved. Risking being pierced through, it hugged the lightning giant tightly. The next moment, the sun and moon marks appeared on the front and back of the needle demon. As Kurora's palms came together, the needle demon began to expand rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! An explosion sounded throughout the sky. The prison, which was already in danger, was completely shattered at this moment. Countless needles flew out, shooting everywhere. You really don't want to die. Jin quickly caught the needle that was rushing towards him, feeling a little troubled. Looking around, this place has completely become a ruin. I guess after this is over, the map of Meteor Street will have to be replanned. Still alive. In the smoke, Kurora set up a space barrier around his body and looked into the depths of the fog. He could feel that Yuni was not dead yet. How many times have I told you to stop making smoke? It hurts my eyes. You know it's useless, but you still want to disgust me. Yuni rubbed his eyes and complained. Unlike the last time, this time he was protected by the space barrier, and he and Kurora were not hurt at all. However, after all, they were in the center circle, and the terrifying explosion still made the space barrier unable to support and shattered directly. As for the lightning giant, it had already disappeared into nothingness. From the moment the lightning giant came out, Kurora had changed his target. Let's have a final fight. Kurora said slowly. Even at this moment, he was still full of calmness. Nothing that had happened had changed him at all. Even if death was waiting for him next. I hope you can satisfy me. Yuni was surrounded by lightning and stared at Kurora. The unforgivable sin. As the mind power was used, Kurora's clothes changed into a special set of red and white clothes. This is exactly the mind power from Phaeton. Burned by the sun. Without any hesitation, Kurora used his ability. The next moment, a small, scorching sun appeared behind him. The extremely high temperature could melt everything around him. Kurora gently pointed at Yuni. The sun behind him quickly fell in that direction. Boom! The familiar high temperature heat wave hit again. But this time it was the one who released it and the one who received it. The 7 elements of fire have been collected. Chapter 171. A voice came from the heat wave, the tone was full of joy. Yuni looked at the shadow of Phaeton in the other world, and a smile appeared on his face. He has never forgotten to collect the 7 elements of an ability. He has not completed it because he has not found a good candidate. Although the person found before was a fire element, he was contaminated with some other things after all, resulting in a weird appearance. As a pure love warrior, Yuni will not accept such a thing. This also means that there are still attribute and abilities that have not been obtained. The attributes that have been collected so far are gold, water, fire, wind, thunder, and earth. The corresponding Nen abilities are Pale Tiger, Roar of the Sea Monster, Howl of the Wind God, Thunder, Earth Escape Technique. Yuni was quite satisfied with the first few, but he was helpless about the last one, Earth Escape Technique. So far, he has rarely encountered Earth-related Nen abilities. Even if there are, they only occupy a minority and can be almost ignored. But the seemingly useless Earth Escape Technique is the ability that is closest to the Earth element. He had no choice but to add Earth Escape Technique in the end. Now only the Wood element has not been collected. Until now, he has not seen any candidate that satisfies him. In the distance, Kurora's pupils were dark, staring at the sea of fire in front of him. Ordinary Nen users may melt into it in an instant when encountering such a high-temperature attack. But Yuni is obviously not an ordinary Nen user, and may even be the most powerful Nen user in the entire human society. So even if he subjectively believes that Yuni is dead, his inner caution still makes him pay attention to the burning sea of fire. What are you looking at? Suddenly, a voice came into Kurora's ears. He could even feel the faint heat hitting his ears. Buzz! In an instant, Kurora retreated hundreds of steps. Why are you so scared? I won't eat you. Yuni stood there with an innocent expression. He didn't get angry when Kurora hit him with the small sun just now. He is really a good man. You are really scary. But I still want to give it a try. Kurora's eyes were still full of calmness. The next second, an antenna suddenly appeared in his hand. Under Yuni's watchful eyes, Kurora quickly inserted the antenna on his heart. Automatic Control Ultimate. Instantly, infinite power erupted from the deepest part of Kurora's body. The terrifying power even overwhelmed the high-temperature heat wave. Kurora exuded an astonishing sense of oppression, and just standing there made people feel breathless. Even at this point, Kurora still did not stop. Shura's Call. Sun Incarnation. Suddenly, Kurora's body underwent earth-shaking changes. The left half of his body quickly attached exquisite, regular patterns, a horn grew on his head, and it was filled with astonishing dark energy. A golden light descended from the sky and entered Kurora's body. The golden flame instantly attached to his right half of the body. This is the power from the sun. Can even the power of a race be stolen? Seeing this, Netero frowned. The sun incarnation is a unique ability of the Ye-Yang race. If someone without the bloodline forcibly uses it, they will only be burned by endless flames. But Kurora's current appearance of being safe and sound made him have to be cautious. This stealing ability is beyond common sense. You look pretty handsome now. Yuni nodded and praised, as if he was admiring his most outstanding work. Kurora was now shrouded in darkness on the left and illuminated by light on the right. He looked like a god or devil. But it will be mine soon. Yuni smiled from the bottom of his heart. He was waiting for this moment. From the beginning to the end, the reason why he did not end the battle quickly was that he wanted to use Kurora as a medium to copy the other members. And Kurora himself has a lot of Nen abilities. Copying one more is a profit. Now, Kurora, who is at the end of his rope, has shown his last strength, and for him, he has achieved his goal. Kurora didn't say anything. Perhaps he knew it from the beginning. But he still wanted to try. Since you are so kind, I can't treat you unfairly. I will give you a decent death. After saying that, the lightning on Yuni's body began to stir like never before. The originally scorching sun was immediately covered by dense dark clouds. There was a strong momentum of dark clouds pressing down on the city and ready to destroy it. Sitsaizi. Countless violent lightning was brewing in the dark clouds, waiting to explode at any time. Thunder God Incarnation. In full view of everyone, the lightning in the sky began to strike Yuni crazily. The lightning as thick as a water column struck straight up. For a moment, everyone's face was covered with extreme white, but they still couldn't hide the shocked expressions on their faces. They had never seen such a grand scene. Even Kurora forgot to attack for a moment and stared at Yuni in front of him. Finally, after countless baptisms of lightning, Yuni was covered with lightning all over his body. From the outside, only the outline of Yuni could be vaguely seen. Cherish the little time you have left. Yuni said in a serious tone, with a hint of electricity in his voice. Hearing this, Kurora, the person involved, immediately reacted. It is still uncertain who will live and who will die. Kurora waved his hand casually, and several small suns suddenly appeared behind him. He stared at Yuni, and gently pointed his fingers wrapped in blazing flames. In an instant, all the small suns fell towards Yuni. Looking at the magnificent scene in front of him, Yuni's eyes were calm. A creation spear slowly condensed in his hand. He made a throwing motion in front of Kurora. Today, I will be the Haoyi who shot down the sun. As soon as the words fell, several creation spears instantly condensed behind Yuni. Lose it, fake Sunday. Yuni threw the creation spear in his hand at the largest sun. Swish! 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 The moment Yuni threw it, the other creation spears shot out together. The spears dragged out traces of electric current in the air, forming a beautiful picture. Finally, after a moment of waiting, the spears collided with the sun. Bang! Bang! On this day, Meteor Street exploded with unprecedented fireworks, blooming in the sky of the entire garbage city. Under the dark cloud sky, endless flames flickered for a long time. The spear finally shot down the sun, just like Haoyi shooting down the sun in the myth. Looking at the dazzling fireworks above his head, Kurora's pupils flashed several figures. Then, he set his sights on Yuni again. For the brigade. Chapter 172. After that, the two figures entangled in the air, rubbing against each other and creating endless sparks. The intersection of lightning and fire, the shadows hidden deep in the darkness. Every blow from the two was filled with a strong explosion. If the fight continues, Meteor Street will disappear. Golden looked at the battle above with a serious look in his eyes. He thought it was an easy hunt, but who would have thought that the Phantom Troop would not play by the rules? Especially now, Kurora, the result was beyond expectations. Everyone was looking at the battle in the sky with a serious look. In the air, the two figures were still colliding, and the residual power generated spread over dozens of miles. Finally, after an hour of fighting, the two stopped attacking at the same time. It's time to end. It's time to end. The two said in unison. Kurora stretched out his hands, and the dark energy on the left slowly condensed in his left hand. The power of the sun on the right hand slowly condensed in his right hand. Two incompatible forces appeared in Kurora's hands at the same time. He took a last look at Yuni and suddenly closed his hands. Darkness and the sun miraculously blended together, emitting a terrifying power. This is a crazy experiment. If it fails, Kurora will die. Looking at the extremely unstable energy in his hand, Kurora spent all his mind to adjust it. Finally, after exhausting the last bit of energy, the power finally stabilized and finally formed a black and white energy ball. On the other side, Yuni held the creation spear, his eyes became sharp, and his whole body was filled with murderous aura. Extreme Path Angry Thunder. Suddenly, lightning surged wildly in Yuni's body, slowly emerging on the surface of his skin. A touch of black appeared on the surface, and then quickly covered the whole body, sizzling. This is the Black Thunder that symbolizes anger. It seems that the Black Thunder has sensed the enemy on the opposite side, and it is very agitated, wanting to attack and devour everything. The two looked at each other face to face, and for a while no one took the initiative to attack. Kurora looked at Yuni with a calm look. Go ahead. Yuni said bluntly. Bang! The next moment, the two rushed forward at the same time. The energy ball in Kurora's hand turned into a bone knife and stabbed at Yuni fiercely. The black thunder in Yuni's body was entangled on the creation spear, and he was frantically agitated about the upcoming battle. Finally, the two figures intersected together. Buzz! At the moment of contact, the world seemed to become quiet. There was no expected, deafening explosion. But the scene in front of them shocked everyone speechless. With Yuni and Kurora as the center of the circle, everything around them was annihilated at a speed of 1 km per second. Almost instantly, the original ruins had been swallowed up. The originally bumpy land was also affected, and it completely turned into a semicircular pit, almost bottomless. Jin opened his mouth to say something, but found that he couldn't make a sound. In this situation, even the sound was annihilated. Finally, after a few minutes, this force that was enough to destroy everything finally disappeared. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the center circle, wanting to see what the final result would be. In the center circle battlefield, I saw a figure quietly watching the person lying on the ground. Did Xiao Yunyi win? Maha was not too surprised, as if he had expected it. Too strong. Bai Yang was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He clearly saw that Yunyi had wounds of varying sizes, and blood was flowing continuously. Relatively speaking, this was already a very serious wound. But there is no harm without comparison. Looking at Kurora lying on the ground opposite, there was not a single piece of intact good meat on his body. The originally handsome face was now bloody and fleshy, and no trace of the original outline could be seen. Even the white bones in his body had been completely shattered. At this moment, he was only one step away from death. Do you have anything else to say? Yunyi asked quietly, as if he was talking to an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. Ahem. Kurora was about to say something when a mouthful of dark red blood spit out of his mouth. After recovering for a while, he slowly spoke. Do you know what is the most important thing besides beautiful treasures and books of knowledge? Krollo asked the same question again. Yunyi didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. It's wisdom. Kurora's eyes showed a hint of madness. As long as you have wisdom, you can control life and death. The road to becoming a god. At this moment, Kurora was like an old charlatan on the street, mumbling something. But Yunyi still listened to him quietly. Kurora wanted to continue speaking, but two space cracks suddenly appeared in the air. A black chain and a red chain rushed out from the two cracks and locked onto Kurora. No need to think too much, this is the punishment from the oath and the contract. But now it has come to an embarrassing situation. Kurora has only one body, but there are two forces that want to take it away. Originally, if there was only the power of the oath, Kurora would have died without the shackles. But now, there is another force involved. You are really welcome. Yunya said with a smile. The two shackles confronted each other and started a fierce confrontation. Everyone was watching this scene with fresh eyes. They also wanted to see who was stronger, the oath or the contract. After a few minutes, they figured it out. From the beginning to the end, it was the oath that was suppressing the contract. After all, as the main rule of this world, the oath must have a strong power. And the contract is ultimately limited to the ability of Kurora to use. So in the end, the victory of the oath was the final result. The oath chain wrapped around Kurora's body as it wished, and slowly brought him into the space crack. We will meet again. Suddenly, Kurora said to Yunyi. Yunyi might not care about this strange words if it was said by other people. But the person in front of him was Kurora. I'm looking forward to it. Yunyi smiled. He was looking forward to Kurora's comeback. After all, it was hard to find an experienced baby like this. But the power of the oath was not so easy to break free from. Throughout the ages, he had never heard of anyone who could successfully escape at the cost of death. Even Zaja was only able to escape because he had the perverted ability of angel healing. Otherwise, he would lose his ability to read in the end. Kurora looked at Yunyi calmly. Just like when they first met. Finally, the space crack disappeared completely, and Kurora disappeared completely here. At the same time, in O'Neill City of the Kajin Empire. Chapter 173. In a cave hidden deep underground, three figures were quietly doing their own things in the cave, occasionally looking at the sphere in the center that was emitting a crystal blue light. Paknatan, how long do we have to wait here? Suddenly, a young man with sharp eyes asked seriously. This person is a member of the Phantom Troop. Number 5, Finks. Don't worry, we just need to complete the tasks assigned to us by the leader. The one who responded to him was a blonde beauty with cold eyes and a devilish figure. This person is also a member of the brigade. Number 9, Paknatan. He is responsible for interrogation and reconnaissance, and occupies an important position in the brigade. That's right. In the corner, a burly, honest-looking man smiled and touched his head. He was also a member of the brigade. Number 7, Franklin. While they were still talking, the blue sphere in the center began to shake violently. Bang! The next moment, under everyone's gaze, the sphere suddenly shattered into countless fragments. This phenomenon made Paknatan's face pale instantly. Groob. Paknatan was so excited that she couldn't speak. Then, she seemed to remember something and suddenly became quiet. She stood up again, her eyes turned cold again and looked at the other two. According to the instructions of the team leader, we started to implement. In this process, no mistakes are allowed. Paknatan coldly commanded the two people, and then quickly left the cave. The two people who were ordered like this did not care. They were also filled with disbelief and grief, and they could understand Paknatan's mood at this time. Without hesitation, the two followed the footsteps and left the cave. Yuni, who was far away in Meteor Street, had no idea about everything here. Will we meet again? Yuni muttered to himself as he looked at the empty space in front of him. He could vaguely guess why Kurora could say such a thing. Because the plot had changed a little, the members of the brigade were a little different from the original plot. A total of 6 people died in the brigade this time. There were still several known members who were not present. If nothing unexpected happened, these people were Kurora's last resort. What a talent, what a pity. Yuni shook his head with a little regret. He even predicted his own death, which showed that Kurora's wisdom had reached a very high level. He had probably been planning since the mission of sheltering the Chimera ants. After all, there was a traitor in his camp. Perry stun. From the beginning, this guy didn't come, and he probably went to inform the Phantom Troop early. Xiaoun, are you okay? Just as Yuni was still speculating, a serious and concerned voice sounded beside him. Turning his head, he saw Silva coming to his side without knowing when. I'm fine, just a little hurt. Yuni shook his head slightly. No matter how powerful Kurora was, he was promoted based on him. He reached his level through the power of contract and oath. But Yuni not only had brute force but also unparalleled skills. So being slightly injured was the greatest respect for Kurora. This battle is very exciting. Maha praised from the side. The others nodded in agreement. Unsurprisingly, this was the most exciting battle of mind power they had ever seen in their lives. Whether it was Kurora's chain reaction or Yuni's one-force power to break all methods. Although they had seen similar ones, this was the first time they had seen such a powerful one. I really did make the right choice. Netero smiled so hard that wrinkles appeared on his face. He agreed to the offer because he was impressed by Yuni's strength. Facts have proved that he did not make the wrong choice. This battle was extremely dangerous. Let's rest for a while before setting off again. Netero said to everyone. Hearing this proposal, everyone present nodded. No one expected that the people in the brigade would be so crazy. Seeing that they couldn't win, they directly used the power of the oath. This also made the battle that was originally thought to be easy become difficult. But fortunately, Yuni's camp is full of world-class strong men. If it were anyone else, they would have been wiped out long ago. Then we'll go first. Zeno nodded, then took out a whistle from his pocket. Attaching his thoughts to it, he blew the whistle. Hush! The sharp sound echoed around. The next second, a shadow enveloped everyone. Looking up, I saw a green dragon-like creature with scales all over its body and 3 pairs of white wings. This monster is the exclusive mount of the Zaldik family. 6-winged dragon. Roar! A dragon roar resounded through the sky, and the 6-winged dragon slowly landed on the ground, crawling with its head. Everyone, see you later. Zeno said to everyone, and then turned his attention to Yuni. Xiaoun, do you want to go with us? While speaking, Maha and Silva also cast their eyes over. Under the gazes of the 3, Yuni shook his head. I have something else to do, you guys go first. Hearing this answer, Zeno was not surprised at all. He came to the dragon head and stomped his feet lightly. The next moment, the 6-winged flying dragon raised its head, spread its wings, and flew towards the wide sky. Only a pile of dust was left. Seeing their backs leaving, Yuni also looked at the crowd. In that case, I should say goodbye. Yuni turned around and said. He disappeared in the midst of the mixed emotions of the crowd. Seeing the Zaldik family leaving, Jin couldn't help but say. What a perverted family. The others nodded in agreement when they heard this adjective. As the Zaldik family left, the rest of the people also left here one after another. This place should be considered as a restricted area. Netero took a last look at the bottomless pit behind him and muttered. From the beginning to the end, Meteor Street was just a sacrifice. This place is full of sin and garbage, and is not under the jurisdiction of anyone. This is also the main reason why this place was chosen as the battlefield. This place has been abandoned by the world. Without any hesitation, Netero left here slowly. He still had something to ask Paristan. On the other side, Yuni, who had left, had arrived at Whale Island. He came to the dense forest where Sheila lived with ease. At a glance, Gra was dragging a few killed bear wolves back. Yuni shouted to Gra across the lake. Gra, it's time to go. Chapter 174. Hearing the familiar voice, Gra turned around in surprise. Boss! He threw the bear wolf in his hand and ran towards this side. During the mission, Yuni specifically asked Gra and Leke to complete their own tasks. After all, he didn't know when he would be able to come back after leaving this time. Have you finished your work? Yuni asked. It's all right now. I've already told my mother that I'm going on a long trip and may not be back for a long time, so I can leave any time now. Gra nodded vigorously. He was also interested in that unknown land. Very good, then let's go find Like. The shadow behind Yuni quickly expanded, and a brand new black military helicopter came into view. Kraliso jumped on it. As the engine started, the military helicopter quickly flew away. This should be it. Yunya looked at the desolate land around him and confirmed. According to the instructions of the Black Shadow, Like's current location was right here. After the two of them searched, they found Like in a cave. At this time, he was sitting in front of the campfire in a daze, wondering what he was thinking about. Lake. Yuni called Lake's name softly. Hearing the voice, Lake finally reacted and looked at Yuni fiercely. Long time no see. Like's slightly tired voice came, and his eyes contained vicissitudes. It was hard to imagine what he had been through in the past few days. It's time to go. Yuni didn't ask too much, but greeted softly. Although he was curious about what happened to Like that led to his current state, if he didn't say it himself, he would never ask. Respecting privacy is the greatest respect for a partner. Yes. When he heard that they were going to set off, a glimmer of light appeared in Like's eyes. He stood up, and his burly figure immediately appeared in Yuni's sight. You kid, have you become stronger again? Gara vaguely felt that Lake was a little different now. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't find out what was different. This doubt made Lake turn his head to look. Yuni keenly discovered that there was a hint of nostalgia in Lake's eyes when he looked at Gra. Now he was sure that something must have happened to Lake. I didn't train secretly behind your back. Like denied Gra's speculation. Okay, let's go. Yuni came out in time to smooth things over. When they got outside, the two of them boarded the military helicopter at the same time. As the helicopter started, they began to do their own things. Yuni, who was sitting in the driver's seat, kept an eye on the back from time to time. Gra was still sighing at the beautiful scenery outside, and commenting on the deliciousness of various animals from time to time. And Lek was wiping his blade with a whetstone as before. Nothing seemed to have changed. Forget it, we will fight back when the enemy comes, and block the water with earth. Yuni didn't care about these and continued to move forward. According to Netero's suggestion, there was still a week left before departure. Taking advantage of this time, Yuni brought the two to the Zaldik family. Coming to the familiar yellow spring gate, Gra couldn't wait to push the door forward. Bang! With a loud bang, Gra pushed the yellow spring gate open effortlessly, revealing the towering mountain of Kukolo Mountain. Without hesitation, several people headed towards the lake in the back mountain. In just a few minutes, the three had reached their destination. From a distance, Maha was still sitting on a small bench fishing calmly. It seemed that he didn't care about the next exploration of the Dark Continent at all. Great-grandfather! Yuni stood in the distance and shouted loudly. Hey, why did I hear Xiao Yunyi's voice? Maha turned his head with a little doubt, and happened to look into Lake's eyes. This sight made Maha narrow his eyes immediately. At this time, the three people also came to his side. Xiao Yunyi, why are you here? Maha turned his attention to Yunyi and asked curiously. I want my great-grandfather to help me train these two people. Yunyi said directly. That's right, the purpose of his coming this time was to hand over Gra and Lake to Maha for special training. After all, Maha was someone who had been to the Dark Continent. With his guidance, the two of them would have more living space in the Dark Continent. I see. No problem. Maha agreed with a smile. After all, his lovely great-great-grandson came in person. As a great-great-grandfather, he naturally had no reason to refuse. After hearing this proposal, neither Gra nor Lake said anything. They both understood that Yunyi was doing this for their own good. After the decision was made, the two of them conducted extraordinary training in the following week. No one knew what the two had trained in, but what was clear was that after coming out of the cage, the aura of the two of them changed dramatically. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come, it's time for us to set off. Our team is called Apocalypse. Netero said, looking at the people in front of him. In the conference room, all the world-class top masters were sitting. They were Jin Fulishi, Beyond Netero, Perry Stun, Linyi Adiburu, Isaac Netero, Silva Zaldik, Zeno Zaldik, Maha Zaldik, Aluka Zaldik, and finally Yunyi Zaldik. The rest were Jin's archaeological members. Finally we can set off. Bai Yang smiled excitedly. Dark Continent. Perry Ston whispered, scanning everyone present with a half smile. I can't wait any longer. Jin's eyes flashed with golden light. Let's go now without further delay. Yunyi took the lead. The door of the conference room was opened with a bang. The army led by Yunyi marched towards the location of the World Tree. Everyone, please take the airship. Netero had already prepared a means of transportation for everyone to use. It was the Hunter Association's exclusive airship. The meaning of this is self-evident. Everyone didn't care about these. The most important thing now was to go to the World Tree. After the last person got on, the airship symbolizing the new century set sail. On the airship, everyone began their final rest time. Only a few people were wandering in the corridor. I will be back. Will we meet again then? Yunyi muttered slowly while looking at the bright lights and feasting below. He already missed Kurora, the experienced baby. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared beside him. Why don't you take a rest? You might spend a lot of energy next time. Chapter 175. Jin's voice rang in my ears. Turning my head, I saw Jin's slightly weathered face. Didn't you sleep either? Did you say goodbye to Zaja properly? If you just keep running away, the final result may not be very good. Yunya looked at the scenery outside the window and said with a smile. This directly interrupted Jin, who wanted to speak. As soon as these words came out, the scene became unusually quiet. Obviously, Jin still did not say goodbye to Zaja. I've seen him. He's exploring the ruins with Killua. Jin suddenly said, leaning on his hand by the window. He's not a cold-blooded monster. It's mainly because the relationship between him and Gon is very awkward. It's not like a normal father and son. After all, since Gon was born, he has no father to accompany him. With this guilty feeling, Jin doesn't know how to get along with Gon. No matter what he does, he feels awkward and stiff. When I get back, I will definitely have a good talk with him. Jin looked at the black sky outside the window and muttered to himself. When he returns from his exploration of the Dark Continent, he will definitely spend some time with Zaja. Hey, don't curse us! Yunyi said immediately after hearing Jin's words. This kind of flag-like words are a fatal curse for them who are about to set off to a distant place and rush to the battlefield. Anyone who says this will not come back intact. What are you afraid of? Jin's tone was full of confidence. He seemed to be very confident about this journey. Jin, you are still so confident. Suddenly, a discordant voice sounded from the side. Looking sideways, Perry Ston came behind him without knowing when. At this moment, he was still speaking in a sarcastic tone. Mr. Jin is so powerful that he doesn't even take the creatures of the Dark Continent seriously. When Jin heard this, his face was obviously speechless. He ignored Perry Ston and looked at the scenery outside. Pariston didn't seem to care about this kind of disregard at all, and continued to speak. I wonder how many people will come back alive from this journey. By the way, Mr. Jin, you still have a son here, right? If you die, he will be very sad. Pariston said the terrifying words with a smile. I don't know whether I will die or not, but if you keep talking nonsense, I will definitely let you die here. Jin said coldly, his eyes still on the window. But everyone could hear the seriousness in his words. Really? Pariston said with a smile, and left the place in annoyance. Why are you and the president keeping him around? Are you looking for some difficulties to make your smooth life more difficult? Yuni asked curiously. In the Hunter Association, Pariston has always played the role of a clown, specifically looking for trouble for Netero and Jin. Maybe he already knew about this, but he still did it tirelessly. Maybe he really wanted to win once. He is not as simple as you appear. Bringing him along will certainly be useful. Jin did not reveal Pariston's information. But Yuni could tell from just a few words that Pariston might have something that Jin and Netero were very concerned about. This farce was soon turned over, and a new round of communication began. As the two talked, the black sky quietly opened the curtain of dawn. In the distance, the outline of the world tree could be vaguely seen. It was still towering, with an overwhelming momentum. It was daunting. Have we arrived yet? Maha smiled and looked at the world tree in the distance. At this time, everyone had woken up one after another and looked into the distance expectantly. Not long after, the Hunter airship flew straight past the ticket office and flew inside. The ticket seller who lived in the ticket office saw this scene and was about to rush over, but he saw the eye-catching Hunter Association logo on the airship. Then he silently put down his shotgun and quietly returned to his seat. In most places, the Hunter Association has the right to enter unconditionally. The World Tree is one of them. Without obstacles, the Hunter airship went deep into it unimpeded and came directly to the foot of the World Tree. Bang! With a loud bang, the airship landed on the ground. It's still this high. Linny looked up nostalgically, but still couldn't see the top. Xiaoun, where is the place shown on the map? Netero turned around and asked. Let me see. The shadow behind Yuni began to move. The next second, a dark purple stone tablet gradually emerged, flashing with fluorescence. Everyone came forward curiously to check it out, wanting to see what the map from the dark continent looked like. It's over there. Yuni observed carefully and finally determined the location. It was the mountain range he had explored before, and it was also the original entrance. Very good, let's go. Netero nodded and set off first. Bai Yang followed closely behind. The others looked at each other and followed. As for the airship, there would naturally be a specialist to drive it away. On the mountain range outside the World Tree, several figures were running rapidly. This group of people was the Apocalypse team led by Netero. How far is it? Bai Yang asked in confusion. It has been about half an hour since they set out. According to their strength, they have already set out for a long distance. But even so, they still haven't reached the so-called destination. Almost there, just ahead. Yuni pointed ahead. According to the map, their location was at the edge of human society. Have we really come here? Looking at the towering wall in front of us. Tro seemed to have expected this. After all, if you want to explore the Dark Continent, you can't bypass this level. Everyone, follow my steps. Let's go out. Netero kicked and suddenly jumped to the left. Everyone followed his pace without hesitation. After an hour of running, Netero finally stopped and looked forward with a serious look. Following his gaze, a gate with mottled and delicate patterns stood in front of him, which looked extremely abrupt. There were walls on both sides. There was no doubt that this gate was the exit from human society to the Dark Continent. Netero turned to face everyone and said with a serious expression. You must know that the leader is in a neutral state towards humans. So you have to pay attention to some things next. After hearing this, everyone listened attentively. After all, this was a critical moment for whether they could go to the Dark Continent. Even the impatient Bai Yang became surprisingly calm and silently looked at Netero. There are 5 requirements in total. Chapter 176. First, you must not have any disrespect for the leader. Second, do not swear in front of the guide. Third, you cannot eat monster meat in front of the guide. Fourth, leaders love quietness. Fifth, you must not look back after you leave. Netero slowly said the 5 rules. Although it was a little strange, everyone still silently remembered these rules in their hearts. What will happen if I accidentally break the rules? Pariston asked doubtfully. But his smiling face showed that he was not innocent. Netero looked at him deeply and said. Then you will experience what it means to be fearful beyond death. As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly became quiet. Being fearful beyond death was enough to make everyone afraid to act rashly. I have some meat here, do you want some? Yuni handed Pariston a piece of cooked meat without fear of trouble. He wanted to see how strong the leader was. This would also help him figure out how dangerous the Dark Continent was. No, thank you. Pariston smiled reluctantly and shook his head. He quietly retreated behind the crowd and stopped talking. He did like to cause trouble, but he would not put himself in danger for the sake of trouble. If he really went, he would not be a clown, but a fool. If you don't like his, I have some here too. Jin said jokingly. This farce was just a disturbance of the whole incident. Under Netero's leadership, everyone finally came to the front of the gate. Why are there people there? Silva asked in confusion. Looking ahead, a large group of people had gathered in front of the gate, seemingly waiting for something. At a glance, there were about 30 people. These are the people I found. Netero said with a smile. It turned out that these people were the 13 users he had gathered from human society. Each of them had unique abilities and could play a vital role in the next expedition. President. The leading man saw Netero and immediately stepped forward to greet him respectfully. Dick, what's going on? Netero asked, looking at the door. The guide has appeared, and we can go in and negotiate now. Dick answered quickly. The reason Netero asked them to come early was to observe the figure of the guide. Very good, let's go in. Netero nodded slightly and led everyone to the front door. Yuni looked up and felt that this door was somewhat familiar. It looks like the gate of hell, doesn't it? Maha said with a smile. Yes, the gate of hell was copied based on the gate in front of us. This also proves that someone from the Zaldik family had been here. No wonder it looks so familiar. Everyone, please pay attention. We are going in. Netero said seriously, slowly putting his palm on the door. Bang! As Netero's muscles bulged, with a loud bang, the door was completely pushed open. The true appearance inside was revealed. The endless blue ocean looked quiet and peaceful under the sunlight. It seemed that danger had become a strange word here. But everyone present understood how dangerous the world outside the wall was. Even the seemingly calm ocean hides dangerous creatures that are enough to destroy human society. It can be said that if it were not for the guide and the protection of the wall, mankind would have disappeared in the long river of history. Everyone was looking at the ocean curiously, only Netero looked ahead with a serious look. The next moment, a dark figure appeared in front of everyone. A standing black goat. This was Yuni's first impression of the guide. The appearance of the black goat, however, stood up like a human. Covered with black hair, it looked extremely ominous. No matter how you look at it, you can't tell that the creature in front of you is a creature that specifically protects humans. Why are you here again? A deep voice came from the guide's mouth. This phenomenon shocked many people present. The creatures in front of them could actually speak, and it was a language they were familiar with. This horrifying scene even made many people feel scared. But for Yuni, it was nothing. After all, as a guide in human society, he naturally had to learn human language to communicate. This phenomenon has also appeared before. For example, the bluffing crows and fierce foxes in the Lost Melody wetland. They also have the ability to speak human language and have magical powers. Yes, we want to enter the Dark Continent. Netero said the purpose of this trip. After that, he took out a dried lizard from his chest. Not bad, really good. The moment he saw the dried lizard, the guide's eyes lit up. He came to Netero like a ghost, snatched the dried lizard away, and stuffed it into his mouth. Instantly, the guide's face showed a humane happiness. I want you to go in, but you still have to do what you have to do. The guide finished his last bite and said leisurely. To enter the Dark Continent, you need to meet the conditions. This is one of the reasons why so few people can go to the Dark Continent. Okay, let's get started. Netero nodded solemnly. Obviously, he was very clear about this condition. Very good, come on. The leader quickly condensed a pitch-black energy ball in his palm. Netero stepped forward first, covered it with his hand, and activated the energy in his body. Suddenly, the originally pitch-black energy ball burst into dazzling golden light. The original pitch-black color completely turned into golden yellow. "Okay, you go over there." The guide pointed to the empty space behind him that seemed to be specially prepared. The conditions for entering the Dark Continent are very simple. Possessing the ability of mind. This is why Netero did not explain it in advance. Those who can come here are the strongest among 10,000, and they have already mastered the ability of mind. Soon, dozens of people stood on the empty space. "Is it my turn?" Looking around, Yuni was the only one who had not been tested. He slowly stepped forward and covered the dark green energy ball with his hand. The guide seemed to have observed something from Yuni, but he did not speak. He still stared at the energy ball in his palm quietly. The next second, in front of everyone's eyes, Yuni activated the chi in his body. In an instant, the energy ball burst out with a terrifying black light, even dyeing the sky black. Everything around seemed to fall into endless darkness. No one expected this result, only the guide's eyes revealed a faint shock. This force. Chapter 177. The leader did not say the next words. The dark force covering the sky was fleeting and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. The light returned and everyone looked towards Yuni's position again. "Can I go over now?" Yuni asked doubtfully. For some reason, he always felt a sense of closeness from the black goat. "That's all," the guide said in a rare gentle tone. "Then let's go." Netero took one last look at the leader and walked forward without looking back. One of the rules is that you must not look back after you go out. The others naturally knew this rule and walked forward one after another. Some people even unconsciously quickened their pace, wanting to leave here as soon as possible. Suddenly, a voice called Yuni. "Kid." The moment he heard the voice, Netero suddenly stopped and glanced at Yuni beside him. He used his eyes to communicate with him frantically, asking him not to look back. "It's okay, you can look back at me." The leader seemed to understand something and said again. But his figure became more and more low and fierce. "I'm fine." Yuni gave Netero a look and turned his head slowly. He could feel that the guide would not hurt him because he really had something to tell him. When he turned his head, he understood why there was a rule that he could not turn back. The guide was no longer the same as before, and his muscles all over his body showed strange swelling. His head turned 360 degrees and stared at Yuni quietly. Deep in his eyes, there was uncontrollable ferocity and murderous intent. But the guide was still trying his best to suppress this nature. "You must go to the final place to find Pandora's box. There's a guardian waiting for you. Go." After saying that, the guide used his last bit of rationality to turn around and not look at Yuni. The next moment, Netero turned around quickly, picked up Yuni, and fled madly into the distance. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed and burst out with all their strength. Soon they arrived at the edge of the wall. At the same time, the gate suddenly erupted with extremely manic dark energy. This power is so strong that even if you are far away, you can still feel the oppression, which makes people feel breathless. But soon, this power disappeared without a trace, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Yuni stared at the gate quietly, with thousands of thoughts in his mind. The final place. The guardian. Pandora's box. These are the three keywords that the guide said to him. I don't know why the guide would say such words to him alone. But the only thing he can understand is that all the answers need to be found in the Dark Continent. I am not good at solving puzzles. Yunya had a slight headache. Netero didn't say anything. He also heard what the guide said just now. Let's go. Maha said leisurely as he came to the beach. Looking forward, the sun above his head shone on the sea, making it sparkling and extremely beautiful. The soft sea breeze brushed across his face, and a comfortable feeling came over him. Maha quietly experienced all this. Because he knew that this moment might be his most leisurely time. Okay. Netero didn't say anything in the end. He looked at a slightly fat middle-aged man among the 30 people. Phil, it's time for you to take action. After saying that, Phil stepped forward consciously. The energy in his body suddenly released. The steel beast of the deep sea. As his mind power was activated, all the energy in his body gradually condensed into the outline of a large ship, floating on the sea. When everyone looked at it, they could immediately understand why it was called the Steel Beast. The entire ship is made of hard steel and is equipped with many lethal weapons. Even if there are sea creatures that want to attack, they can be killed in an instant. Although it looks huge and very heavy, it can still stand firmly on the sea. It can be said that Finny's mind power is specially born for the ocean. This is why Netero chose him. Looking at the behemoth in front of them, everyone couldn't help but praise Netero's decision. As expected, he has been to the Dark Continent, and his considerations are thoughtful. Without hesitation, everyone came to the steel beast one after another. Standing on the deck, Yuni looked out at the endless ocean. If not unexpectedly, they will spend a long time on the ocean. What's wrong? Are you starting to miss home? Jin stood aside, feeling the sea breeze, with a smile on his face. A little bit, after all, I have lived there for such a long time. Yuni admitted straightforwardly. After all, he had been on that continent since he was born, and the current situation was equivalent to leaving his hometown and going to a big city. Many memories were also carried on this land. Wait a moment. Jin said meaningfully. Yun, who was standing by, naturally understood what Jin meant. The melancholy now was only temporary. After adapting to the Dark Continent for a period of time, this longing would completely disappear. Because they were surrounded by danger at all times. After all, from ancient times to the present, the Dark Continent had been growing wildly, and there was no so-called system or national jurisdiction. What you could encounter in it depended entirely on your luck. Cherish every moment of peace. This is the only way to relax your mind. Maha came to my side and said. Forget it, let's let Aluka come out and take a look while it's still safe. As he said that, the shadow behind Yuni began to move. The next moment, Lei Kei came out holding a sleeping Aluka, followed by Gra. Because Aluka's strength is equivalent to that of an ordinary child, he was not allowed to appear on the surface. Keeping him in the inner world is also for his safety. After all, no one knows when a creature will suddenly appear and kill the fragile Aluka with one claw. Fortunately, Aluka has a natural affinity for the inner world. And in order for him to live better in it, Yuni specially created a lot of entertainment facilities in it for him to relieve his fatigue. This is much more comfortable than being in the Dark Continent. Where is this place? Suddenly seeing the light, Aluka rubbed his eyes and asked in confusion. After seeing the endless ocean in front of him, his eyes became visibly excited. Wow, what a blue ocean! Aluka shouted loudly while leaning against the fence. He had been trapped in the Zaldik family and rarely saw the ocean. Even if he saw it, it was polluted by unknown fuel. It was nothing like the completely pristine ocean like this one. So clean, so gentle. There seems to be something. For more audiobooks, support me in Patreon. The link in the description.